Chapter 1272. Principal Chow raised his eyes and smiled at Yijifan. He then turned to old Jiang and said, Yu Xiang can't handle it alone. Go and take care of her. Yu Xiang, surnamed Chow, was old Jiang's wife and Principal Chow's niece. Yijifan's heart was in turmoil. The relationship between old Jiang and Principal Chow was uncle and nephew? He had investigated old Jiang's family and knew that his wife was old Master Chow's niece, but he didn't know that Principal Chow was also a member of the Chow family. Old Jiang did not dare to stay any longer. He secretly gave Yijifan a look as he walked out and gently closed the door of the private room. Just as he calmed his mind and looked up, he was so frightened by the figure that was only 3 steps away from him that he almost fainted. Qin Xiu, the real young master of the Qin family. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his back. Fortunately, second uncle didn't go in and didn't see Qin Yi sitting inside. Fortunately, Qin Xiu didn't come with him. Uncle, my mother is here. I'll go first. Under the bright crystal lights, the tall and handsome Qin Xiu stood there like a jade carving, attracting the gazes of all the guests who came and went. They were all attracted by his noble aura. The real young master of the Qin family was right in front of him. Old Jiang secretly wiped away the cold sweat in his heart. Although he was related to the Chow family, he really wasn't related to Qin Xiu. He didn't dare to say a word. He brushed past Qin Xiu's shoulder and quickly left. Principal Chow noticed that old Jiang's expression was a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that it was a little awkward for him to bump into a businessman and an official. However, because the official was Yijifan, Principal Chow, who didn't have a good impression of him, secretly frowned. He planned to find some time later to remind his niece's husband. Seeing his nephew Qin Xiu walk towards the stairs, Principal Chow, who was walking up the stairs, smiled and said, Your mother rushed over in such a hurry. After dinner, she rushed back to the capital. She didn't even stay for a night. I'm afraid your grandfather will scold her. I'll go remind her and let her coax your grandfather more. Yijifan and Qin Yi left together, not noticing that the door of the private room was slowly closing behind them. Yijifan returned to his seat and chatted with Qin Yi for a while. Inadvertently, the topic of their conversation shifted to Principal Chow. The Principal Chow you mentioned is my second uncle. My grandfather has 2 sons and 2 daughters. My second uncle is the third. Qin Yi had always liked to keep in touch with the Chow family. Whenever Qin Xiu's relatives were close to him, he would also keep in touch with them. Hearing this, Yijifan's heart tightened. He took a small sip of the white wine. In that case, it was good that he was cautious. When Principal Chow didn't give him any face and asked Ding Ying to leave, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Fortunately, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he would have become enemies with the Chow family. Everyone in the room was talking about Yi Ying's intention to enlist in the Beijing political corps. Qin Yi glanced at the bank card that Sun Dongqing had just mentioned and whistled in his heart. It was interesting to have dealings with officials. They all knew how to give gifts. Without any hesitation, he took the bank card and smiled confidently. This matter is easy to handle. Director Yi, prepare your daughter's information for me as soon as possible. Based on my experience with Director Ye's daughter's temperament, it won't be a problem for her to enter and stay in Beijing. You said that Yijifan wants to send his daughter to the Beijing political group? Principal Chow took the opportunity to look at his nephew's son-in-law coldly. Even his voice was cold. You don't have the ability, yet you dare to take on the porcelain job? Chapter 1273. Of course, old Jiang knew that he did not have that kind of ability. He did not have it, but Qin Yi did. He thought about how he had been caught by his wife's second uncle, who had deliberately pulled him aside and warned him not to get too close to Yijifan, so that he wouldn't end up with nothing. At the end of the day, the Chow family still thought of him as a relative. After struggling for a while, old Jiang replied slowly, Second uncle, I know that I don't have the ability to send Director Ye's daughter to the Beijing political group. That's why I asked you. He knows a lot of people in Beijing. He must have a way. I heard from the grapevine that Director Yi is very likely to be promoted to the Provincial Construction Department at the end of this year. I thought that if I were to contract the provincial construction project in the future, I would have to interact with Director Yi in the future. Seeing that he is busy with his daughter's matter, I might as well take a risk. If I succeed, I will show my face in front of Director Yi. It should be easier for me to get the project in the future. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed. He knows that I have done my best. You know that we are businessmen. We must be careful. I took advantage of the old man's 80th birthday to arrange a meeting between Director Yi and Qin Yi. After listening to his explanation, Principal Chow slightly narrowed his eyes. Director Yi is a provincial official. He doesn't need to rely on his connections to send his daughter to the army. It is not difficult for his daughter to enter the Beijing political group. Why does he need to rely on his connections? With his influence in the southern province, he can write a letter of recommendation and bring it to the army. The army will consider or prioritize it. There is no need for him to rely on his connections. He paused for a moment and asked old Jiang, "Jiangyan, are you close to Director Yi?" Old Jiang, full name, Jiangyan. "Second uncle, if I want to be close to him, why would I need to go through so much trouble to ask Qin Yi to help me? I'm just trying. I won't lose anything anyway." Jiang Jingyan smiled embarrassedly. Although he had a small achievement, he was still far from the real big boss. Now that he finally had the opportunity to double his business, even if there was only a slim chance, he wanted to try. Principal Chow didn't blame him. Jiang Jingyan was considered a promising person among his nieces and nephews, but he didn't use the Chow family's name to expand his own network. Today, he said that businessmen should know how to be careful, know how to curry favor, and know how to have a good relationship with the government. These were all right. Every profession had its own rules for survival, and Jiang Jingyan was still considered to be abiding by the rules. However, there was one thing he didn't quite understand. His relationship with Yi Zhifan wasn't very good. With Yi Zhifan's cautious nature, why would he agree to Jingyan's arrangement? This was tantamount to giving his political opponents evidence of abusing his power for personal gain. "Jingyan, I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. He is already an official in the provincial office. If he wants to send his daughter to the army, it should be a simple matter. Why does he still need to rely on others?" Principal Chow reminded this junior, whom he admired, that the Chow family had been going downhill. If it weren't for the Qin family and old Master Chow, the Chow family would have been an ordinary family. He didn't want his nieces and nephews to go down the wrong path. Jiang Jingyan really didn't understand and didn't want to investigate. Seeing him like this, Principal Chow sighed and reminded him again, "Jian, be careful not to get what you want. Instead, you will get into trouble. I think there must be something behind this matter that even an official like him can't solve." Chapter 1274. Principal Chow rarely interfered with the family affairs. He spent most of his time at school. His wife took care of the family affairs and looked after his nephew and son-in-law. He was so young and already bald. Alas, I should remind him more. He continued, "Also, don't provoke Qin. I'll ask Qin Xiu to call him out. As for the matter between you and Director Yi, I think it's better to forget about it." "Ask Qin Xiu to call Qin Yi out?" Jiang Jingyan's face changed. He wanted to stop Principal Chow, but Principal Chow saw through his thoughts and said sternly, "Who is Qin Yi? He always uses the name of Qin Xiu to do whatever he wants. Since you know that he is afraid of Qin Xiu, you don't dare to let Qin Xiu know. Why do you still want to use Qin Yi for your own benefit? Moreover, do you think that Director Yi will open the door for you just because you've done what he wants? Jingyan, he is a village official with no background. Being careful is his first standard. Do you think he will use his position to open the door for you?" His words made Jiang Jingyan's body shiver. Principal Chow had already walked to Qin Xiu's side and said a few words. Jiang Jingyan only felt that the Qin family's legitimate young master's gaze was so cold that he couldn't help but shiver. Although he could be considered as Qin Xiu's brother-in-law, he didn't dare to call himself his brother-in-law. Only Qin Yi would give him some face. Qin Xiu's handsome face was cold. He pursed his lips and said in a cold voice, "If Qin Yi has the ability to get people into the Beijing political group, my father won't have to worry about him." Qin Yi's surname was Qin, but unfortunately, he was the illegitimate son of Qin Xiu's uncle. Qin Xiu's father, Qin Dingkong, couldn't resist the secret pleading of his younger brother, Qin Wenba, and took Qin Yi back to the Qin family. Principal Chow patted his nephew's shoulder and said, "I'll have to trouble you with this. I just warned your brother-in-law that he will not follow Qin Yi's path in the future." Qin Yi, who was still chatting with Yi Jifan in the private room, didn't know that Qin Xiu would soon come to the door. Qin Xiu held a wine glass in one hand, and his smile and words vividly reflected the elegance of a rich playboy. Yi Ying, who was secretly observing him, saw him and her heart beat faster. Qin Yi, diplomat, good-looking, had the ability to get her into the Beijing political group. Yi Ying lowered her head and only showed Qin Yi's beautiful face. Qin Yi seemed to be interested in her. Her father had said that she could use anything and everything to help her achieve a better future. In that case, Qin Yi was definitely one of those things that could help her achieve a better future. The more Yi Ying thought about it, the colder her eyes flashed. Then she raised her head and sneaked a quick glance at Qin Yi. Fortunately, he was handsome enough that she could harden her heart and play with him. Qin Yi, a master of seduction, knew that the girl was secretly looking at him. But he would never have guessed that he had become a useful thing in her eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the girl's blushing face. Her delicate appearance made him tighten his grip on the wine glass. She was really a stunner. Look at those almond-shaped eyes. The charm in them made his whole body heat up. Yi Jifan didn't like the way Qin Yi secretly looked at his daughter. As a man, how could he not know what was in those eyes? Chapter 1275. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yi was able to mention all the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group and knew where they lived, he even went there as a guest. He even mentioned that one of the high-ranking officials of the Beijing political group liked to make dough figurines and that there were a few authentic paintings of Master Qi hanging in the study room. After a few rounds of probing, Yi Jifan was sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family, a family of diplomats. Only with this confirmation could they have a good conversation and resist Qin Yi's gaze on Yi Ying. Yi Ying was very happy. A young and promising diplomat. He seemed to be interested in her. Did this mean that she had a better chance of entering the Beijing government? Not only did Yi Ying think so, but Sun Dongqing also thought so. She even thought that if Qin Yi was really interested in her daughter, they could date and get married. Then her daughter would become a phoenix. The mother and daughter's thoughts did not escape Qin Yi's eyes. Only Yi Jifan remained calm. He only wanted to use Qin Yi's connections to send Yi Ying into the military. As for other things, he believed in the power behind the jade pendant. No matter how much Qin Yi liked Yi Ying, he would not show it. When Yi Jifan asked about Principal Chow, Qin Yi sighed and said, "My uncle is boring. He could have moved out of the provincial first high school and become an official somewhere else, but he insisted that he wanted to be a principal. What's so good about being a principal? He has worked hard all his life and I feel sorry for him." Fortunately, the students of the provincial first high school are good. I heard that there is another national top scorer. Otherwise, I would feel sorry for him. National top scorer, Yi Ying, who had been listening obediently, narrowed her eyes. She lowered her eyebrows and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes flashed with deep hatred. "Yi Qian, just you wait. As long as she enters the army, even if you get into the military school, you will never be able to compare to her." The national top scorer not only provoked Yi Ying, but also Sun Dongqing. She said sharply, "What national top scorer?" She even said that she got into the military school. I don't even know if it's true. What does it have to do with you? Yi Jifan had already confirmed that Qin Yi was indeed acquainted with the officials of the Beijing government. He was afraid that his wife's jealousy would leave a bad impression on him and ruin his daughter's future. After scolding in a low voice, he said helplessly to Qin Yi, "Recently, there is a rumor that the national top scorer is our niece. She has some conflicts with my family and had done something that hurt Yi Ying. My wife is still unwilling to forgive her." The reason why Yi Jifan was because he was afraid that Qin Yi would secretly investigate. It was better to say it himself. However, Qin Yi did not care about these things at all. What did it have to do with him whether or not the national champion was the niece of Mrs. Yi Jifan? It was none of his business. However, in order to get Yi Ying, who was as beautiful as a flower bud, into his hands, Qin Yi pretended to be cold and said, "Director Ye's daughter looks like an obedient and sensible girl. It seems that the national top scorer is just SOSO. Yes. Mr. Qin is right. For the past few weeks, Sun Dongqing had heard the most about Yi Qian. She wanted to laugh at him but could not find a friend who could agree with her. Now that she heard Qin Yi say that Yi Qian was Estes, she immediately agreed. She said angrily, "That stupid girl. If it wasn't for Yingying's help in school, she would have gotten a 0 in her exams." Chapter 1276. She's the top scorer in the country. I'm starting to suspect that she cheated. Mr. Qin, do you know anyone in the Education Bureau? Could he check to see if her results were real? I'm starting to suspect that she's faking it. Qin Yi had no idea what was going on. His life was filled with nothing but eating, drinking, and having fun. He had never cheated in the college entrance examination. He had been living a carefree life in the capital with the help of the Qin family. He was very happy. Sun Dongqing wanted him to investigate the top scorer in the country. Qin Yi knew that this was related to the reputation of the Chao family. He had to agree even if he didn't have the ability to do so. If Qin Xiu found out about this, he would be punished. I think it's hard for Madame Ye's resentment to dissipate. Once Yingying enters the capital, I think the resentment in Madame Ye's heart will disappear. He didn't know what Sun Dongqing wanted him to do if he continued this conversation. He had taken the money and the beauty had taken the bait. It was time for him to leave. Qin Yi pretended to look at his phone. He frowned and said, "I should go back too. I'm afraid Grandfather Chao has already arrived." He placed his hand on the folder containing Yi Ying's personal files and bank cards. Just as he was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Yi Zhifan thought it was Jiang Jingyan. He quickly stood up and laughed. "I'll open the door. Maybe it's Jiang Jian asking Mr. Qin to go back and celebrate Grandfather Chao's birthday." Qin Xiu, who was knocking on the door, heard the laughter inside. His usually gentle eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, "Qin Yi, it's time for you to come out." Qin Yi was so shocked that he didn't even take the folder with the bank cards. He stood up and hurriedly said to Yifan, "Excuse me, Director Yi." "Qin Xiu." How did Qin Xiu know that he was here? Oh no. Could it be that the principal of the Chao family saw him and told Qin Xiu? Thinking of this, Qin Yi did not dare to stay for even a second. He anxiously walked over and opened the door. "Hey, Mr. Qin, I forgot to take Yingying's files." Sun Dongqing's eyes were sharp. She saw the folder containing her daughter's files fall to the ground. She quickly got up and handed it to Qin Yi. "Mr. Qin, please take care of Yingying." The envelope was stuffed into Qin Yi's hands without any explanation. Just then, the door of the box opened and Qin Xiu appeared in the line of sight of the Yi family. "Brother, why are you looking for me?" Qin Yi, who didn't want to take the folder, had no choice but to take it in front of Qin Xiu. He tried to calm himself down and smiled. "Is the old man here?" Qin Xiu glanced at the file that Qin Yi wanted to hide but had nowhere to hide. He glanced at Yi Zhifan with his seemingly gentle but indifferent eyes. Then he slowly glanced at Sun Dongqing and asked, "Did I interrupt your plans?" "Oh no." Qin Yi denied. He closed the door and stopped Yi Zhifan from going forward to talk to Qin Xiu. "Brother Zhang's friend. I'm just here to get to know him and have a chat." In the room, Sun Dongqing was shocked and said, "The sons of the Qin family are really outstanding. I think Qin Yi is already good enough, but his brother seems to be even better." As she said this, she looked at her daughter Yi Ying and thought about Qin Yi's brother. Sun Dongqing said softly, "Old Yi, I think Qin Yi's brother seems to be more powerful. Why don't we let Yi Ying try it herself?" Chapter 1277. Save me the trouble. Do you think the Qin family is a vegetable market where you can pick and choose? The appearance of Qin Xiu reassured Yi Zhifan. He was 100% sure that Qin Yi was from the Qin family. He was 100% sure that Qin Yi knew the senior officials of the Beijing political group. Sitting back in his chair, Yi Zhifan looked at his daughter and reminded her, "There's still a long way to go before the winter conscription. Let's see if Qin Yi can get it done. Don't listen to your mother. Also, don't mention Yi Qian's relationship with our family in the future. She was admitted to the military academy as the nation's top scorer. You have no right to question her." The matter is settled. Don't waste your time thinking about it. Think about how to get Ying into the Beijing political group. Ying, who had not spoken much, said in a cold voice, Dad, as long as I get into the Beijing political group, I will not let you down. Wait until you get into the Beijing political group. We can't just rely on Qin. We have to continue to look for other connections. Yi Jifan did not have the habit of pinning all his hopes on one person. He was used to making preparations. He took a sip of wine thoughtfully and said, As for Qin Xiu, we can give it a try. Sun Dongxing pursed her lips. That's what I was thinking. Didn't you disagree? Mum, Dad means that he will go to Qin Xiu, not me. Yi Ying sighed and explained, It's best if Dad comes forward. I should take the initiative to go to Qin Xiu. Is that right? She then asked Yi Jifan, Dad, are you going to go to Qin Xiu later? When Grandfather Chao's birthday party is over, I'll try my luck. Yi Jifan's brows did not loosen as he sipped his wine. He could only try his luck. Principal Chao of the provincial first high school had become Qin Xiu's uncle. He was especially protective of Yi Qian. He was not sure if he would be able to talk to Qin Xiu. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Ying bit her lower lip lightly, tears flashing in her eyes. She had taken a wrong step, and now it was difficult for her to take another step forward. She had never thought that she would be banned from taking the college entrance exam, and never thought that that damned girl, Yi Qian, would actually get into the military academy. However, Principal Chao felt that it was not impossible for Ying to find Qin Xiu personally. He opened the file that Qin Xiu had placed on the table and skimmed through it. Then, this principal who had always been kind to his students revealed a cold smile. Looks like Director Yi is determined to go against Yi Qian. Now that Yi Qian has entered the military academy, he wants to send Yi Ying to the Beijing government regiment. The fact that Yi Qian has entered the military academy has greatly affected their family. Yi Qian got into the military academy because she has the ability to do so. Even if she didn't get into the military academy, she would still have a bright future if she joined the military. Qin Xiu secretly added in his heart. He picked up a page of Yi Ying's personal file. When he read a certain part, his elegant brows raised, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I think I've found the reason why they're looking for connections. He placed the personal file on the table and tapped lightly with his slender fingers. According to the medical examination standards issued by our country's National Health and Family Planning Commission, General Staff Headquarters, and General Logistics Department, she definitely won't pass this test. Also, according to the political assessment rules issued by the Ministry of Public Security, General Staff Headquarters, and General Political Department, her performance during military training also makes it impossible for her to join the military. There were 2 points in the personal file that also gave Yi Jifan a headache. There were 2 points that he had not told his daughter. First, heart disease. Second, conduct failure during military training. Chapter 1278. It was the 2 points written on the file that made Yi Jifan's heart turn cold when he inquired about the application conditions. He also thought about deleting the file or disguising it, but he rejected all of them. If they found out, not only would his daughter's future be ruined, his career would also be ruined. The risk factor was too high, so he had to give up. She wanted to be a soldier, and she also wanted to join the Beijing government regiment. Going through the normal application process was impossible. Therefore, Yi Jifan tried to use his connections to get Yi Ying into the army. Principal Chao did not look at Yi Ying's file in detail, but he knew the requirements. Principal Chao picked up the file and looked at it. He sighed again and again. You are too smart for your own good. You could have been a soldier, but you destroyed your own Great Wall. No wonder Qin Yi was so arrogant and said he would not implicate you. He probably knew what was going on when he saw it. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out of the Qin family by Grandpa. Qin Xiu put Yi Ying's file back into the portfolio. He straightened his tie and stood up with a gentle smile. I have to see the guests out. Uncle, should you go out with us? Principal Chao and Qin Xiu did not like to socialize. After the birthday party, they sat together in the lounge and did not want to go out. At this time, most of the guests in front of them had left. It was enough for them to go out and show their faces. Qin Xiu was okay. After all, His surname was Qin. He only needed to stand beside his mother and say a few polite words. Principal Chow, as a son, not only did he have to talk to his mother, but he also had to see the guests out of the restaurant personally. The topic he hated the most was also mentioned. He listened and said helplessly, "Although I am the principal, the school is not my own school. If my relatives' children want to come to the provincial first school, I will definitely welcome them. As long as they can pass the exam, no matter which class they are assigned to, it will be a good class." "No exam? Aren't you making things difficult for me?" "They all passed the exam. Even my son passed the exam." This year, there was a national champion in the provincial first school. Principal Chow almost lived a life isolated from his relatives. Now that he caught them at his father's birthday party, he realized that all the people who stayed were their children just happened to pass the exam. Yi Jifan looked at Principal Chow from afar, who was surrounded by people. His mouth was cold. His eyes fell on Qin Xiu, who was leaving alone. Here was his chance. The restaurant was so clean that even the washroom was spotless. There wasn't even a hint of odor. Qin Xiu, who was carefully washing her hands, didn't look up when she realized that someone had come in. After washing her hands meticulously, she took out a tissue to wipe her hands. Then she heard a slightly surprised voice behind her. "Isn't this Interpreter Qin?" Was there a need to be so surprised? Looking at Yi Jifan, Qin Xiu smiled politely. "Director Yi." Without another word, he gracefully walked out. Clearly, he had no intention of chatting with Yi Jifan, who was pretending to be surprised. Right when he entered the washroom just now, he seemed to have turned left to enter, but when he went out, he turned right. Qin Xiu, who was so bad with directions that it affected her daily life, only paused for a moment before Yi Jifan caught up with her. "When I was eating with Qin Yi just now, I heard Interpreter Qin's voice. I thought I heard wrong, but I didn't expect it to really be Interpreter Qin." Yi Jifan wasn't stupid enough to be surprised that Qin Xiu was here. His explanation told Qin Xiu that she was surprised because the voice she heard just now was indeed Qin Xiu's. Chapter 1279. Qin Yi is my cousin. Qin Xiu followed Yi Jifan out of the restroom. Good, someone is leading the way. He doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the restaurant. Just now, he was afraid that the relatives and friends of the Chow family would ask him if he had a girlfriend, so he didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. It was not impossible for him to get lost in the restaurant. Yi Jifan, who had no idea that he had become a compass, was elegant and dignified as an official. He maintained his identity and said casually, "So, Mr. Qin is the grandson of Mr. Chow. I know a person in charge of a company. His wife's surname is Chow, and they say that she is Mr. Chow's niece. I wonder if you know Jiang Jingyan?" Yi Jifan, who was well versed in the art of making friends, seemed to be talking casually, but in fact, he had a certain purpose in mind. He had to find an opportunity to get close to Qin Xiu. He couldn't be too anxious. He had to get closer to him first. He calculated step by step, but Qin Xiu didn't give him any chance. He walked out of the restroom as if he didn't hear anything. He said politely, "Director Yi, I have something to deal with here. Goodbye." After finding Qin Yi, he found him. No wonder Uncle said to be careful of him. This person really knows how to curry favor. Qin Xiu left without giving him any face. Yi Jifan, who had hit a wall, almost couldn't maintain his expression. He stared at Qin Xiu's back as he left. His eyes were dark. He left because he had something to do? Why did it look like he deliberately avoided him? Did Qin Yi tell Qin Xiu about his request? Or did Principal Chow say something to Qin Xiu? Thinking of this, Yi Jifan raised his hand and rubbed his aching temples. Heart disease could be checked in the hospital to prove that there was no heart disease. But Yingying's performance in the military training? How to deal with it? Ying didn't know that she couldn't even join the army. The next day, the whole family was preparing to go to the hospital to visit old Madame Yi. Qin Yi, who they met last night, came to visit. "I've already asked a friend to bring the file back to Beijing. I'll find an opportunity to send it to the head of Beijing's political group. I'm here to inform Director Yi." Even though Qin Yi was here for Ying, he knew his limits. He finished telling Ying about the things that he had not done at all and said, Please wait for a moment, Director Yi. I will inform you as soon as I receive any news. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will tell Director Yi. Since he had taken the money, he had to give the other party some hope, right? Hearing this, Yi Ying was overjoyed. Yi Jifan, on the other hand, was worried. Did Qin Yi not read his daughter's file carefully? Did he not show it to Qin Xiu either? Forget it, I won't bring it up for the time being. Let's see how far I can go first. If even the Qin family could not help, his daughter would not be able to join the military. Yi Jifan was anxious to create a path for Yi Ying to suppress Yi Qian and not let the person behind the jade pendant give up on him. For the first time, Qin Yi stumbled. If he was not so anxious and afraid that the person behind the jade pendant would support Yi Qian, with Yi Jifan's shrewdness, he would not have stumbled. The jade pendant made Yi Jifan's career bright, but it also became the source of his greatest fear. The whole family politely sent Qin Yi off. Sun Dongqing was so happy that her eyes narrowed. This is good, this is good. With Mr. Qin's help, it will definitely succeed. Hearing this, old Madame Ye's crooked mouth smiled even more crookedly. She said vaguely, Good, 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 our Ying is promising. She doesn't have to be afraid of that little bitch anymore. Chapter 1280. After the treatment in the provincial capital, old Madame Yi, who had a strong will to live, was finally able to speak. However, her body did not improve and she could only lie on the bed. My Ying has never been afraid of that little bitch. Just you wait. Even if Ying is not a boy, he will still be better than my sister-in-law's 2 sons. Sun Dongqing would poke at old Madame Yi every time she came back to the hospital. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable. Every dog has its day. Now it was her turn to hold her head high. If she did not vent all the grievances she had suffered over the years, her surname would not be Sun. Old Madame Yi was not in the mood to quarrel with Sun Dongqing. She was anxious. When she thought of Yi Qian entering the military academy and becoming a soldier like her mother, she thought of the past. She thought of her daughter and son-in-law. Other than anxiety, she was also afraid. If she had known, she would have thrown that little bitch to death. She stared at Yi Jifan with her cloudy eyes. Her mouth seemed to be filled with water as she mumbled, We must not let her climb over our heads. We must not. That bitch, I don't know. I don't know where that bitch came from. Ying, you don't have to be afraid. That bitch can't do it. She's not as good as you. If there's a chance, help me teach her a lesson. Even though his words were vague, the viciousness in his tone made people's hearts tremble. Ying did not want to come at all. However, everyone in the province knew that Director Ye's old mother was paralyzed in bed. They had no choice but to come to the hospital and pretend to be filial. Yi Zhixiang, the one who started it, would always tell the hospital how filial her brother was. Even the people in the hospital knew that Director Yi was filial. In order to gain a good reputation, the whole family had to come even if they did not want to. Yi Ying, who was standing beside the bed, did not even look at it. She said softly, Grandma, take care of yourself. I will do my best. Teach Yi Qian a lesson? What ability did she have to teach Yi Qian a lesson now? Even if his good grandma was lying in bed, she was not restless at all, just like what his father said. Yi Jifan was too lazy to say anything more. He couldn't move. No matter how much he wanted to stir up trouble, he was powerless. He was only thinking about when Qin Yi would give him a clear answer. Yi Qian knew that Yi Ying wanted to join the Beijing political group in the middle of August. There was still half a month before her reporting date. The last batch of eliminated navies will take the patrol ship back to the port tonight, and the rest of the soldiers will be formally trained as frogmen. As the Big Mermaid announced the names of the last batch of eliminated soldiers, the only sound on the beach was the sound of waves. They stood in the sunset like tall pine trees. After several months of elimination matches, they were deeply influenced by Li Jinyan and would never lower their heads even if they bled. Even if they lost, they had to maintain the iron bones of a soldier. In the end, 9 people, including Yi Qian, were left. Out of more than 100 navies, only a few were left. It was enough to show how strict Li Jinyan's selection of frogmen was. Just like the Snowfield Brigade, every member of the frogman team was a 1 in a million elite soldier. After sending away the eliminated soldiers, Yi Qian officially joined the training on how to become a combat diver and how to use open and closed diving equipment. To officially become a frogman, the navies had to show a high degree of adaptability underwater. They had to be able to complete the training under great pressure and in a murky environment. This made Li Jinyan, who always had a cold expression on his face, reveal a faint smile that was rarely seen in a year in front of all the navies. Chapter 1281. The Great Mermaid standing next to him saw him smile and joked, "Do you feel like you're a father? You finally raised a bunch of kids, haven't you? You must be happy." Li Jinyan felt a little helpless at such a comparison and teasing. His comrades in the team didn't seem to have any talent for language. Even he, the captain, was the same. But he was right about one thing. He was indeed happy. Those who stayed are the best of the best. We can move to our camp now. Li Jinyan's gaze was cold and sharp as he stared at the rippling water surface. He said calmly, "After the National Day ceremony in October, we will have a competition with another Army Special Forces led by Xia Jinyuan. Those who have been selected to join the army will also need to go to the battlefield. Big Shark, our training needs to be more intensive." The military had already agreed to the joint application of the Navy and Army for the competition to be held immediately after the National Day celebration. It was the middle of August and there were less than 2 months left. The Great Mermaid's expression turned cold. Time is indeed tight. What about Yi Qian? She probably won't participate. Participate? Participate? The Great Mermaid's reaction was slow for 2 seconds. She immediately asked, "Which camp does she belong to? Our army? Army?" There was a night diving equipment exchange training under the water. The training required 2 soldiers to enter the water and wear masks to exchange diving equipment. It was 6:50 in the evening and there were still 10 minutes until the end. The underwater frogman's activities caused the ripples in the water to deepen. Amidst the undulating waves, 2 soldiers in diving gear were the first to surface. Li Jinyan looked at the time. Dijian Luzhen, first. She belongs to our camp. Our camp? Lu Zhuanhai? Demon King, you're not joking, are you? The Great Mermaid's attention was not affected by the Demon King's jumping thoughts. She was still focused on which camp Yi Qian was in. She was brought here by Xia Jinyuan. She will become one of our people in the competition? Demon King, we can't let this be one-sided. Yi Qian, who had changed her scuba equipment underwater, swam to the reef covered in barnacles. She came out of the water and high-fived her soldiers to celebrate. She couldn't take off her breathing mask, so she could only high-five her soldiers to express her joy. 3 minutes in advance. Yi Qian glanced at his waterproof watch and made a 3 gesture with his thumb up. They were communicating with simple gestures. The soldier pointed at the reef and climbed up first. He then pulled Yi Qian up with him. The equipment on both of them weighed 8 kilograms. When they reached the bottom, they would be able to increase their weight and quickly dive underwater. When they reached the shore, their movements would be more or less affected. This was also the reason why the daily training of the frogmen was permanent. From not being used to carrying more than 10 kilograms of equipment, to being able to move agilely even when carrying it onto the shore, the amount of effort that frogmen put into amphibious warfare was something that ordinary soldiers couldn't compare to. When Li Jinyan saw Yi Qian come up, he didn't stand on the reef anymore. He stepped down from the reef and said to the Great Mermaid, "Now he is still in the Navy, so naturally he belongs to the Navy. Furthermore, the Army needs to test his results. The competition will allow the Army to see Yi Qian's results." His explanation made the Great Mermaid laugh. "Interesting. Yi Qian is Xia Jinyuan's person. We have a comrade in our team who knows our enemy well. We have a slight advantage in the competition." Chapter 1282. But the competition will not only involve underwater activities, but also land activities. Explosives, rappelling, and ground navigation will all be used together. I don't know if Yi Qian will have any problems. Look at the Army's attitude. You can tell if she will have any problems. Under the reef, the team members who were exchanging diving gear came out of the water one after another. Amidst the sound of the waves, Li Jinyan's indifferent voice seemed to be so soft that it was almost inaudible. Will there be any problems? Would there be any problems with someone who was chosen by Xia Jinyuan and valued by the army? If Yi Qian, who was born in the army, was on land, her comrades in the Storm Commandos would probably be slightly inferior to her. After more than a month of training, Li Jinyan already had an idea of Yi Qian's abilities. She was outstanding, brave, meticulous, and fearless. How could there be any problems with a female soldier whose blood was as cold as a soldier's? From what you've said, there shouldn't be any problems. But she will be leaving the team on August 29th. Demon King, shouldn't we reduce her training schedule? The Great Mermaid's voice gradually lowered. She has to go through basic combat diving at least once. There's too much to learn about frogmen. She has only learned the basics in the 2 months she's been here. She hasn't even gone through helicopter launching or sniping training. The official members of the Storm Commandos had to go through 18 months of basic underwater training and professional qualification training, followed by a 6-month deployment period. Yi Qian had only been here for less than 2 months, and all she had learned was basic underwater training and some basic training subjects for professional qualification training. Yi Qian did not touch on professional training such as naval combat, combat swimming, communications, close-range combat, ground combat, airborne operations, combat techniques, evasion, and so on. That was why Yi Qian had only learned the basics in the past 2 months. To Li Jinyan and the others, what she had learned was just the basics. But to the normal soldiers, Yi Qian already knew a lot. She had touched on both land and sea. But the Great Mermaid felt that Yi Qian had learned too little. Unfortunately, she still has about 10 days before she leaves. Now that she's resting for 3 days in the remaining 11 days, she can only touch on a few of our training subjects. They will rest for 3 days. Yi Qian will continue. Li Jinyan had other plans for Yi Qian's 3-day break. Big Mermaid felt that Yi Qian had learned too little, but he wanted to see how tough she was. Would she be able to persevere through continuous high-intensity training until she left? The sound of conversation gradually faded away, and the team members under the reef also came out of the water in pairs and swam towards the reef island. That was the end of today's training. At 7:10 in the evening, the last ray of light on the horizon had been withdrawn. The stars above the sea seemed to have lit up in an instant, reflecting the tranquility and vastness of the sea. All the members of the Storm Commandos, who had taken off their equipment and were wearing black rubber diving suits, had gathered. They looked straight at Demon King Li, who was standing in front of them. Looking at the soldiers who had entered the formal training and performed well in all aspects, he, who had never shown a smile in front of them, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a very faint smile. Borrowing the starlight from the sky, the 9 spearmen standing at the very front saw him smile like this. Their originally expressionless eyes all revealed looks of disbelief. Demon King Li, who had never smiled at them before, actually smiled. He actually smiled. Holy shit! He actually knows how to smile. Then, a few of the soldiers sucked in a cold breath, and even their expressions changed. Chapter 1283. Yi Qian looked at Li Jinyan's faint smile without much emotion. She wasn't someone who liked to smile. But to the frogmen who had gone through several months of elimination matches, they were like Tang Seng, who had gone through many trials and tribulations before finally achieving enlightenment. Demon King Li's expression was even rarer than seeing the sun rise from the west. As night fell, the soldiers in black rubber diving suits straightened their backs when they saw Li Jinyan's fleeting smile. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. The frogmen seniors in the team said, Demon King Li's smile represented savagery. It represented that everyone's training had entered even more savage and savage days. In these few months, everyone had experienced Demon King Li's savagery. Those who remained were the sharpest soldiers who could withstand Demon King Li's savagery. The new frogmen who finally felt like they were frogmen looked at Demon King Li's savagery, faint smile. It was as if a snowflake wind was blowing in their hearts, causing everyone's hearts to turn cold. It had been 3 days since the last batch of eliminated soldiers left. Those who remained had also begun 3 days of combat diving training. Demon King Li suddenly smiled, causing everyone who remained to feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, They also felt uncertain. Would they continue to be eliminated? Was someone going to be sent back today? Even Yi Qian, who usually didn't think too much, couldn't help but think too much at that moment. His cold gaze swept across the patrol ship that was about 100 meters away from the beach. His gaze lightly swept across the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind, and then he quietly retracted it. Could someone really be eliminated? Yi Qian thought silently. Li Jinyan seemed to know what they were thinking. After his smile, he didn't speak for a long time. His cold gaze swept across the 9 new soldiers, including Yi Qian, and then looked at the row of veterans behind them who were trying their best to hold back their laughter. His expression was indifferent as he slowly said, "You have 3 days off." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qian heard a sound that sounded like air leaking out of rubber. Even she gently exhaled a mouthful of salty, turbid air. Fortunately, they were not eliminated. The toes in the rubber fins loosened a little, and all the soldiers relaxed their stiff backs a little. Everyone is to leave the island tonight and complete your transfer procedures. In the face of the soldiers' reaction, Li Jinyan's expression remained as cold as ever, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. You will have a certain understanding of our frogman unit during the 3-day holiday, and you will also understand why our selection is so harsh. The soldiers who stayed behind did not transfer their files from their original unit to the Storm Amphibian Frogman Commandos, so they could not be considered as official commandos. During the 3-day holiday, the original unit would send a document to complete the transfer procedures with the Storm Commandos. Their glorious deeds, other than their military merits and medals, would all be cleared. Once again, the newly enlisted soldiers were not surprised by the sudden holiday. From their serious expressions, one could vaguely find a trace of strangeness. They felt that it was impossible to give them a holiday so easily. They had a feeling that something was going to happen. They felt that Demon King Li wouldn't give them a holiday so easily. Too many feelings made the soldiers feel uneasy. The sudden holiday didn't feel real at all. Chapter 1284. Li Jinyan, who had seen their reactions, did not explain further. He was also wearing a rubber diving suit, and his slender limbs exuded the strength of the sea. He raised his wrist and said, "It's 7:15 p.m. now. The patrol ship will leave at 7:40 p.m. Dismissed." "Captain, are we really on vacation?" "Captain, just give us a quick death. What other tricks are you waiting for us?" Not a single person dismissed. The unreal feeling made them afraid to leave. After months of training, they did not even have a day off. Suddenly, they were given 3 days off. They would not dare to accept it even if a pie dropped from the sky. Li Jinyan never reflected on how his brutal training had traumatized the soldiers who were about to become official team members. His eyes were as cold as the cold moon rising from the sea. He spat out 3 words coldly, "You don't believe me?" After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yi Qian, who had an indifferent expression. The handsome young major asked the only female soldier in the team, "Yi Qian, you don't believe me either?" "It's not that I don't believe you. We definitely have a vacation. I just don't quite believe that the Demon King would give us a vacation so easily." Yi Qian, who was called out, had a calm expression. She met the other party's cold gaze that could dissect her soul and replied calmly, "We believe in a vacation, but we don't believe that we can leave smoothly." Over. The only female soldier in the team, who was also the only female soldier in the team who was not afraid of the Demon King's training, spoke out the thoughts of the other 8 male soldiers. Li Jinyan always knew that Yi Qian was not as afraid of him as the male soldiers, but he did not expect that she would dare to directly question him. For a moment, he did not respond. The air was a little heavy. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the Demon King to speak again. "Marines, you still have 24 minutes. The Great Mermaid couldn't stand it anymore. She stroked her forehead and sighed. "You are indeed given 3 days off. The documents from your original units have arrived at the port. Everyone needs to go through the transfer procedures in person. One of the 3 days off is for official business, and the other 2 days are for you to rest." As the vice captain and also a part-time ideological instructor, he could feel the warmth of the vice captain every time he experienced Demon King Li's cold winter. Just like now, his gentle voice broke the heavy atmosphere in the air as he slowly said, "There is nothing extra for this holiday. Although your captain's code name is Demon King, and he is usually a little strict with you, when you become one of us frogmen, you will feel the warmth of his spring breeze." The warmth of a spring breeze? Li Jinyan raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the vice-captain who spoke up for him. He said indifferently with an expressionless face, "I only have the coldness of spring. I don't have the warmth of spring. If you want to find warmth, you can look for the vice-captain, codenamed Big Shark. Codename Demon King, codename Great Shark." This was the first time that the remaining Marines heard the codenames of these dragon-like frogmen. The beach was very quiet. The disbanded team members looked at each other, and then looked at the Demon King. Was the Demon King joking just now? The veteran behind him had already laughed and said loudly, "Demon King, your cold jokes are still incomprehensible. Look at what you have done. They are so scared that they can't believe that you are going to have a holiday." "Don't say that you don't believe it. Didn't we also not believe it in the past? When we got on the ship, we were afraid that someone would come out in the middle of the night and drag us down." With the veterans' laughter, the Marines finally believed. They really had a holiday. In the faint screen, everyone laughed. There were still 22 minutes left. They had to change their diving equipment, clean up the entire beach for scattered equipment, and then return to the tent to pack up everything. They had to leave the reef island where they had been training for nearly 4 months. Chapter 1285. Pack it up, pack it up. We're about to leave the base. Kid, change your clothes and stay away from Yi Qian. Wear your clothes neatly. Although you've become one with the night, you still need to look good. 10 minutes later, 2 rubber boats sailed towards the patrol ship. The neatly dressed soldiers finally boarded the ship and arrived at the port about 4 hours later. The patrol ship set sail. Several soldiers, who had peeled off several layers of skin from the sun, stood on the deck and stared at the reef island that was getting farther and farther away. They asked the veteran who was standing with them, "Will we come again?" In the past, they just wanted to leave as soon as possible, but now they couldn't bear to leave. "Of course we'll come back. This area belongs to our country and is also our training base. We'll come back often." The veteran with the code name Big Eel answered them with a laugh. "You can't bear to leave now, but don't complain about going back to land later." "I don't think so. You just occasionally say you want to go back to the port for a hot meal. You don't complain during the day, but you dare to dream at night. When we patrol at night, someone will shout, 'Let me go back,' in his dreams." For a moment, the deck was filled with laughter. They forgot about their tiredness during the day and began to enjoy their 3-day holiday. The laughter faintly traveled into the cabin, causing Big Eel to raise his head. His gaze fell on the deck through the windproof and bulletproof glass. "Only now do you believe that you're really on vacation. Devil King, you've become even more vicious." He smiled and looked away. He asked Yi Qian, "Little Yi, do you think the Devil King is more vicious than before?" The laughing soldiers on the deck were on a 3-day holiday. 2 minutes ago, Yi Qian learned that she didn't have a single day off. She would continue training the next morning at the port. "I didn't see how vicious the Devil King was before, so I can't make any comments." Yi Qian smiled. Her mood didn't change because she didn't have a vacation. On the contrary, she hoped that she could use the next 14 days to train in subjects she hadn't experienced before. Li Jinyan had a cold personality, but he didn't take his comrades' jokes to heart. He sat in the cockpit and stared coldly at Yi Qian, who had impressed his comrades. His thin lips moved slightly as he said, "Gather at the port tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. We'll take you to the base for training. Focus on learning how to fight on the sea and close combat. Me and 3 other members will go together. Do you have any objections?" Yi Qian's smile faded as he said seriously, "I don't have any objections. I'll definitely follow your arrangements." Female soldiers were very good in this aspect. They never questioned the training arrangements. Li Jinyan, who was a man of few words, nodded and ended the conversation with a "okay." The whole conversation took less than 5 minutes and less than 100 words. It was so concise that even the big mermaid was stunned. One didn't like to talk, and the other didn't like to ask. How were they supposed to communicate? How to communicate? Little Yi, you don't have any objections at all? Should he first learn about naval combat and close-range combat? Why don't you ask us first? The big mermaid coughed. His dark and resolute face was full of smiles as he tried to get closer to Yi Qian. It will take about 4 hours to reach the port. We can talk for 4 hours. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as it's not confidential, the Devil King and I can answer them. Yi Qian really didn't think that he had anything to ask. However, when he saw the big mermaid's bright eyes and the pitiful appearance of a ferocious beast, Yi Qian couldn't bear to refuse. Chapter 1286. You guys talk. Li Jinyan stood up. If you have any questions, you can ask the big mermaid first. If she can't answer, you can ask me. Chatting with female soldiers was something he had never done before, so it was better to leave it to the vice captain and ideological instructor. Yi Jian stood up and saluted as she watched the major with the highest military rank in the team leave. Her slender figure was straightened by the light and she stood like a lighthouse. Even when the hull of the ship swayed with the waves, her feet did not sway at all. After 4 hours of sailing, Yi Qian didn't ask about naval combat or close-range combat. Instead, she asked about the frogman's training cycle. This was a good question. The big mermaid, who felt that she had stayed for too little training, said earnestly, the members of the Storm Commando team have to go through about 4 months of elimination and selection training. Those who can pass the selection process can't immediately carry out missions. After 18 months of basic training, professional training, and 6 months of mission deployment, they are considered beginners. And to participate in their first underwater mission, they need to go through about 12 months of advanced training. In other words, it took about 3 years to train an outstanding frogman. Yi Qian was in awe. Completing our first mission well doesn't mean that we will be outstanding in the future. We still need to constantly learn and strengthen new skills. We need to always be in peak condition. If we can fight, we must win. Our country's first amphibious frogman commando team is our Storm Commando team. It's also the only special force that doesn't belong to any military region. It's a true independent special force. The force has only been established for a short period of time. There's too much to learn. Take the recent Southeast Asian countries, for example. The 126th Assault Team Concord's elite frogman team can stay silent underwater for more than 20 hours. In this aspect, we can't compare to them. Because we were established late, we need even more rigorous training. A strong country has no weak soldiers. Only a strong army can make a strong country. A country can only stand proudly in the world if its military strength are improved. She didn't ask about naval combat or close-range combat. Instead, she gained a deeper understanding of the storm. Then she learned about the frogman forces of Western countries and the gap between their country and theirs. It was also a reward for Yi Qian. She knew that even though she had gone through hellish training, what she had learned was just the tip of the iceberg. If she wanted to learn more and become an excellent frogman, she would need at least 2 years. If she could, she wanted to come to the frogman unit to study every winter and summer vacation. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Yi Qian, who had just woken up, saw the lighthouse that guided all the ships. They had arrived at the harbor. Disembarking from the warship and stepping on the thick cement floor, she looked at the brightly lit Yi Qian, who had been accompanied by the sea for more than a month. Her eyes curved into crescents as she revealed a bright smile. The feeling of stepping on solid ground was very solid. Yi Qian did not return to the camp immediately. She wanted to give Uncle Jen a call to ask about the situation. After getting Li Jinyan's permission, a Marine on duty led her to the phone booth. At midnight, Principal Chen received a call from Yi Qian. We can rest assured that Captain Xia will take you away. Everything is fine at home. Girl, don't worry about us. After receiving Yi Qian's call, Principal Chen didn't even feel sleepy anymore. He answered her questions in a loud and clear voice. Uncle Jen's health is fine. People tend to have some problems when they're old. Don't worry, I'm here. Chapter 1287. Hearing the voice of her family, Yi Qian's mood was as peaceful as the starry sky. You have to take care of yourself too. Don't overwork yourself. I have the army to take care of me. You don't have to worry about me. Don't worry, don't worry. You've always known how to take care of yourself. It's just that you're too competitive. You're even more competitive than the male soldiers. You have to change that. We can't be sloppy during training. You have to rest well during rest. Only when you're fully rested can you train better. Principal Chen, who came out of the army, said that he wasn't worried. Every word he said was a reminder. He was afraid that Yi Qian would be too competitive and hurt herself. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. She looked at the starry sky and listened quietly to the elder's advice. Time ticked by for nearly 10 minutes. I've received the acceptance letter. The village chief said that he wanted to celebrate, but my uncle rejected it. Everyone in the surrounding villages knows that there's a top scorer in Shuka village. Some parents even came here to buy your old teaching materials. Speaking of the village, Principal Chen's smile deepened. Thank goodness you don't have a photo. Uncle said that if you did, people would take it back and paste it on the children's bookcases. Yi Qian also smiled. When she was in the province's #1 middle school, her exam papers and teaching materials were all kept by Teacher Tong. Some students left with 2 big boxes of books and exam papers, but she didn't have a single book or exam paper except for a few sets of clothes. You didn't disturb your uncle, did you? If people keep coming, you might as well stay in the army for a while. Yi Qian's eyebrows were quiet. She lacked the sharpness of training during the day. She was like an ordinary girl who had left home. Her words revealed her attachment to home. After we received your acceptance letter, we stayed in the army for a week before coming back. Because of your influence, a few high school graduates in our village have plans to become soldiers. Even Yi Ying, who has heart disease, said that she wants to become an art soldier. At the mention of Yi Ying, Principal Chen's expression dimmed. Your aunt said that Yi Ying wants to be an art soldier in the Beijing government regiment. She's already handed in her files and is waiting to enlist. Yi Ying wants to be an art soldier? Is that possible? Hearing this, Yi Qian directly laughed. We all know that she has heart disease and her military training files. Isn't she afraid of being happy for nothing if she wants to be an art soldier in the Beijing government regiment? The matter of Yi Jifan's family was brought up after a few words. Whether or not Yi Ying could become an artistic soldier did not affect Yi Jian. If she really joined the army, Yi Jian felt that she would have another evidence of Yi Jifan's bribery. The news of Yi Ying joining the military had already spread throughout the village. It even overshadowed Yi Jian's entrance into the military academy. Sun Dongqing's gloominess was swept away. Wherever she went, she would happily talk about her daughter joining the military. At this time, Yi Jian was already sitting on the helicopter with a sniper rifle in her hand. She aimed at the floating object on the sea and completed the sniping. Frogmen often use platforms on the sea to provide cover from the air. After sniping the target, the sniper needs to jump into the sea to support his teammates. He is 57 meters away from the sea and 241 meters from the target. As Li Jinyan reported a set of precise numbers, Yi Qian, who was wearing a diving suit without any oxygen equipment, half-squatted at the door of the helicopter. He used his hands to steady the sniper rifle. His black eyes were as cold as ice as he aimed at the floating target. He calculated the effects of wind and air flow in his mind. His slender finger was on the trigger. 1, 2, 3, a precise shot. Bang. The object on the sea was shattered into pieces by a 7.62 bullet made by the North Korea. Chapter 1288. Yi Qian had a certain level of confidence in her sniping skills. She had gone through all kinds of training under Principal Chen, a world-class sniper. She had already begun the platform instability training in the first year of the 4-year plan. That was why she had cooperated with Xia Jinyuan for the first time, racing in the rain, to capture criminals who sold military intelligence. Although it was her first time sniping from a helicopter, it did not affect her in any way. During the altitude training, Principal Chen rowed a wooden boat on the lake, while she sat in the wooden boat and sniped floating objects from 200 meters away. This kind of training method was called unstable platform sniper training. What was different from this training method was that the rotating propellers of the helicopter brought about a series of unstable factors to the sniper parameters. Yi Qian was very confident that she could accurately calculate the range, wind speed, influence of the airflow, and bullet trajectory. Even though she was sniping from a helicopter, she was still very confident. After the bullet left the barrel, Yi Qian put down the sniper rifle in a few seconds. The helicopter pilot quickly turned sideways and flew away from the target area. The pilot's steady voice came through the earpiece. 40, 30, 20 meters away from the sea, complete dive. As the pilot's voice fell, Yi Qian took off the earpiece. Without hesitation, she transformed into a black fish from the cabin, which was about 15 to 18 meters above the sea, and dove into the sea. White waves gradually appeared in the sea. A wave surged over, but Yi Qian's figure was no longer on the sea. From sniping to diving, it took 2 minutes and 41 seconds. The helicopter took 2 minutes and 7 seconds to turn. De Xiao, who was sitting on the Special Forces inflatable boat, recorded the time Yi Qian took to snipe from the air to diving. His eyes were full of shock as he watched the figure disappear from the sea. Even his voice was trembling. She took 34 seconds alone. Devil, I'm shocked. If there were more female soldiers like her, the male soldiers would have to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. It's a pity that our Storm Commando unit doesn't recruit female soldiers. Otherwise, I'd want to snatch her away. After recording the data, De Xiao looked at the sparkling sea and let out a long, melancholy sigh. I can only watch. It's a little depressing. If she can stay in our team for a year and a half, I dare say that she will be an outstanding amphibious frogman. I can't keep good soldiers, and I can't keep them. My heart doesn't feel good. Turning his head, he saw Li Jinyan checking the diving equipment. His expression was so cold that it did not change at all. As the vice captain, the Great Mermaid felt even more suffocated. He asked in a muffled voice, I say, Demon King, why aren't you tempted? Only Li Jinyan and the Great Mermaid were on the boat. The other team member was working with Yi Qian to complete the sea battle and the infiltration mission. Demon King Li, who was checking the equipment, had a cold expression on his handsome face. His thin lips curled up slightly, and he looked at the vice captain with a smile that was not a smile in his eyes. He slowly and calmly answered, Firstly, the Storm Commandos clearly stated that they do not recruit female soldiers. Secondly, the army will not agree. Thirdly, she has no intention of staying. There is no need to think about the things that have been decided from the beginning. Just remember that she does not belong to the Marine, she only belongs to the army. We are only responsible for training her. Seeing such an outstanding soldier leave the team, there is no need for her to stay. You will still be able to see her fighting in the future. Her individual combat ability is strong. Her reflexes are directly proportional to her physical fitness and professional skills. No matter which unit she goes to, she will be a sharp knife soldier. No matter which unit she goes to, she will still be a soldier of our country. Chapter 1289. Li Jinyan, who had confirmed that there were no problems with his equipment, put on the closed mixed gas underwater breathing equipment. Before putting on the breathing mask, Li Jinyan passed the binoculars to the Great Mermaid, who was still sighing. You're now on the enemy's ship. Guard it well. The equipment that was pulled out for Yi Qian's naval combat training was not lacking. Boats, helicopters, diving equipment, guns, and ammunition were all fully equipped. It was a naval combat training with only 4 people. Li Jinyan and the Great Mermaid were the enemy, while Yi Qian and the other water demon were the army. One was attacking, and the other was defending. It was a mock battle so that Yi Qian could master the skills of naval combat faster. He could only master and understand, but he could not become a professional. Even if it was just to master and understand, a mock battle training was enough to broaden Yi Qian's horizons and benefit a lot. The Great Mermaid raised her thick eyebrows and smiled with interest. To tell you the truth, I'm looking forward to her arrival very much. Let's see if she can break through your defense line and install the magnetic mines on the inflatable boat. Don't underestimate her. Li Jinyan, who had repeatedly reminded her, pulled on his diving suit and put on the breathing mask. He picked up the new underwater rifle specially equipped for the frogmen and made an okay gesture at the Great Mermaid. He then flipped over from the side of the boat and entered the water. Ripples spread out on the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, Li Jinyan disappeared into the vast sea. As an enemy, The Great Mermaid quickly gathered her thoughts and quickly operated the Special Operations hard-shelled inflatable boat to hide behind a nearby reef. One of the naval operations, underwater demolition, required the cooperation of at least 2 frogmen. This training was destructive. It required the frogmen to deal with reefs, rocks, shoals near the landing beach that could cause the landing ship to run aground, as well as shore or underwater obstacles set up by the enemy to prevent the landing force from reaching the shore. After 2 hours of sea clearing was completed, the next step was underwater demolition, the placement of the magnetic mines on the enemy's ship, and the identification and marking of the mines. Yi Qian was responsible for placing the magnetic mines on the Special Operations hard-shelled inflatable boat operated by the Great Mermaid, clearing the landing obstacles, and completing the beach immersion training. The other teammate was responsible for reconnaissance, inspection, luring, and other frontline combat tactics. Yi Qian, who had his back against the reef, quickly put on the circulating diving equipment. The water demon in charge of vigilance stared at the surface of the sea with a burning gaze to prevent the enemy's Li Demon King from launching a sneak attack. There were 2 types of diving suits, light diving suits and heavy diving suits. The light diving suits were further divided into 2 types, dry and wet diving suits. The battle at sea this time did not require a heavy diving suit. Therefore, Yi Jian was wearing a light and dry diving suit that did not allow the diver to come into contact with the water. They jumped down from the helicopter and quickly found their team members. They changed their normal rubber diving suits into light diving suits. The whole changing process took less than 5 minutes. Yi Qian had a survival knife, a strong flashlight, a diving instrument, a backup breathing apparatus, and an ultrasonic signal processor. There were no problems with the diving suit's charging equipment, and the buoyancy control vest's shoulder vent valve was sealed properly. Yi Qian, who looked like he was in a sci-fi movie, used a total of 4 minutes and 31 seconds to finish changing. The water demon in charge of vigilance heard the TSS sound coming from behind him. Based on the sound alone, he knew that she was only wearing a mask and headgear. The water demon, who only revealed her head and the new waterproof rifle, shortened the distance between her and Yi Qian to less than 30 centimeters. Although her voice was low, she said each word coldly, "The Demon King likes to attack. Let's dive deep first and take care of the Great Mermaid." Chapter 1290. At this time, the water ghost looked like he was really going to fight at sea. His eyes were full of murderous intent and vigilance. "I'll be in charge of luring them. You'll be in charge of installing the magnetic mines. Try to reach the enemy's sea area within 3 hours." Yi Qian looked at the most advanced underwater breathing equipment on his body. His eyes were as bright as stars and cold as ice. His lips curled into a sharp smile as he said slowly, "I'll cut in from the back. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of this diving equipment." Her words made the water ghost chuckle. "That makes sense. This equipment is most suitable for infiltrating the enemy's rear area. You'll have no problem cutting in from the back." The diving equipment on the 2 of them was specially designed for combat frogmen. It allowed the frogmen's exhalation to not be discharged into the water, but to be stored in a breathing bag after being processed. It would then enter the equipment for recirculation. Through chemical filtration, the carbon dioxide in the exhaust gas would be filtered out, and the oxygen consumed would be refilled. This was the purpose of long-term, long-distance diving. In addition, there were 2 major features. First, no air bubbles were produced during the breathing process. This greatly improved the concealment of frogmen on special operations missions. Second, the backpack design was more suitable for underwater combat and increased the sensitivity of underwater combat. Yi Qian put on his helmet and mask. He gestured to his team members to dive at the same time. 2 dark figures disappeared from the surface of the sea along the reef. At the Frogman training base about 100 miles away from this area, the Navy commander and the Army commander, Jun Weiha, sat in front of a row of surveillance screens. The top 4 surveillance screens were monitoring the sea area where Yi Jian and the others were in 360 degrees from the east, west, south, and north without any blind spots. The 4 surveillance screens in the middle showed that Yi Jian not only had to deal with the underwater obstacles, but also had to avoid the anti-diver equipment setup. The bottom 4 screens showed the landing point on the beach and the final assembly point. Old Yang, the female soldier you sent over is this. The Navy commander watched Yi Qian complete a precise sniper shot from the helicopter and then dive from a high altitude. He sighed and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. I've been in the army for 34 years, and this is the first time I've met such an outstanding female soldier. Every time the vice captain called, he mentioned that it's a pity that our frogman unit doesn't recruit female soldiers. Otherwise, he would really want to force her to stay in our navy. Old Yang, you're lucky you acted early. I dare say that as long as she attends the military academy and her overall results are out, all the major military regions will fight to recruit her. With a slight smile on his face, the Major General replied politely, in this line of work, you have to be fast and decisive. Once you find a good seedling, you should grab him from a young age. He didn't sound polite at all. This time, you really won. The Navy commander looked at the 2 figures that had entered the surveillance range and said with appreciation, in less than 2 months of diving training, her speed is only 3 meters behind our frogmen. Talented, talented. The water ghost in front of him didn't slow down just because he was followed by a recruit. A simulated naval combat training mission was all about realism. Yi Qian didn't ask him to stop and wait for her either. He kept a distance of about 3 meters behind her as he dove into the underwater obstacles that needed to be dealt with. Alert 20 minutes, complete. As they entered the sea, the water ghost in front gestured at Yi Qian. He pulled out his life-saving knife and started to be in charge of keeping watch in an area about 10 meters away from Yi Qian. He also activated the ultrasonic detector to detect if there were any intruders 10 meters away. Chapter 1291. The seawater of the base's naval combat zone was a little turbid due to the undersea currents. Yi Qian turned on the flashlight and dived into the water with her head down and her feet facing upwards. Time ticked by. Yi Qian cleared the 2 underwater obstacles. She didn't even have time to surface to change her position. She immediately met up with the water ghost codenamed Big Eel and entered the next zone. The seawater was not only dark but also very turbid. Big Eel, who was leading the way, held a diving board to navigate. This time, it slowed down and stealthily moved with Yi Qian. The diving board was a type of handheld equipment. It had a graphical compass and underwater depth display function. It could help the diver navigate accurately underwater and wouldn't get lost due to the dark environment. The 2 of them kept groping and moving forward at the bottom of the sea. From 5 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian did not come out of the water for 3 hours. She had been in the water all the time, and under the guidance of the Big Eel, she completed combat training and subject tasks one after another. Big Eel covered and guarded. Yi Qian completed the tasks and took action. After 3 hours, they finally infiltrated the enemy's boat. Yi Qian began to circle around and cut in from the back. The cooperating water ghost was in charge of luring them. The naval combat training had entered the most crucial moment. Li Jinyan, who had been lurking in the water, was like a sea monster hiding in the depths of the sea, quietly waiting for his prey to arrive. He was waiting for Yi Qian. He wanted to personally test the results of this female soldier's less than 2 months of underwater training. However, Yi Qian didn't want to face Demon King Li at all. She was confident that she could fight Demon King Li on land, but underwater, Yi Qian knew her own limits and didn't dare to face him carelessly. She carefully avoided the detection range of the ultrasonic waves. She swam with her feet and headed straight for her target. She doesn't plan to face the enemy. 3 hours later, the naval commander, who had been sitting in front of the surveillance screen, pointed at the figure that had been submerged in the sea for 3 hours and said proudly, Li Jinyan, the sharp knife of the team, is neck and neck with Xia Jinyuan. Major General Liu was a little overprotective. Your Li Jinyan is not bad, and our Xia Jinyuan is not bad either. Now that we have Yi Qian, old Dong, I can rest assured. The Navy commander's surname was Dong. That's why I said you really won this time. In the past, you even wanted to win over Li Jinyan. You were so ruthless that you didn't leave a single one for the Marines. Old Yang, after so many years, I still remember. The Navy commander laughed. This old Yang was still the same as before. Whenever he saw a good soldier, he would want to recruit him to the army. Who wouldn't want that? Everyone wanted to. It was undeniable that there were more elite soldiers in the army than in the navy. Major General Liu adjusted his military cap. He felt that the topic needed to be changed. He restrained his expression and said solemnly, "I'm very grateful for your care for Yi Qian. I knew that her training time was short, so I specially arranged 3 days of private training for her. Old Dong, I'm very grateful to you for supporting the army's work all this time. Thank you very much. I won't stand on ceremony. The most important thing is that Yi Qian is indeed a good seedling. Even if she becomes a soldier of the army in the future, she will still be a soldier of our country." On the surveillance screen, Li Jinyan suddenly turned around like a sea monster pouncing on its prey. Even through the screen, his ferocity could be felt. In an instant, he dashed forward a few meters. The naval commander who was speaking immediately cut off the topic. He found the target. Chapter 1292. Everyone in the control room turned their attention to the screen that had the best view of Li Jinyan's movements. The Navy commander ordered the technical lieutenant, "Monitor from all directions." "Sir." The technical soldier's first lieutenant's fingers pressed rows of buttons, and after a series of commands were output, the 2 screens that originally only showed Li Jinyan's movements became 6 screens with the top, middle, bottom, and middle screens showing him in all directions. Not only could they see Li Jinyan's movements in the water without any blind spots, but Yi Qian's figure also appeared on the screen as the underwater probe rotated. Yi Jian was looking for cover. The sense of crisis that made her feel as if she was going to be suffocated by the seawater suddenly surged. It was as if some deep-sea monster was entrenched in the dark, turbid seawater and was stretching out its tentacles to catch its prey. In an instant, Yi Qian knew that she had been targeted by Li Jinyan. Teammate luring failed. Being targeted by Li Jinyan, codenamed Demon King, even increased the psychological pressure. Yi Qian's first reaction was to immediately look for cover instead of fighting the Demon King head-on. The Navy commander who was observing her saw her reaction and her underwater movements. He smiled at the serious-looking Army Major General and said, "Although she only has a month of training, her underwater movement skills are no worse than a real water ghost's. Frogmen are very wary of using their hands to paddle underwater. The correct way to move and dive is to use the 2 feet to provide power, freeing up the hands to do other things. Or complete shooting, fighting, throwing in mines, or completing underwater exploration." From Yi Qian's discovery of danger and her avoidance of cover, you can completely see how professional she is in diving. Look at how her feet are moving the entire time, and her hands are constantly exploring. Don't underestimate this movement. When people reach the bottom of the water, their natural reaction is to keep their hands and feet together. Moreover, to practice the natural reaction of the underwater is to move the feet up and down. She needs to complete 2 hours of standing in the water every day. Her head and shoulders must be above the water, and her hands must be raised. She must rely on her feet to float up and complete the training requirements. After that, the naval commander asked the whale who was standing beside him, "I heard that Li Jinyan added something to Yi Qian's treading water training for the first half of the month?" The Major General of the army, who had been listening carefully, looked at the water ghost who had been training with Yi Qian for more than a month. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Did you fail?" In the army, when soldiers were given extra training, it usually meant that they had failed in their training and needed to undergo more training. Whale immediately straightened his back and answered the Major General seriously, "In the beginning, there will be failures. According to the training requirements, if there are 3 movements with both hands within 20 minutes of stepping on water, you will be deemed as a failure." Yi Qian's training time is 2 months shorter than the rest of the team. If you fail, you will need to strengthen yourself even more. We will use the method of placing lead weights around your waist. Each piece weighs 2 kilograms, and there are a total of 4 pieces on your left and right waists. A total of 8 kilograms of lead weights will be tied to your waist. You will be able to walk on water and do your webbing until you pass. The Major General of the army only knew a little about what kind of professional skills frogmen should have. When he heard this, he nodded and said, "From what you've said, Yi Qian's diving operation is considered to have passed. A faint smile appeared on his serious face, and even his powerful voice had a hint of a smile. This girl has always been harsh on herself. No matter what she does, she will do her best. She will never be half-hearted or give up halfway. I'm not worried that she won't be able to learn after putting her on your team for training. Chapter 1293. Yi Qian is a very outstanding soldier. After a week of underwater training under lead, she finished in 3rd place in her swimming training while armed with flippers. When the whale spoke, his eyes were filled with pride. It was obvious that he approved of Yi Qian's abilities. Major General, we all think that Yi Qian will have a place in any unit in the future. She will be looked up to by all the male soldiers. Yi Qian didn't know that she would receive such high praise from the water ghosts. At this time, she was already 17 meters deep, but the feeling of being watched by Demon King Li was still there. The feeling of being stared at in the water was even more terrifying than being stared at on land. The physical and psychological feeling was different from being stared at on land. You could still run and find a place to hide immediately, but in the water, there was nowhere. There was nowhere to run or hide even if you wanted to. It was a physical and psychological challenge. The huge water pressure in the deep water pressed down on her limbs, making her feel even more tense. Yi Qian felt around until she found a reef. She grabbed the reef with both hands. The feeling of something solid in her palms eased her tense emotions. She didn't even see Li Jinyan's shadow in the water, but the feeling of being watched followed her like a shadow. Even when she was hiding behind the reef, she didn't relax. When frogmen fought underwater, they always fought for 2 people. If one of their comrades was in trouble, the other would be able to save them immediately. But now, there was only Yi Qian, and she was still a new recruit. Even though Li Jinyan saw her, he didn't immediately swim over. He was worried that Yi Qian would notice that he was panicking. His subconscious reaction was to quickly dive to the surface. This was the most taboo in deep diving. It was an extremely dangerous move. Frogmen would inhale air with the same pressure as the environment in the water through their cylinders. If a frogman suddenly surfaced, the air pressure in their bodies would be greater than the air pressure outside their bodies. Then, large amounts of air bubbles would accumulate in their blood, causing life-threatening decompression sickness. Yi Qian was about 19 meters deep in the water. If she rushed to the surface because of Li Jinyan's appearance, it was very likely that she would die. After completing the training alone, even the experienced Li Jinyan did not dare to be too reckless. After Yi Qian swam out of a certain range, Li Jinyan swam towards the inflatable boat that the Great Mermaid was on. The fact that Yi Qian was able to escape from him so quickly and immediately find an underwater cover meant that he had already explored this area and memorized the position of the people in the water. His reaction is fast, and his foundation is solid. Although he is bold, he is disciplined. The naval commander, who had been sitting in front of the surveillance screen all this time, once again commented on Yi Qian's underwater performance. Also, she was able to dodge Li Jinyan's attacks so quickly. Old Yang, if you hand her over to our team for another 2 years, I'll give you an excellent underwater frogman. There were a total of 7 people in the surveillance room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Qian and Li Jinyan's figures. Even though 3 hours had passed, no one felt bored or wanted to leave the surveillance room. Major General Yang of the army had specially come over to watch Yi Qian's training. He was willing to stay for another 3 hours. Seeing Yi Qian's quick reaction to avoid approaching danger, the Major General, who had watched countless drills and participated in countless actual combat exercises, let out a sigh of relief. We have high expectations for her. We hope that she can immediately join the army to carry out missions after entering the military academy. The Major General's serious voice was low and restrained, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Our country's special forces still need to be improved. We urgently need a comprehensive talent like Yi Qian to join us. Chapter 1294. For the time being, you're only building an amphibious underwater frogman unit. Old Dong, the task on my shoulders isn't any lighter than yours. With just one sentence, the Navy commander seemed to have guessed something. Surprise flashed across his face, and a hint of seriousness appeared. Amphibious unit? I see. I understand now. No wonder they had to send Yi Qian over. It turned out that her future in the military had already been determined. You see further than I do. She has already been training for 5 years, plus 4 years of military school. A soldier with 9 years of special training under your command, and she's still so young. Old Yang, you really have great foresight. You make me feel ashamed of myself. There were only 4 people in the surveillance room. One of them was a lieutenant of operations, and the other was a great mermaid. The Navy commander's words would not be leaked, and this kind of conversation would not cause any leaks. Li Jinyan seemed to have sensed that his prey had swam away. He slowly turned his back to the surveillance screen and faced it directly. His expression couldn't be seen clearly because he was wearing a breathing mask, but from the way he swung his slender legs, it was easy to tell that he was in a good mood. The undersea airflow blew past the breathing mask in front of him, and a few unknown fish swam leisurely with the airflow. Yi Qian, who was holding onto the reef with both hands, focused his gaze and swam in the opposite direction of the airflow. However, the inflatable boat was deeper in the water than the rubber boat. There was a group of reef islands nearby. If it were her, she would definitely hide the boat behind the reef islands. Since Li Jinyan had his eyes on her, the task of installing the magnetic mines could only be given to her partner, Big Eel. Under the guidance of the diving board's navigation system, after 20 minutes, Yi Qian and Big Eel met underwater. The two of them kept their heads facing up, and they communicated with hand signals at the water level about 50 centimeters below the surface. Yi Qian pointed above the water and crossed his hands. "Keep an eye on me. We'll exchange missions." "Okay." Big Eel nodded. It seemed that Demon King Li intended to fight with Yi Qian underwater, so he naturally had to cooperate. After the mission exchange, the two of them separated again. From the deep water level, Yi Qian slowly approached the boat when they were about 3 meters above the water level. It was the first time she was acting alone underwater. No matter how brave she was, she didn't dare to act as freely as she did on land. She remembered the key points of underwater activities and didn't make any mistakes. Not far away, Li Jinyan, who was defending, floated to the surface. A thin smile flashed across his cold eyes as he said to the great mermaid on the ship, "She's coming over. I'll fight her underwater first." Big Eel, Yi Qian, Big Eel didn't persuade Li Jinyan to give up, but she reminded him again. "Yi Qian, Eel, Big Eel's, Big Eel, Big Eel, Big Eel, Big Eel, Eel, Big Eel, is A's twos to Eel. Two of this eel, of T of them eel. Don't let anything happen." Li Jinyan understood even without Big Eel's reminder. He made an okay gesture, put on his breathing mask again, and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea to intercept Yi Qian. The entire training was centered around Yi Qian. Li Jinyan wanted to test Yi Qian's underwater combat skills. Big Eel wanted to see if she could successfully clear the boats that were preventing them from landing and seizing the beach. The Navy commander and Major General of the Army wanted to see the results of her more than a month of training to see if she met the standards. The murky water stirred, and danger suddenly arrived. Seeing the figure approaching silently like an electric eel, Yi Qian turned her body and swam 1 meter toward the surface. She lowered the water pressure first before facing Li Jinyan head-on. Chapter 1295. The murky water was so quiet that he could hear the sound of his flippers moving up and down. Listening to the sound of the water not far away, Yi Qian's first instinct was that Li Jinyan had already caught up to him. As he swam to the surface, Yi Qian pulled out his frogman dagger. The frogman dagger was a special weapon that was rust-resistant and magnetic-resistant. Even if it encountered the electromagnetic fuse of underwater explosives, it would not trigger an explosion. With the dagger in hand, Yi Qian used his body as bait and swam around the boat. Firstly, he wanted to buy time for Big Eel. Secondly, he wanted to attract all the underwater dangers to himself. Li Jinyan used a forced attack to force Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course at the base. There was seaweed and ropes hidden in the seaweed. If he was not careful, he would either be entangled by the seaweed or be caught by the ropes. Is the Devil King crazy? He's forcing Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course. Big Eel, who was swimming towards the boat, looked at the disappearing figure in the water. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Does he really want to spread the name of the Devil King throughout the 3 armies? All the water ghosts knew how difficult the underwater obstacle course was. There were old materials, fishing nets, ropes, and deliberately cultivated seaweed. These could easily get entangled with the frogmen's breathing apparatus and other equipment. Even veterans like them had to be extra careful when they entered. The big eel was worried for Yi Jian, and so was the big whale who was watching from the monitoring screen. It quietly glanced at the Navy commander's face from the corner of its eye. As soon as it glanced at the commander's face, the big whale was frightened by the coldness on the commander's face, and its heart skipped a beat. Oh no. The Navy commander seemed a little angry. How many water ghosts are there at the base now? The Navy commander's eyes were serious. Li Jinyan was too bold. He actually led Yi Qian into the underwater obstacle course that required at least 8 months of basic training to pass. Did he not want his own future anymore? If something happened, the army would lose a general, and so would the Navy. In the end, it would harm the country and waste the country's efforts. Big Whale immediately replied, "There are 11 water ghosts in my team at the base. There were also 16 combat frogmen and scout frogmen. A total of 27 soldiers. Send 4 combat frogmen over there to keep an eye on the situation. If anything happens, send reinforcements immediately." The Navy commander immediately issued the order. As the commander, he had the responsibility to protect the safety of all the soldiers. He also had the responsibility to prevent possible dangers in advance. The Great Merman immediately carried out his orders. He was also afraid of accidents. Although Major General Yang of the Lu Army did not know much about underwater warfare, when he saw Yi Qian's unhurried swimming posture, he vaguely felt that Yi Qian was deliberately swimming towards the danger zone ahead. Not for the time being. Let's observe first. He stopped the Great Mermaid from leaving. Yi Qian has never done anything rash. Just now, she used the diving board to navigate and swam east. Based on my understanding of her, she's swimming east with a purpose. In other words, they were not forced by Li Jinyan to the east-facing underwater obstacle. Major General Yang had known Yi Qian for 3 years. He usually paid attention to her training. In addition, Yi Qian had carried out several military missions, so Major General Yang was very reassured by her combat stability. Therefore, Major General Yang thought that she was doing it on purpose because she wasn't in a hurry. The Great Merman received the Navy commander's nod and returned. He said, "Although Yi Qian's training time was short, the water ghosts we left on the training reef island all took her through many training exercises. For example, we taught her how to use the life-saving knife to save herself through seaweed and fishing nets, but it was not as complicated as this." Chapter 1296. In other words, with Li Jinyan around, even though there was a certain amount of danger, it wouldn't be fatal. This was a form of trust. You could put your life in the hands of your comrade and trust your comrade. "Oldong, I'm not nervous." "Why are you nervous?" "Let's see how exciting this underwater fight is." Major General Yang was even more relieved after hearing this. He was even more certain that Yi Qian was doing this on purpose. This little girl had an adventurous spirit, but she was also steady. He believed that she wouldn't put herself in danger. After that, he laughed and said, don't worry. Let's watch." Even though Li Jinyan isn't my soldier, Xia Jinyuan, has mentioned him to me before. He's the best underwater specialist in the entire army. Even though the devil is cruel, he's also admirable. The Navy commander felt very comfortable when his soldier was praised. "I'm not worried about Li Jinyan. I was just worried that you wouldn't be. Since you're not worried, let's wait for the exciting underwater fight." The entire underwater training foundation was equipped with underwater detection probes used on submersible ships. The first lieutenant was familiar with the operation of the 3 rows of computers. Every part of the underwater obstacle section was clearly displayed on the screen. Yi Qian's figure was already close to the underwater obstacle section. When she made a movement to turn her head, Major General Yang was even more certain that she was swimming towards the dangerous area on her own accord and not being forced by Li Jinyan. It was just as Major General Yang had guessed. He knew that when they entered the enemy's defensive zone to fight, they would face a situation where the enemy had plenty of reinforcements while they had no reinforcements. Even though it was dangerous to enter the complicated sea region and it would bring inconvenience to their movements and reduce their speed, it would also provide them with natural obstacles and cover. Li Jinyan was the captain. How could a rookie like her face him directly? She had to hide quickly and then end the battle quickly. The dagger in her hand, which was the life-saving knife, was extremely useful at this time. This special dagger blade was 2 centimeters wide and 8 centimeters long. The back of the blade had sharp serrations. As long as it was used well, it could quickly cut through ropes, seaweed, and fishing nets on the seabed. This was one of the underwater survival skills that Yi Qian had learned at the beginning of the month. He applied what he had learned and used it creatively. He stepped on the water with his flippers. While pushing aside the seaweed with one hand, he swung his dagger with the other to cut off the long seaweed that might entangle his breathing equipment. Facing these visible and fatal dangers alone was not only a test of one's physical fitness, but also a test of one's courage and willpower. The simulated combat training had greatly improved Yi Qian's mental endurance, self-control, and courage to overcome difficulties under anaerobic conditions. Arranging such a training session was enough to show how much Li Jinyan expected of Yi Qian. He wanted to fully explore Yi Qian's potential and make her an excellent amphibious frogman. Li Jinyan scooped up a floating seaweed with one hand, and the handsome face under the mask held a trace of a smile. He thought that he was the one who forced her into the water hazard, but in reality, she was the one who lured him over. Good job, Yi Qian. This was the first time he participated in a simulated combat training, and he immediately knew how to use underwater obstacles to seize the opportunity. In such an environment, when frogmen and anti-frogmen met, it was very likely that both sides would be too close for them to draw their guns. At that time, the performance of underwater combat skills would greatly affect the outcome of the battle, so it was necessary to quickly attack and retreat as quickly as possible. Chapter 1297. Yi Qian. She wanted to lure him in, observe him in secret, and then finish the fight and retreat quickly. Visibility was low underwater, and the situation underwater was complicated. Yi Qian, who was holding onto a rope with one hand, looked around calmly, quietly waiting for Li Jinyan to approach. She silently counted to 8 in her heart. A black figure that looked like a swordfish swept past a clump of seaweed. It had begun. The underwater combat had begun. The people in front of the monitor held their breaths when they saw Yi Qian suddenly attack. The ripples in the water expanded, and Yi Qian used the dagger in her hand very flexibly, directly attacking Li Jinyan's air supply system. The air supply system was the focus of the frogmen's attack and defense in underwater combat. Once the air supply was cut, the frogmen would lose their oxygen supply, and the consequences would be obvious. Li Jinyan's eyes darkened. What a murderous female soldier. She used her killer move as soon as she started. Discover the enemy first, seize the opportunity to defeat the enemy, hit the enemy in one hit, and the battle quickly. These were all underwater combat tactics, and Yi Qian remembered them well and used them flexibly. Yi Qian, who had taken the initiative, knew very well that she didn't have the ability to fight Li Jinyan for too long. How could she beat Li Jinyan? First, she would help Big Eel install the magnetic mine, then use the complicated terrain to escape. Escape was Yi Qian's main tactic. Li Jinyan raised his hand and used his elbow to block Yi Qian's dagger attack. Yi Qian didn't resist his move at all, and immediately withdrew her right hand that was holding the dagger. Then an unbelievable scene happened. The dagger in her right hand was suddenly in her left hand, so fast that the Navy commander and the big whale couldn't react in time. Major General Yang knew Yi Qian's ability. She was twice as fast as others when she fired a gun. Switching between her right and left hand was a piece of cake for her. She hasn't shown this move before. The big whale sighed softly. Fast, too fast. Fortunately, the one facing her was Li Jinyan. He had to attack the air supply system twice in a row to avoid her. Major General Yang smiled reservedly and said, Yi Qian has a very special ability. She can pull the trigger first and then shoot. What? Hearing this for the first time, the Navy commander felt that it was a little unbelievable. Everyone knew that accurate shooting required precise aiming, and then quickly pulling the trigger. How could she do the opposite? It did not conform to common sense, nor did it conform to science. When Major General Yang heard it for the first time, he thought it was unbelievable, but it was the truth. When I heard that, I was just like you. I was so shocked that I thought it was impossible. But it's true. I've seen her shoot with my own eyes. She picked up the gun in 2 seconds. Her reaction speed is beyond ordinary. Major General Yang said proudly with a deep smile on his face. She's familiar with every type of gun. She told me that as long as I hold a gun in my hand, the blueprint of the entire gun will appear in my mind. The moment I raise the gun and shoot, the blueprint will come alive. I can even feel the movement of the bullet. The big whale sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too unbelievable. What a powerful special ability. In the water, Yi Qian attacked with all her strength. She focused on attacking Li Jinyan's mask, air supply, throat, and ears. Her moves were fast and ruthless. Although her skills were not as good as Li Jinyan's, she adhered to the strategy of making weapons before making people. She used everything she had learned to find opportunities to attack. At this time, Li Jinyan was completely faced with Yi Qian's strategy. He realized that the female soldier who dared to face him acted like a seasoned water ghost, not like a new recruit at all. Chapter 1298. To be able to reveal her murderous intent in such a unique underwater environment without a trace of fear, it was obvious that her mental fortitude was no worse than a veteran. He did not pull out his dagger. Every time Yi Qian attacked, he would quickly block. Moreover, he deliberately slowed down his movements so that Yi Qian could see clearly how he should defend himself when facing an attack. Yi Qian quickly realized his intentions, and his admiration for this young major grew. He and Xia Jinyuan were the same type of people. They were both willing to guide and give pointers to their comrades who fought side by side with them. They were not afraid that their opponents would become stronger and suppress them. It was precisely because they were the same type of people that Xia Jinyuan had such a high opinion of Li Jinyan. The dagger in his left hand cut horizontally with a barb, and a string of bubbles flew towards the shoulder vent valve on Li Jinyan's buoyancy control vest. Even though Li Jinyan was only defending, Yi Qian felt that it was a little difficult for her. With the mask covering her face, Yi Qian did not see Li Jinyan's satisfied smile at her every move. Even if it was just a slight twitch of his thin lips, it was like a sudden spring breeze that melted the ice on his face. When Li Jinyan didn't smile, he had the imposing aura of a towering iceberg that made people revere him. However, once his handsome face smiled, the spring breeze blew gently, and peach blossoms bloomed everywhere. Even his cold eyes seemed to be covered with 10 li of flower brocade, so handsome that it made people blush. "Are you thinking of running away?" Li Jinyan asked softly as he held Yi Qian's left hand. Unfortunately, the water and the mask blocked out their voices. Yi Qian could not hear him at all. In underwater combat, you either fight or die. There is no such thing as running away. Knowing that she could not hear what he said, Li Jinyan used his actions to tell Yi Qian that there was no other choice but to fight. Defense became offense, and the roles of the two sides changed. Underwater demons Li Jinyan directly suppressed Yi Qian and pressed him against the fishing net. At the same time, he extended his right hand and attacked Yi Qian's breathing tube. Seeing this, Yi Qian loosened her grip on the dagger in her left hand. Her right hand quickly reached out and snatched the dagger back into her own hand. Her movements were so fast that even Li Jinyan was extremely surprised. What a bold female soldier. He was already fighting her face to face, yet she still dared to let go of the dagger. Wasn't she afraid that the dagger would fall into his hands? Yi Qian had already made up his mind before he let go. After exchanging blows with Li Jinyan a few times, he had a better idea of what to do. He would only let go when he still had enough stamina. Trapped in the fishing net, Yi Qian forcefully swung her legs to raise her body slightly above the water's surface. As she blocked Li Jinyan with one hand, her sharp blade cut open the fishing net behind her as she floated to the surface. With a sidestep, she successfully broke through the fishing net and escaped Li Jinyan's fierce attack. In the water, the broken fishing net swayed gently. Yi Qian, who had escaped, did not leave. Instead, she took the initiative to attack. There was a certain degree of difficulty in moving backward, forward, and sideways. Since they were already facing each other, Yi Qian did not hesitate to choose a frontal attack. Even if her movements were limited, she had to fight to the end. Yi Qian lasted for 5 minutes. The great whale stared closely at Yi Qian's defensive moves. Even if she was forced into the fishing net, the great whale was still excited. Demon King Li's moves were all sure-kill moves, but Yi Qian was able to block them. The truth would be revealed underwater. The Navy commander nodded lightly. The admiration in his eyes deepened. To be able to last more than 5 minutes against Li Jinyan, Old Yang, you can continue to send her for training next time. Chapter 1299. I'll take your words to heart. Major General Yang laughed. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian's every counterattack. His expression was slightly serious. De Whale kept a close eye on the time while also keeping an eye on Yi Qian's defensive moves. Seeing that she didn't use any tricks and was only defending from a practical angle, De Whale heaved a sigh of relief. Every move was very practical. Whenever she found an opportunity to attack, she would immediately attack the key points without any hesitation. This female soldier was capable of great things. The obstruction of the water severely affected Yi Qian's speed. Facing Li Jinyan's attacks, Yi Qian used simple and practical moves to attack. She could only attack while defending. Li Jinyan experienced Yi Qian's speed. His eyes darkened as he no longer slowed down his attack speed. Instead, he attacked at the speed he had been training. Facing the attack of the underwater Demon King, Yi Qian's reaction was at its highest level. She even used her underwater web swimsuit to protect her mask, breathing tube, and other important parts. The two figures were entangled underwater. Strings of bubbles kept floating to the surface. Yi Qian hugged Li Jinyan's upper body tightly from the front. She trapped his hands and used her mouth to bite down on his mask's breathing tube. Fight. Fight. She could only fight. She had already used the surprise attack move. She had also used the preemptive strike move. She had also used anti-reconnaissance, using the underwater terrain and underwater obstacles to hide her whereabouts. She had used all the moves she could think of, but they were all countered by him. Since she couldn't win and had no hope of escaping, she could only fight. The two of them were glued together. Li Jinyan, who had been shaken by the strength of Yi Qian's arms, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hugged his upper body. Her legs were still wrapped around his right leg. She was like a koala bear clinging to him. Yi Qian knew that she couldn't escape, nor could she win against Li Jinyan. She might as well take him down with her. At the end of the day, it was because his professional skills were not up to standard. He had not grasped the essentials of underwater combat, which was why he was suppressed by Demon King Li with every move he made. Li Jinyan, who had one leg entangled, made an ending gesture, indicating that the fight was over. Yi Qian's breathing tube was pulled out by Li Jin, and dense bubbles immediately appeared in the water. Without oxygen, Yi Qian's face immediately turned red. The next second, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her shoulders, and the backup breathing tube was put back into the mask. The oxygen that could sustain life was once again returned to the mask. Go up. Li Jinyan made a hand gesture. Without being entangled, he swam up and down with his fins and took the lead to swim to the surface of the water. In front of the monitor screen, Big Whale was laughing so hard that his shoulders were twitching. Because his commander and the major general of the army were there, he could only force himself to hold back his laughter. At that moment, tears were welling up in his eyes. That bear hug from Yi Qian, he dared to say that Demon King Li was stunned for 3 seconds. His upper body was being hugged by her, and one of his legs was even entangled with hers. This must be the first time the single major had such intimate contact with a woman in his life. I wonder if his face is red? Haha, it's probably a little red. The major general of the army was also laughing. This little Yi, in the end, she definitely wanted to take Li Jinyan down with her. She couldn't win, and she couldn't escape, so she hugged Li Jinyan with the determination to fight to the death. What kind of move was this? Did she break the rules? The major general of the army didn't care about winning or losing. What he cared about was the rules that should be followed during training. Chapter 1300. The smile on the Navy commander's face deepened. He was also amused by Yi Qian's last bear hug. It's not against the rules, but it's not advisable. We don't recommend that frogmen perish together. As long as they can hold on, there's still a chance to counterattack, but they must fight with the determination to win. Frogmen rely on quick judgment, quick reaction, and quick action tactics. Yi Qian did all of that at the beginning. Later, when Li Jinyan counterattacked, he was able to escape from the fishing net despite the disparity in strength. More than a month of training has yielded results. The Army Major General's expression was a little serious. Perishing together was indeed not suitable for modern warfare, especially for a talent like Yi Qian. If he were to be sacrificed, it would be a great loss to the country. Don't bluff. Yi Qian was able to hold on for 12 minutes against Li Jinyan. That's already quite impressive. Also, this time, we're mainly testing her underwater combat results over the past month, not her overall results. The requirements can't be too high. True underwater combat is not a two-person underwater combat where the outcome is decided. Now, in the early stages of tracking frogmen, we use underwater sonar and sensors to determine the enemy's general location and direction of advance. Before the enemy enters the water, we wait for the enemy from behind or from the side. Once the enemy enters our attack range, we use underwater firearms to finish them off. Rarely do we engage in face-to-face combat. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan rushed out of the water one after the other. The Navy commander made a please gesture and left the monitoring room with the Army Major General. As the Navy commander, he was very satisfied with Yi Qian's results. She has too little time to train. A little more than a month for us frogmen is like a kindergartner who just entered school. Although she has some foundation, she's still far from being qualified. The Navy commander, who was speaking as he walked, stopped smiling. His voice was full of dignity and a hint of coldness. He said in a low voice, "Since World War II, frogmen have become a special force that the armies of various countries have attached great importance to. Our country started late, but we've invested a lot of financial and material resources into the development and training of frogmen. With the informatization of warfare, anti-frogmen operations have advanced weapons, and the probability of underwater combat is not very high. Even so, in order to improve the frogmen's survivability and anti-frogman combatability, underwater combat training is essential." Yi Qian is already not bad. She has grasped the essentials of underwater combat techniques, but she still needs to be skilled in battle tactics. You can leave her with me during the winter break this year. She'll definitely improve even more when she comes back. Major General Yang nodded slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you think she can participate in the competition with the American Special Forces next year? By sending her to your unit for training, we did consider arranging for her to participate in the American team competition next year." He even arranged for her to go abroad to participate in such an important competition? The Navy commander couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "We do have such plans. So, even if you didn't mention sending her over for training during the winter break, I would have discussed it with you." It was noon, and the sun was so hot that it burned his skin. As the Major General walked in the sun, the golden epaulets on his shoulders shone with a cold golden light, showing the majesty of a Major General. This year's winter break and next year's summer break will be 2 months. The competition in September will take about half a year to train her. The Navy commander didn't have any objections. He had no right to interfere with the Army's arrangements. "I can cooperate with the Army's arrangements. I can let Yi Qian return to the unit for training at any time. However, her training will be interrupted. Once she starts, the hard work she will have to put in is likely to be several times that of the other frogmen." Chapter 1301. At this point, the Navy commander recalled Yi Qian's training report and chuckled. No matter how tough or difficult it is, Yi Qian will definitely be able to persevere. "I can do it here. You can make the arrangements. If there's anything you need us to do." The seawater lapped against the shore, sweeping up starfish and hermit crabs. The two high-ranking officers talked as they walked further and further away from the monitoring room. The whale, who did not follow them, saw the two officers walking towards the beach and returned to the monitoring room. Connect to the communication on boat 0101. He did not see the situation on the Great Mermaid's side just now, so he signaled the first lieutenant to connect him. He wanted to call the big eel directly and ask if he had completed the mission. The big eel had already installed the magnetic mine on the boat, which meant that the mission of the simulated combat training had been completed. However, Yi Qian had sacrificed himself. The Great Mermaid pulled the big eel onto the boat and answered with a smile. "It's done. What's the situation with Yi Qian and the Demon King? I parked the boat behind the reef. They can't see where they are." Yi Qian and the Demon King fought for 12 minutes. In the end, Yi Qian hugged the Demon King's upper body with both hands and wrapped his legs around the Demon King's left leg. In the end, Yi Qian lost and the Demon King won. The Great Mermaid said in a low voice. The laughter that he had suppressed with great difficulty surged up again. The handheld communication microphone was silent for a few seconds. Then, the Great Mermaid's doubtful voice came through. She asked uncertainly, "I remember that the Demon King did not have any physical contact with the female soldier. No, who would dare? Only Yi Qian dared. I was stunned at that time. My eyes were fixed on the scene for a few seconds. The Demon King himself definitely did not expect Yi Qian to make such a move. Not only did he hug the Demon King, he even wrapped his legs around one of the Demon King's legs. I tried to hold back my laughter until tears came out." The Great Mermaid coughed and said to her comrade, the big eel, who had taken off his breathing mask. The Great Mermaid said that Yi Qian hugged the Demon King's upper body under the sea and wrapped his legs around the Demon King's left leg. "Do you think we should consider letting Yi Qian take some responsibility?" "Yes, of course. The Demon King's innocence is gone." Gasping for breath, Big Eel slapped his thigh, and at the same time, his voice was full of vigor as he said, "You must tell Yi Qian about this. The Demon King's innocence is gone. This is the first time I met a female soldier who dared to hug the Demon King. She even hugged him. Amazing." The Great Mermaid nodded solemnly. "You're right. The Demon King's innocence is gone. I see that Yi Qian is also a very responsible female soldier. Talk to her and she should be able to take responsibility. What do you think?" "That's right. A man and a woman, they're quite compatible." "Big Eel, what are you trying to say? If a man and a woman aren't compatible, do you think a man and a man are compatible?" Li Jinyan, whose innocence had been exposed by his comrade, floated to the surface of the water. He took off his breathing mask and looked at Yi Qian expressionlessly with his cold eyes. Yi Qian, who had taken off his breathing mask, saw his expression and his gaze, which was as bright as an unsheathed sword. Her heart immediately sank. She could guess what he was going to say. His gaze inadvertently swept over Yi Qian's fingers, which had turned white from being soaked in the water. He originally wanted to criticize her severely, but he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Just then, the inflatable boat hidden behind the reef came out with a white flag. Li Jinyan, who had furrowed his brows without leaving a trace, pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Get on the boat first." The atmosphere was a little heavy. Yi Qian, who realized that she had made a mistake, gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that was stained with the smell of seawater. She nodded slightly, turned around, and swam towards the boat. Chapter 1302. Yi Qian, who was basically dead, couldn't carry out the next beach diving training, and Li Jinyan had more important things to warn Yi Qian. The two of them remained silent throughout the whole process and swam to the docked inflatable boat. Even when they got on the boat, Li Jinyan's low pressure didn't dissipate. The afternoon sun shone so brightly that it felt like they were in a steamer while wearing a rubber diving suit. The humidity from the sea hadn't dissipated when they climbed onto the boat, and sweat slowly flowed down their foreheads. The big shark gently patted Li Jinyan's shoulder and reminded him in a low voice, "Don't be so serious." The big whale said that her performance in the water wasn't bad. "Don't be too strict with her. After all, she's only been training with us for less than 2 months." She cleared the landing obstacles, confirmed the location of the marked mines, and completed the installation of the magnetic mines. "In the end, you have to train her yourself. How can she bypass you and complete the final beach landing when there's such a big difference in strength? Jin Yen, you can be strict with her, but you can't be too harsh. He was afraid that his team members would be intimidated and directly criticize Yi Qian as if he was criticizing his comrades in the team. This would make the shy female soldier feel embarrassed. Yi Qian was still boarding the boat on the other side, and the big eel happened to bend down to pull her up. It didn't notice the interaction between the big shark and Li Jinyan. When boarding the boat with diving equipment, they needed to help each other. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get up in a short time. Thank you. Yi Qian at the stern smiled and thanked the big eel. Her clear voice floated to the big shark's ears like the sound of a zither. He then said earnestly to Li Jinyan, who was wiping his breathing mask, "Later, no matter what, you have to be tactful about it, okay? No matter how outstanding Yi Qian is, she's still a female soldier, not a bunch of rough men like us." After saying that, the big shark sighed softly and said with a puzzled face, "That's not right. What did she do wrong? Why did you pull a long face when you got on the boat? I didn't even ask what she did wrong. It's been 3 minutes since I boarded the ship. You didn't even give me a second to speak." Li Jinyan, who had wiped his breathing mask clean, raised his eyebrows slightly. Under the sunlight, his three-dimensional facial features were like that of a god. The indifference in his eyes was unbreakable and filled with a fearful gaze. "Now, can I speak?" The Great Mermaid took a deep breath. "Then why do you look so strange? I'm a little embarrassed, is that okay?" Li Jinyan replied indifferently. His handsome face maintained an indifference that seemed uninterested in anything. No matter how one looked at him, they couldn't see where he was embarrassed. Hearing such an answer, the Great Mermaid choked and coughed several times. It had thought of many things, but it had never thought that, so this was the reason. In the next second, Li Jinyan said indifferently, "She did make a mistake. Mutual destruction? When did we ever teach her underwater combat? If she escaped from the fishing net, she would have had the time to pull out the underwater pistol and aim it at him, but she didn't. Faced with his approach, she had no choice but to choose the stupidest way." He was indeed a little embarrassed to be hugged by her, but more than that, he was angry that she didn't seize the opportunity to directly subdue him and chose the stupidest way in the end. "Say it all at once so that I won't feel so uneasy." The Great Mermaid turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was tidying up his diving equipment. She couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "You didn't lose anything by being hugged. Don't look so cold as if you've lost your innocence. If you really feel that you've lost your innocence, why don't you discuss it with Yi Qian? Let her take responsibility?" Chapter 1303. In the end, it became a joke. 19 years old is a little young, but you're only 6 years older than her. It's not easy to find a female soldier in our team. You should really consider it. Faced with his comrades' teasing and undetectable seriousness, Li Jinyan cast a cold gaze. Without needing to say anything, the big mermaid shut up. The Devil King didn't like this kind of topic. Fine, he wouldn't say it if he didn't like it. But what if he didn't like this topic? Or did he not like Yi Qian? Did he not like Yi Qian? That was impossible. So far, Yi Qian was the most outstanding, and also the most beautiful female soldier they had ever seen. Look, more than a month of training didn't turn her skin into charcoal. It just turned red and peeled off, but it was still a little red, the red of sunburn. She then looks at Li Jinyan, who is standing next to her. He is tall and slender. Although he is a bit cold, his face is so handsome that every time there is a naval meeting, the female soldiers in charge of communications have to secretly make eyes at him. At least he can be a little bit more attractive. She slightly ignores his coldness that doesn't allow people to get close to him. Standing next to Yi Jian, no matter how she looks at it, she feels that they are a perfect match. Li Jinyan didn't take the big mermaid's words to heart. His gaze was so cold that it made Yi Qian feel pressured. When frogmen carry out their missions, they have to pass through various obstacles and pipes. They also have to avoid detection by various detection devices. You already have a certain foundation. Although your overall reaction is not bad, it still needs to be improved. There was no criticism at the beginning, there was even a hint of praise. Yi Qian's expression became even more tense. He felt that the Devil King's horror was still to come. When fighting underwater, unfamiliar waters and complicated water channels will bring you inconvenience, and at the same time, it will add to the psychological pressure. Yi Qian, what is the biggest difference between frogmen and land forces? Do you need me to repeat it? As his voice became colder, Yi Qian knew the main point was coming. Yi Qian straightened his back and puffed out his chest. He replied seriously, "Sir, there's no need to repeat it. Since you know, why did you make such a low-level mistake underwater? Perishing together? Did I teach you during daily training?" Li Jinyan was a very calm man. With his cold personality, even if he encountered a big problem, he rarely got emotional. It was the same when he faced with Yi Qian. He was a little angry at that time, but now he had calmed down. From his cold voice, he could tell that although he criticized Yi Qian, he wasn't emotional. Yi Qian, Yi said. Yi Qian, 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 Qian's Qie, Qian, Qie, Qian, 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 Qian. Underwater firearms have the advantage of high speed and high lethality. When fired at close range, it will be difficult for the enemy to effectively dodge even if they have supernatural powers. Yi Jian, as long as we have the opportunity to draw our guns and fire, the firearms will be our priority, and the lifesaver will be our second priority. He didn't criticize Yi Qian. Instead, he pointed out his mistakes one by one so that Yi Qian would understand where he had made a mistake. The big eel and the big mermaid had already arrived at the front of the boat, leaving Li Jinyan some space so that Yi Qian wouldn't feel awkward. It took 2 hours for the basic training on the water to reach the port. Li Jinyan didn't criticize Yi Qian for too long. He knew that the female soldier was very perceptive. He pointed out her mistakes in a timely manner so that he didn't have to worry too much about her correcting them. Chapter 1304. Major General Yang of the Lu Army was already waiting at the harbor. When he saw Yi Qian, he walked up to him. "Major General." Yi Qian jumped off the boat and immediately saluted him. "Not bad, although you're a little tanned." Major General Yang smiled as he looked at Yi Jian, who would become a member of the Shuiyu Brigade's special forces in the future. A deep smile appeared in his eyes as he returned Li Jinyan's military salute. He lowered his arm and smiled at the young major who was famous for his harsh training. "Thank you for your hard work, Major Li." Li Jinyan, who was neither humble nor arrogant, replied calmly to the Major General of the army, "This is my duty, and also my responsibility. I can see the sacred qualities of a modern soldier in you, Major Li. You are worthy of being a role model for our army." Major General Yang really admired the major in front of him. He had once tried to arrange for him to join the Snowfield Brigade with Xia Jinyuan, so that he could train the Snowfield Brigade into an excellent, world-class Special Forces unit. Later, after much research, the military decided that the Navy needed to form an underwater commando team, so Li Jinyan joined the Navy and Xia Jinyuan joined the Army. Now, both of them were shining brightly in their respective units. Even if Li Jinyan didn't join the Army, Major General Yang still cherished his talent. After chatting with him for a while, he finally spoke to Yi Qian. Major General Yang smiled as he looked at the back of Yi Qian. He almost became a member of the army like Xia Jinyuan. Major General Yang turned his head and saw Yi Qian's skin peeling from the sun. The back of his neck was red. He paused for a moment and sighed. "Has it been hard for the past month?" "Even harder than the army training." Yi Qian probably didn't just peel off a layer of skin. He would get sunburned again and then get sunburned again and again. "It's mainly because I'm not familiar with it. Everything starts from scratch, so it's a bit harder than the army training." Yi Qian did not exaggerate and answered honestly, "Fortunately, I passed the first day physically and mentally. Otherwise, with Captain Li's strictness, I would have been sent back." Major General Yang laughed. "Xia Jinyuan and I didn't expect that you would be sent back by him when we sent you here. We believe that you will pass both physically and mentally. Fortunately, I didn't slack off during my training. If I were to be sent back, it would be too embarrassing." Yi Qian joked with herself. Although her body was tired, her spirit was tempered. From her bright eyes, one could see that she was full of vigor. While the Major General laughed, she said slowly, "After a week of intense training, I feel that Captain Lee is satisfied with me, so I'm relieved." Hard work was definitely there. How could one become an outstanding soldier without hard work? Major General Yang was very satisfied with Yi Jian's determination to not admit defeat, to not be afraid of tiring or suffering. "We've postponed your registration at the military academy to September 2nd. You can skip the military training that has already started. I will ask Xia Jinyuan to pick you up. Go home and get your acceptance letter. You can complete your registration on September 2nd. All new students in the National University of Science and Technology had to undergo military training. They went through the registration process about 2 weeks earlier than other universities and completed their first military training. They called it experiencing military school life. For other new students, it was a chance to experience military school life. For Yi Qian, it was a small matter. She would gain more if she stayed with the Navy for half a month. Chapter 1305. Knowing that Xia Jinyuan would come to pick her up, Yi Qian, who had sent Major General Yang away, was looking forward to it for the first time. She wanted that day to come sooner and see Xia Jinyuan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. During the 3-day holiday, Yi Qian completed the last of the beach diving training. On the evening of the 3rd day, she left the port on a patrol boat and headed to another sea area to complete the last 10 days of combat diving training. The last 10 days of training brought Yi Qian back to the days when she first joined the team. She didn't have more than 5 hours of rest every day before she had to start the special operations training. The end of August at the port was finally not as hot as it was from July to mid-August. Although the sun was still bright, the heat seemed to have decreased a lot. Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing an army training uniform, was accompanied by Desha. They chatted as they walked towards the sea helicopter base. He, who was sent to pick up Yi Qian, arrived at the port on August 28 at 10 a.m. sharp and took a flight to Hongkou City in the southern province at 2 p.m. Time was a little tight. The flight arrived in Hongkou City in the afternoon and they had to take a car back to Shuku Village in the afternoon. They would rest for 2 days on August 29th and 30th, then rush to the National University of Science and Technology on August 31st and report before September 2nd. Xia Jinyuan had trained with Xia Jinyuan for more than half a year, so he didn't need to be polite when talking with Xia Jinyuan. He said casually, "It's a pity that the time is a little short. The training plan for our Special Operations Combat Crew is 10 weeks, but Yi Jian only has 2 weeks. She has to complete a high-altitude parachuting course, an obstacle blasting course, and a long-range operations safety course. The 3 courses only have 4 days of training. In Demon King Li's words, it's fast-paced training. Let her remember it first, and then she'll have more in-depth training when she comes back from the winter break." Xia Jinyuan, whose steps were light, was about to see the girl he loved very soon. His thin lips held a faint smile, and his delicate eyes were gentle. "Although it's fast-paced training, I believe that with Yi Qian's ability to accept it, she won't let your efforts go to waste." Little Fox was smart. She would definitely have the results of 8 days of training in 4 days. He was indeed one of them. He trusted Yi Qian so much that even if he didn't see her training, he didn't doubt her at all. This kind of trust wasn't formed in a day or two. It was formed when they had been together day and night, and even fought side by side. Up until now, although Yi Qian had trained with the Storm Commandos for almost 2 months, she hadn't built an unbreakable trust with them. That's true. In the words of our commander, Yi Jian is like a sponge. She seems to be in a saturated state, but in the blink of an eye, she can absorb new knowledge. His ability to act and execute is outstanding. Although they did not establish an unbreakable trust, the Big Mermaid's admiration for Yi Jian was not just a day or two. The more time they spent together, the more she could feel the power hidden in Yi Jian. Thinking that she was going to leave in the afternoon, the Big Mermaid, who was reluctant to part with her, suddenly said, "We are all reluctant to let Yi Jian leave. We are considering whether we should coax Demon King Li to pursue Yi Jian." After saying that, he laughed out loud. "Major Xia, isn't it a bit unkind of me to say this now?" "A little unkind?" Xia Jinyuan looked at the laughing water ghost and said with a faint smile, "You want to poach Yi Qian in front of me?" Desha, You're not being a little unkind, are you? Actually, what Xia Jinyuan wanted to say the most was, how dare you steal my girlfriend? You must be itching for a beating. Chapter 1306. He was trying to steal his girlfriend right in front of him and was even accused of trying to steal her. As a normal man, it would be strange if he could hold himself back. However, as a soldier, Major Xia was much more tolerant than a normal man. Before the enemy was clear, even if he was laughing coldly in his heart, that elegant and handsome face of his remained indifferent. Even his smile maintained the innate nobility of the Xia family, not revealing the slightest bit of emotion. Your team doesn't recruit female soldiers. No matter how outstanding Yi Qian is, she can only watch. Major Xia sighed, as if he really felt sorry for the water ghosts of the storm commandos. What a pity! If she stays, I dare say that she will not be worse than Demon King Li. They wanted to bring the little fox and Demon King Li together. This group of water ghosts harbored ulterior motives and wanted to make a move. He wanted to compete with them to see which water ghost had thicker skin and needed to be taught a lesson. The water ghosts were not afraid of getting together, but they needed to find out Demon King Li's attitude. The big shark did not sense anything wrong with Xia Jinyuan, nor did she hear that Xia Jinyuan was baiting the enemy step by step. She wanted to know what was going on, especially Li Jinyan's attitude. There's no choice. The frogman units of the Lindong, Linchuan, and Nanguang military regions can recruit female soldiers. If these three military regions know that Yi Qian graduated from the military academy, Major Xia, I'll remind your team in advance. There's a 90% chance that they will try to steal her from you. The big shark sighed, lamenting that they could not keep Yi Qian. We want to steal her, but the policies and regulations are there. Even if we want to steal her, we can only think about it. It's impossible. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. It was because he knew that the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos did not recruit female soldiers that he and Major General Lu sent Little Fox over. There was no choice. They had to be on guard. Little Fox was a female soldier, but she was far better than a male soldier. In addition, she had more than 5 years of Special Forces training and had some experience in land battles. In addition, she was excellent in all aspects. As a major general, he had to be on guard. As a boyfriend, he was naturally happy that his girlfriend was so outstanding. But there were also times when he was worried. He didn't feel good about being poached. Xia Jinyuan had absolute faith in Yi Qian. He had known her for 5 years and had pursued her for 4 years before finally succeeding. The strong-willed little fox wasn't a fickle person. As she trained with Li Jinyan, she wasn't worried that her girlfriend would leave with someone else. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, was already mentally prepared for the fact that someone was trying to steal his girlfriend. Little Fox was outstanding, and there was no shortage of outstanding men in the military. It was only natural that they would take a fancy to an outstanding little fox. Otherwise, why would he try his best to clear his name in advance and become her boyfriend before she entered the military academy? He was already mentally prepared for this, but he didn't expect that someone would be so impatient to try to steal him from the corner. Major Xia gritted his teeth a little too hard. He continued to lure the enemy without batting an eyelid and slowly smiled. This is a good rule. If there wasn't such a rule, I would have to consider whether to send Yi Qian to your unit. That one sentence made the big merman want to vomit blood. His sharp eyes, which were contrasted by his dark skin, glared at Major Xia, who was as elegant and dignified as a civilian in the military. The big merman thumped his chest a few times. Major Xia, you're purposely trying to piss us off. So you've been guarding against us since the beginning. You didn't even send him to the other military districts and chose our Storm Brigade. Major Xia, you're too cunning. Chapter 1307. Why would I do that on purpose? I'm just telling you the truth. Xia Jinyuan put on a lecturing hat, looking elegant and noble. I can't possibly do all the work for them. I still have to be careful. Luckily, your team has a rule against recruiting female soldiers. Otherwise, I might not be able to successfully bring Yi Qian back to the army. Also, you guys are quite unkind. Not only do you want her to stay, you even want Demon King Li to give himself to you. Taking advantage of the situation, Major Xia said earnestly, "Great Mermaid, treating people with your looks is not a long-term solution." Great Mermaid took a deep breath, then took another deep breath. She forced a smile and replied warmly, "Major Xia, please don't misunderstand. We were just joking in private. It has nothing to do with Captain Li. He doesn't even know what we're thinking. Treating people with sex is not a long-term solution? Major Xia, you're vicious. If Demon King Li found out that you wanted him to sacrifice himself, wouldn't he train himself to death?" The smile on Major Xia's face deepened as he nodded. Then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he laughed. "You guys? Li Jinyan hasn't said anything, yet you guys dare to speak nonsense. You're quite bold. Unmarried man and unmarried woman. Captain Li is not bad, and Yi Qian is not bad. If they really become a couple, don't you think it'll be a good story?" Great Mermaid had no idea that she had just escaped from Demon King Li and was now being targeted by Xia Jinyuan. She fearlessly expressed her true thoughts. "You don't know how compatible they are when they get together. Yi Qian is so outstanding. There aren't many men who are good enough for her. Our Captain Li is one of them." As the vice captain and ideological counselor, Great Mermaid always felt that she had the obligation to solve Demon King Li's marriage. He was already a 26-year-old man. In 4 years' time, he would be 30. How could he not have a partner? Xia Jinyuan secretly clenched his fists and raised his hand to look at the time. It was still early. He then raised his eyes and pointed at the beach in front of him. He said politely, "It's still early. Why don't we go to the beach and learn from each other? Let's see if you've improved compared to back then. Back then, the few of you fought with me and Li Jinyan. You lost so much that you roared angrily at the sea in the middle of the night. You threatened that one day you would avenge your humiliation. Since it's still early, let's fight. Sparring until you can't even speak." As a Special Forces soldier and the Q King of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan was extremely good at hiding his emotions. Even De Xia, the instructor of the Storm Commandos, couldn't see through his expression. Every sentence was said calmly and tirelessly. The Great Mermaid did not realize that she had unknowingly offended Xia Jinyuan. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed in his training uniform, and laughed. "Major Xia, you seem to have come prepared. You didn't even wear your regular uniform to visit our unit. You came in your training uniform. I came out in a hurry and didn't change. Now it's convenient. That's good. Let's go, Major Xia." The sparring started at 10:10 a.m. and ended at 10:25 a.m. The side of Great Mermaid's face was pressed against the sand. His hands were clasped behind his back. He felt that his facial features were about to be squashed and his eyeballs were about to pop out. Xia Jinyuan sat directly on Great Mermaid's waist. His long arms locked Great Mermaid's arms and pulled him up. At the same time, he pressed his elbows on the back of Great Mermaid's neck so that he couldn't move. With a slight smile and the sea breeze, he said, "You've improved a little. It used to take 10 minutes. Now it's 15 minutes. Chapter 1308. With sand in his mouth, the Great Merman grunted twice, signaling for the other party to let go of his hand so that he could speak. Ruthless, too ruthless. He had been stomped twice on the chest and punched in the mouth. Blood was flowing out, and now he was being held down. Was he out of his mind? He agreed to spar with Xia Jinyuan, who was on par with Demon King Li. They were clearly talking about Yi Qian and Demon King Li. How did it end up with him sparring with Xia Jinyuan? Of course, Xia Jinyuan wouldn't tell him why he let go during the sparring. He pulled the Great Merman up and said guiltily, "I didn't control my strength. I'm sorry, brother." The Great Merman, whose mouth was red and swollen, gently touched his wound. He waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "I admit defeat. However, Major Xia, you were a little ruthless. Why do I feel like you deliberately hit my mouth? Is it painful? Let me take a look." Xia Jinyuan's expression was serious. He hurried over to show his concern for his comrade. It was a little intentional, but in the end he really wanted to spar. The Great Merman, who didn't see through Xia Jinyuan's cunning nature, felt that he was overthinking. He added, "You hit my face the moment you came up. Major Xia, I'm not as good-looking as you. If you ruin my face and I can't get a wife, you'll have to take responsibility. He was able to be doted on by his father since he was young. Other than his sweet mouth, his IQ and EQ were both extremely high. He had been fighting with others since he was young. He knew that he was in the wrong first, but in the end he could still portray himself as the victim, making his father and mother feel sorry for him. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't dare to go against his son, for fear that he would be tricked. Major Xia, who had loosened his bones, felt much better. He replied seriously, Of course. When the time comes, I'll bring over a communication company of female soldiers from the army. You guys can pair up yourselves." As he spoke, his expression gradually became more serious, and even the deep smile in his voice became much colder. "Great Mermaid, we're going to complete a competition with a certain American Special Forces next year. You guys need to hurry up on the ground battle. Did Demon King Li come up with any detailed training plans? We don't have much time, so we need to make the best use of our tactics and skills." The situation of the enemy had been investigated clearly, and it had nothing to do with Li Jinyan. It was purely his comrades who were worrying for nothing. Now that the competition was over, he felt much better. It was time to change the topic and put the Big Mermaid's attention back to the business at hand. Being a fox, Major Xia was an all-round soldier king. He was not someone to be trifled with. Since the sparring session was over, there was no need to mention it again, in case the Big Mermaid realized that his motive for sparring was not pure. As soon as the topic changed, the Big Mermaid naturally followed suit. The corners of its mouth twitched a little, but other than the slight pain, there wasn't much of a problem. Dusting off the fine sand on his body, he began to discuss with Xia Jinyuan, "I have a plan. First, we will finish the competition, then focus on attacking the weak points. Major Xia, your special forces are a little mysterious. Even the Demon King doesn't know how deep your background is. When the competition is over, both of our teams will have to bring out their best skills. We'll combine the strengths of each team and eliminate our weaknesses. Only then will we have a better chance of winning when we go overseas in the future." Xia Jinyuan was no longer sentimental. With a sharp look on his handsome face, he nodded and said, "My plan is the same as the Demon King's. First, we'll compete with you guys and find out our own problems. Then, we'll combine the strengths of the American Special Forces and formulate a targeted training plan." Chapter 1309. A second ago, they were still fighting with their fists, and the next second, they were standing side by side, planning and discussing next year's match with the U.S. From the beach back to the cement road leading to the port, the conversation between the two was serious and profound, and from time to time, a few professional combat terms would pop up. Xia Jinyuan's slightly restrained voice contained the hidden coldness of a sword. He looked ahead and said slowly, "In May this year, we will start to learn 30 types of advanced individual training courses. Currently, our team is nearing the end of the sea-level escape course. We will be able to complete 30 types of advanced individual training courses before the National Day celebration. After training for so long, I also want to see how much I have learned. A match with you guys is undoubtedly the best choice." As a Special Forces soldier, as long as he was in the team, there was no limit to the skills he could learn. The 30 types of advanced individual training courses were compulsory for every Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade. From the Survival/Evasion/Resistance/Escape course to the Sea-Level Escape course, there were also the Operations and Intelligence courses. These courses to improve personal combat ability were required for all Special Forces soldiers in the Snowfield Brigade to familiarize themselves with. Hearing this, Big Shark's gaze fell on the young major beside her. She asked uncertainly, "Completed 30 types of advanced individual training? The whole team? Or just a few?" "The whole team, no one is left behind. Everyone must pass." Xia Jinyuan answered with a smile. His elegant and handsome eyes were fearless under the sunlight, as if they could split open layers of cold light. His steps were steady and majestic like the mountains and seas. "As for Yi Qian, I'll leave him to you guys. He will lay a good foundation for the future and strive not to be eliminated." Why did Xia Jinyuan want to spur Yi Qian to speed up the pace of training? It was so that once she entered the Snowfield Brigade, she could directly skip the basic training and learn the advanced training courses. As a Triphibian Special Forces soldier, he could fly a fighter in the sky, drive a tank on the ground, and fight in the sea without hesitation. Xia Jinyuan was able to become an all-around ace soldier, not because of connections or words, but completely because of his personal strength to become the captain of the Snowfield Brigade. He was even younger than the rest of the team. Yi Qian followed in Xia Jinyuan's footsteps and grew up with him as his goal. His direction was completely correct. You're training Yi Qian to be an all-round Special Forces soldier. You're being so harsh on her now so that she won't fall behind too much when she joins your team in the future. She'll be able to catch up with all her comrades. Big Shark wasn't too surprised about Yi Qian's whereabouts. He had discussed it with Li Jinyan before, and he could vaguely guess the army's arrangement for Yi Qian. He admired Xia Jinyuan more than anything else. Xia Jinyuan had taken his comrades to complete more than 30 types of advanced individual training courses in less than 5 weeks. His training was even more demanding than Devil King Li's. The young military academy student from back then had now reached a height that countless soldiers looked up to. As he grew older and matured day by day, the young military academy student had already become an indomitable soldier who could carry the burden on his shoulders. When he spoke again, Big Shark's voice was full of admiration. No matter if it was before or now, you're a role model for us to learn from. The Devil King has mentioned to us many times that if the army has more soldiers like Major Xia, it would be a country's fortune. How amazing would it be to be a country's fortune? Chapter 13:10. He could fight for his country, bring glory to his country, and win respect from other countries. He could kill enemies with a spear and protect his people. How many soldiers could become a country's lucky star? Xia Jinyuan shook his head and smiled. Wearing the military uniform no longer represents myself, but the country. You raised me, nurtured me, and trained me. I'm just doing my duty to repay the country's trust in me. How can I be a country's lucky star? It should be said that I was lucky to be born in our country and grew up in our country. It allowed me to avoid the flames of war when I was young. Everything I'm doing now is to repay my country. It's also the responsibility of a soldier. As a soldier, he had to know his mission and duty well. He had to engrave the sense of honor in his bones, pass down the spirit of not admitting defeat, shoulder the responsibility on his shoulders, pick up the steel spear in his hand, and fight for the country and its people without hesitation. We have to be worthy of the uniform we're wearing. The big merman patted his chest. His tanned and plain face showed the might and determination of a modern soldier. As long as I wear it, I will have to bear the responsibility of wearing it. A modern soldier should be like Major Xia. Xia Jinyuan smiled and looked at the soldier who guarded his country's waters. He suddenly asked, "Then do you think I'm a good match for Yi Qian, or only for Demon King Li?" Why did these words sound a little off? The great merman suddenly felt that he might have made a stupid mistake. With a subtle expression, he looked at Xia Jinyuan from the corner of his eyes. The great merman smiled and said tentatively, "You're a good match, but it's mainly up to Yi Qian. Didn't we have 3 days of rest previously?" When the Demon King saw that Yi Qian's departure was approaching, he arranged for a mock training exercise. When it came to the underwater combat, Yi Qian saw that he couldn't beat the Demon King, so he rushed over and hugged the Demon King. "Major, do you think Yi Qian has some thoughts about Demon King Li?" He was even probing? Rushing over and hugging? The reserved and calm little fox would never do such a thing. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face didn't even increase or decrease. He said calmly, "Physical contact is inevitable during combat training. You can't just assume that there's some ulterior motive behind a single movement during a fight." She grew up in the army and trained with the male soldiers in the army. During the training, she would often ride on the backs of the male soldiers to capture and subdue the enemy. According to what you said, how many people would Yi Qian have designs on? Great Mermaid, you're overthinking. How can they compare to Demon King Li? Demon King Li is good-looking and responsible. He's also a military academy graduate. If he really becomes a couple with Yi Qian, Major Xia, you should also be happy for Yi Qian. If Major Xia was really interested in Yi Qian, she would definitely change her expression after hearing what he said. When he laughed, his mouth opened a little, and he accidentally tugged on the small wound at the corner of his mouth. The great merman, who didn't think much of it, couldn't help but think, was the so-called exchange of pointers just to teach me a lesson? The great merman grumbled in his heart. Yi Qian stood at the bow of the boat, waiting for the boat to dock so that he could be the first to jump off. Captain Xia must have already arrived at the port to pick him up. They hadn't seen each other for almost 2 months. Yi Qian couldn't wait to see his boyfriend. Chapter 13:11. All the soldiers in the unit knew that Yi Qian was going back today, and they were all reluctant to part with him. They trained together, suffered together, shouted together, ran together, and even wiped their tears together. Suddenly, it was time to part. The originally happy atmosphere gradually turned gloomy as the ship approached the port. De Whale rubbed his face. His eyes were bloodshot. He smiled and said, "I feel like the ship is moving a little fast today. We'll be docking soon. Yi Qian, I'll send you to the ship later. Let's go together. Do you still have any luggage to pack at the port? Do you want to buy a few bags of sea specialties? The southern province is by the river, not the sea. Buy a few bags of sea specialties for your family to try." One after another, the gloomy atmosphere was lifted. The masculine faces of the soldiers smiled brightly. They looked at Yi Qian with warm and friendly gazes. Although they had only known each other for less than 2 months, their friendship had been established unknowingly. In addition, when the soldiers encountered difficulties during training, Yi Qian would find a way to solve them. They got along well with each other. At this time, she had not left yet, but there were already soldiers looking forward to the next gathering. Yi Qian liked military life because he had a group of comrades who could share weal and woe with him. The port was right in front of them. Yi Qian answered them one by one with a smile. "Someone will come to pick me up. There's no need to send me off. There are only 2 elders in the Hai Te family. They don't like it, so I won't be bringing them along. I don't think it will be too long before we meet again. Who knows, I might suddenly come back one day." The eel laughed and said, "Of course we'll send you off. It's impossible for all of us to go, so we'll just choose a representative. Let Captain Li show up. He'll send our comrade Yi Qian off." "Let Demon King Li send him off?" Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. His cold face did not look like he was sending him off. Instead, it looked like he was escorting a criminal. The Demon King is too serious. Walking with him alone feels like a police officer escorting a criminal. "Everyone let me go. I really don't want the person who comes to pick me up to think that I made a mistake in the unit and caused the Demon King to show up." After living together for nearly 2 months, Yi Qian and the water ghosts were already able to get together and joke around with each other. As the captain, Li Jinyan was always the topic of the soldiers. They respected him and liked to secretly discuss him. All the soldiers thought of that scene and could not help but laugh. The ship docked at the port, and Li Jinyan, who the comrades were discussing about as the representative candidate, appeared in front of everyone. His cold eyes were directly locked on Yi Jian's face. Before he could speak, the big eel, who had picked up the diving equipment and was about to get off the ship, smiled and said, "Devil King, we choose you as the representative to send Yi Jian off." Everyone picked up their diving equipment and stood neatly. Yi Jian, who was wearing an army training uniform, stood at the front. She met Li Jinyan's cold gaze and replied with a smile, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. I only have this small bag straight. Give it to me." Li Jinyan calmly interrupted her. He walked over and bent down to pick up Yi Qian's luggage, which contained only a change of clothes, as well as 2 sets of short-sleeved shirts and shorts. When he looked up, there was a subtle smile in his handsome eyes. "Don't worry. I won't send you on the ship like a criminal." He had heard Yi Qian's teasing just now. This female soldier sometimes said things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 13:12. The soldiers laughed even louder. They respected and loved their captain, but at the same time, they would also make fun of their captain, who was cold but open-minded. Even if the soldiers called Li Jinyan the Devil King, he was still a Devil King that made people wholeheartedly accept him. Yi Qian, who was caught red-handed, did not panic. The smile in his eyes fell slightly on the camouflage travel bag in Li Jinyan's hands. He continued to make fun of him. After training for almost 2 months, this is the first time I've seen the Devil King take the initiative to help a comrade with his luggage. If I had known, I would have brought all my diving equipment with me. Haha, Devil King, why don't you take my diving equipment and add some weight to it? Don't let Yi Qian feel that it's a pity. 1 set of equipment will be taken, 2 sets of equipment will still be brought. Devil King, you can also help me with mine. The soldiers, who all understood the meaning behind Yi Qian's words, laughed even louder. The last bit of sadness from parting with him disappeared with the laughter, leaving only the laughter of today. Li Jinyan, who did not like to talk or laugh, was faced with his comrade's teasing. His cold expression disappeared in an instant. Even Yi Qian did not notice the faint smile that flashed across his face. Let's go. Amidst the laughter, although his voice was faint and cold, it still clearly reached Yi Qian's ears. It's getting late. Yi Qian nodded. He did not care about the small luggage in his hands and followed Li Jinyan to the deck first. Let's go, let's go. Get off the boat, get off the boat. Brothers, pack up your equipment and get off the boat. The whale and the eel each led a team to the deck and got off the boat one by one. Xia Jinyuan's footsteps became bigger and faster. He had already seen the figure that he hadn't seen for nearly 2 months. She came down from the patrol ship and stood together with the water ghosts in black diving suits. She was especially eye-catching in the army's camouflage uniform. After Xia Jinyuan locked his gaze on her, he had never looked away. Yi Qian, who was in line, turned his head thoughtfully to look at the straight line of the harbor. When he saw the tall figure walking towards him, his dark eyes seemed to flash with a bright light. His beautiful face was like a blooming flower, so bright and beautiful that even Li Jinyan, who was in line in front of him, couldn't help but stare. His gaze was as bright as the sun. She could feel the heat in his eyes from more than 10 meters away. Yi Qian, whose heart was warm, stood up straight and no longer looked at them out of the corner of his eye. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. She guessed that the person who came to pick her up must be him. No matter where she was, Captain Xia would always appear in front of her in time. He was like a lighthouse standing in the sea, allowing her to find the right direction at any time. Xia Jinyuan also felt Yi Qian's joyful gaze. The smile on his handsome face became deeper and warmer. The coldness between his eyebrows dissipated, leaving only gentleness. She was happy that he came, and he was also full of joy. The Devil King definitely treats Yi Qian differently. Look, he even helped Yi Qian wrap her bag. After probing a few times, Desha's eyes dimmed slightly when he did not find any problems. Major Xia and Yi Qian were only comrades? Based on what he said just now, it was still a question mark. However, since Major Xia did not make it clear, he naturally thought that the two of them were only comrades. Moreover, Yi Qian had just graduated from high school. Based on the intensity of her training and the heavy workload of her studies, she probably did not have much time to fall in love. Most importantly, Yi Qian did not even look at a man like Devil King Li. It was obvious that she did not have any thoughts about love. She was a capable and outstanding female soldier. Devil King Li's marriage would be settled soon. Chapter 1313. As a married ideological counselor, the Great Mermaid loved to prioritize resources to her unit. The ideological counselors in other units also had the same problem. They all loved to be matchmakers, as if they had all been trained to do so. Therefore, she continued to maintain her fearless spirit and challenged Major Xia's bottom line again. I've never seen him matchmake a female soldier. There must be something fishy going on. Xia Jinyuan, who was so happy that his handsome face was smiling, glanced coldly at the Great Mermaid as he walked. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about. What you think is absolutely impossible. Also, as far as I know, Yi Qian already has someone she likes. Her partner is right in front of you. Impossible, she just started university. How could she have someone she likes? The Great Mermaid shook her head and insisted on her thoughts. With her outstanding grades, she definitely wouldn't fall in love at such a young age. She has to train during the winter and summer holidays. How could she have time to fall in love? Major Xia, I'm sorry, I just want to be a matchmaker for once. Touching the wound on the corner of her mouth, the Great Mermaid smiled deeply. Xia Jinyuan's attention was focused on Yi Qian. He walked closer and closer until he could see her skin color. His little fox seemed to be a little tanned, but she was full of energy. She didn't flinch even after training under the sun and wind. She persevered day after day and finally became a rare pearl. This was his little fox, the one and only girl that he loved dearly. You want to match her with another man? You must be dreaming. If it's impossible in this life, it's also impossible in the next life. Xia Jinyuan walked closer step by step and carefully looked at the girl he liked. He replied slowly, if she wants to date, there's still time. Besides, she doesn't have time. The person who's chasing her has to find time to accompany her no matter what. Major Xia, who had always been good at self-restraint, felt a little stifled when he heard that his girlfriend had to be matched with another man from time to time. He had made it clear enough. If the Great Mermaid still didn't understand, I really don't know how he got married and even had a precious daughter. Or was he just pretending to be confused? That's highly likely. Xia Jinyuan could not help but raise his guard. The Great Mermaid's smile was somewhat enigmatic. You're right. There's still time to squeeze. Demon King Li is self-taught. He's squeezing time to deliver Yi Qian. Something is fishy, something is fishy, something is definitely fishy. One had to admit that the Big Mermaid was good at pulling aggro. Not only did she pull aggro for herself, but she also made Li Jinyan suffer. It was just a small matter of helping his comrade unpack his luggage, but in his mouth, it became a matter of trying to chase after his girlfriend. It was clearly a simple matter, but it turned out to be fishy. No matter how well-mannered Xia Jinyuan was, he was still a little expressionless at this moment. His dark, bottomless eyes seemed to contain some meaning as he glanced at the Big Mermaid with a faint smile. Big Mermaid, you seem to want to be a matchmaker. He could only blame himself for his lack of emotions. The longer he served in the military, the more difficult it was for others to see what he was thinking. Even the Great Mermaid, who was good at political and ideological work, could not guess. The Great Mermaid, who was worried about her comrade's marriage, did not seem to notice Xia Jinyuan's coldness. She laughed and replied, no, I just feel that Yi Qian and Demon King Li are a good match. Yi Qian was not bad. Demon King Li was not bad. Major Xia was also not bad. He, of course, would help Demon King Li. Chapter 13-14. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but chuckle. What an ideological and political instructor. He thought he had given up on probing, but in fact, he was still trying to probe his relationship with Little Fox. As he got closer and closer to Yi Jian, Major Xia stopped wasting his time talking to the Great Mermaid. With a faint smile on his face, he took a deep look at the Great Mermaid. Seeing that the Great Mermaid was also smiling at him, the young Major raised his eyebrows. His noble and handsome face looked so calm and elegant. Just you wait, Comrade Great Mermaid. Let's meet on the battlefield in the middle of October. Seeing this, the Great Mermaid's smile deepened. Although he couldn't tell what relationship he had with Yi Qian, one thing was for sure. This Major Xia didn't want to marry Yi Qian to Demon King Li at all. Unfortunately, the other party was too good at hiding. He couldn't find anything after several probing attempts. Young people nowadays were too good. Even a 30-year-old like him couldn't see what they were thinking. He couldn't even see through Yi Qian, a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old. The two teams of barefoot frogmen turned left and returned to the camp in an orderly manner with their diving equipment. Big Eel and Big Whale, who knew Xia Jinyuan, gave him a friendly smile and a look that said, see you later. They needed to bring the frogmen who had just joined the Storm Commandos back to the camp. Xia Jinyuan exchanged glances with them and couldn't wait to look at Yi Qian. Looking at her up close, this unyielding soldier's eyes suddenly felt sour. She didn't have a tan, she had a sunburn. The skin on the back of his neck that had been exposed to the sun had curled up to his ears, revealing large patches of pink skin. There were even traces of blood in some places. Those were the marks left behind by the friction of the diving equipment. Yi Qian seemed to feel his heartache for her. She looked up, her bright eyes containing a smile as clear as spring water. She gently shook her head at him, indicating that she was fine. Looking at her bright and beautiful smile, Xia Jinyuan took a deep breath to calm his chaotic emotions. Long time no see. Li Jinyan took the initiative to greet her, as if he didn't see the interaction between the two of them. Long time no see. Suppressing the heartache in his heart, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved slightly. He and Li Jinyan smiled as they looked at each other. At the same time, they reached out for each other's hands. The moment they shook hands, even the air around them became heavy. The Great Mermaid revealed a mysterious smile and looked at Yi Qian. Then, her gaze was fixed, and a thoughtful gloom flashed in the depths of her eyes. Yi Qian was already standing next to Xia Jinyuan. He was so close that he could smell the fresh, clean scent of his body. Yi Qian's smile deepened, and his face became even more beautiful. What is love? Perhaps love was just like now. Even when she smelled his scent, she still felt sweet. Xia Jinyuan maintained his gentlemanly demeanor in the face of the strongest competitor he had trained with. He politely greeted him, "Thank you for your hard work, Devil King." "I'm just doing my job." Devil King Li replied indifferently. However, he saw the Great Mermaid standing on Xia Jinyuan's left was constantly winking at him. His brows furrowed slightly. He didn't quite understand what the Great Mermaid was trying to say. The Great Mermaid had many things to say. Seeing that he didn't understand her painstaking efforts, the Great Mermaid took the initiative to say, "Jinyan, I just asked Captain Xia. He and Yi Qian's flight is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Since there's still plenty of time, why don't we go out for a meal first?" Chapter 13:15. You're the captain. Now that Yi Qian is leaving, you must have a lot to say. Say whatever you want while we're eating. Otherwise, she won't be able to hear what you want to say when Yi Qian leaves. It was a little quiet. Only the sound of the waves gently beating against the stone pier could be heard. The sound of water splashing could be heard. Li Jinyan didn't understand why the Great Merman would say such things. The flight is at 2 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock now. It's getting late. His gaze swept across Yi Qian's face calmly. His thin lips straightened a little. Also, I've already said what I wanted to say. Yi Qian, do you remember? How dare you say there's nothing fishy going on? I've already said what I wanted to say. You've already said everything? That's good, that's good. Don't leave any regrets. The Great Merman smiled brightly. He was known as the gentle and easygoing vice-captain in the team. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Great Merman indifferently. It was very indifferent, but it was a cold warning to the Great Merman not to speak carelessly. When Xia Jinyuan retracted his hand, he seemed to inadvertently take a small step closer to Yi Qian, closing the distance between them to less than the width of a fist. Seeing Li Jinyan warning his vice-captain with his gaze, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. If Yi Qian does anything wrong, please point it out, Demon King. There's no need to feel burdened. Since the army sent her to you for training, it's to see her improvement. Moreover, based on my understanding of Yi Qian, she will accept criticism with an open mind and work hard to improve her shortcomings. With that, he changed the topic of the Great Merman's hidden meaning to the matter of training. The topic finally returned to normal. Even the atmosphere returned to normal. The Great Merman sighed inwardly after being warned by Xia Jinyuan's gaze. Oh, Demon King. Don't tell me you're not moved by such an outstanding female soldier like Yi Qian? Every time the 8 new soldiers in the team saw Yi Qian, their eyes lit up like lamps. They all wanted to show off their skills in front of Yi Qian. You're good. He only knew how to criticize and correct without the slightest bit of tenderness. The female soldiers that you personally sent over won't be too bad. They have improved a lot after more than 50 days of training. Li Jinyan did not say much. As he walked, he talked about Yi Qian's training. After a while, the topic shifted to the match in mid-October. I've already stepped up my training. The new soldiers will be taking part in the match at the same time. If Yi Qian comes up, you'll have to adjust her schedule. Yi Qian couldn't help but glance sideways at Xia Jinyuan. Together? Adjust her time? What's going on? There will be a match between our team and theirs at the end of October. Army intends to apply for you to join. Xia Jinyuan explained to Yi Qian, it was just decided a few days ago. As for you, you still need to discuss it with the military and the school. In other words, it was still unknown whether he could participate or not. It mainly depended on the arrangements of the school and the curriculum. Even Yi Qian did not have the right to decide on such matters. He only had the right to know. Hearing this, he nodded slightly to show that he understood. The four of them walked side by side, which made it very easy for Xia Jinyuan to secretly do something. He seemed to inadvertently hold Yi Qian's hand and gently stroke it. With a calm expression, he spoke to Li Jinyan as they walked. "We will try our best to get her to join. We don't want her to miss out on such an opportunity. If you need us to step in, call us at any time." Li Jinyan also felt that this was a very good opportunity for Yi Qian. Moreover, he wanted to see her performance on land. A female soldier with a vicious aura around her, who had already completed missions at such a young age, how exciting would her performance on the battlefield be? Chapter 13:16. Yi Qian struggled a little, but he couldn't get rid of Xia Jinyan's hand, so he just let him be. The two of them walked close to each other, and they were only holding each other's pinky. At a glance, she couldn't tell anything. Forget it. They hadn't seen each other for more than 50 days. She couldn't help but want to hold his hand. She secretly hooked her pinky and listened as he chatted seriously with Li Jinyan. His side profile was so handsome that it was almost perfect, like a beautiful jade. When he spoke seriously, the corners of his mouth would slightly tighten, and there would be an inexplicable coldness between his brows. When he smiled, the coldness would dissipate, and he would be like a branch covered in a spring breeze. It was so soft that she couldn't help but want to raise her head and stroke his eyebrows. She could feel the warmth of the spring breeze. After looking at Yi Qian for a long time, Xia Jinyuan, who was talking, seemed to have sensed something. He looked over and immediately saw the affection in Yi Qian's eyes. Such a gaze. Xia Jinyuan felt exceptionally happy. Even his heart was filled with sweetness. It turned out that Xia Jinyuan, who was only holding Yi Qian's hand with his pinky, directly used his slender hand to hold it tightly. He held it so tightly that his thin lips couldn't help but curve upwards. He was in an exceptionally good mood. If it's possible after this, we can have an interactive training session to improve the tacit understanding between the two teams. Li Jinyan, who was looking straight ahead, said in a low voice as if he didn't know anything, "With 2 to 3 months of tacit understanding training, we'll have a better chance against the Americans." When Xia Jinyuan spoke again with a smile, his low voice was so light that Li Jinyan and the big mermaid couldn't help but look over. Facing their gazes, Major Xia, who was holding hands, didn't panic at all. He answered clearly and seriously, 2 to 3 months is a little difficult. If we combine it with winter training, it might be much better." Seeing how serious Xia Jinyuan was, Yi Qian silently looked ahead. He would lose to Major Xia in terms of mental strength. He would lose to him in terms of thick-skinned skin. He would lose to him in terms of courage. He would lose to him in terms of courage. He held her hand, and his fingers hooked into her palm from time to time. He was constantly doing little things in private, but he was still able to look serious. The campsite was right in front of them. 2 sentries were standing guard at the dock. Xia Jinyuan had to stop his little actions and let go of Yi Qian's hand. When he let go, Yi Qian seemed to hear a reluctant sigh. After getting the warning, the mermaid pursed her lips slightly and sighed reluctantly. It seemed that Major Xia had something to do with Yi Jianjun. The two of them had been communicating with each other through their eyes, and the intimacy they showed made it impossible for anyone to get in between them. It took less than 10 minutes to walk from the military dock to the campsite. Since Xia Jinyuan understood Yi Qian's situation during training, he also chatted with Li Jinyan until the mid-October mash. When he bid farewell to the Navy commander, he chatted for about 10 minutes before leaving. The military jeep that was heading to the helicopter base started. Li Jinyan watched the two of them leave until the jeep drove out of his sight. Then he looked coldly at the big mermaid. "Big mermaid, you talk too much today. Sigh, I just feel that Yi Qian is quite a good match for you." The big mermaid took off her military cap and touched the top of her head with one hand. Her voice was a little gloomy. "It's not easy for us to find a partner. You don't know how to coax girls. You have to solve this problem." Although Yi Qian is young, he's calm and has a good character. He can do everything. He's not afraid of hard work, blood and tears. Also, he's a soldier. He'll definitely have a lot in common with you, and you can understand each other's difficulties. Jinyan, my heart. Sigh, it doesn't feel good. Chapter 13:17. Big Shark's sigh reflected the sadness of many instructors who were concerned about the soldier's marriage. The words, feeling bad, also reflected the thoughts of many instructors. Especially for special forces like Li Jinyan and the others, it was extremely difficult to find a partner. Sometimes, even if they found one, they might not be able to pass the background check and their family members might not be able to pass. There was no other way. They were special operations forces. The other half of their families had to be clean, and their family members had to be innocent. This was to ensure the personal safety of the special operations forces as well as the confidentiality of national secrets. Yi Qian, as a special forces soldier, was undoubtedly the best choice for male soldiers like Li Jinyan and the others. It was normal for Big Shark to be concerned about him. Soldiers shouldered the responsibility of protecting the country. They held guns in their hands during the day and thought about the distant her late at night. They also thought that there was another her who was thinking about him at this moment. The jeep was so far away that they couldn't even smell the exhaust fumes. Big Shark retracted his gaze and looked at his comrade who was so deep in thought that even he, the vice captain, couldn't understand him. He asked in a low voice, "You really don't have any thoughts? What thoughts do you want me to have?" Li Jinyan responded. His tone was cold and monotonous. Big Shark was worried that other than being a little emotional about training, he was indifferent about everything else. He wanted to know more, but there was nothing he could do. "If I could make you have any thoughts, I would have done it long ago. Why don't you take the opportunity? Can't you find Yi Qian? Come, tell me where she is. Why don't you have any thoughts at all?" The instructor was so anxious that his face turned red. Fortunately, his skin was dark so it couldn't be seen. "I don't believe that you don't have any thoughts when such a beauty is standing in front of you. He had to get to the bottom of this or he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well." Thoughts? Thoughts about the female soldiers under his command? Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips. He didn't change his words under Big Shark's gaze. "You're thinking too much." Asking an introverted person to talk about his feelings towards girls, the big mermaid was undoubtedly asking for trouble. The words, "you're thinking too much," directly killed the great merman's next words of persuasion, leaving him unable to recover for a moment. After staring at his comrade who maintained a cold expression no matter what, the great merman's face was filled with helplessness. "Jinyan, how can you go on like this? Can't you lower your standards a little? Even Yi Qian doesn't have any feelings for you. I really wonder if you don't have any feelings for any girl." Finally, there was a female soldier who was perfect in every aspect, but she said that he was thinking too much. Li Jinyan turned around and walked toward the military port. His cold and deep eyes looked at the reinforced concrete walls of the military port. As he listened to the sound of the waves crashing on the shore, a face that was even more stubborn than the male soldiers flashed across his mind. A faint smile that was almost invisible flashed across the corners of his mouth. The female soldier was very good. Even if he had some feelings for her, it would be in vain. Xia Jinyuan personally sent her here and took her back in the midst of his busy schedule. This already explained everything. If he still thought about something, it would only add to his troubles. The female soldier was very good. Unfortunately, she already had someone by her side. "I really don't understand you guys. Major Xia said that there's nothing between him and Yi Qian. You also said that you don't have any feelings for Yi Qian. This won't do. When I go back, I have to ask the single soldiers in the unit who have feelings for Yi Qian. I don't believe that such an outstanding female soldier like her doesn't have any pursuits from the male soldiers." Chapter 13:18. Li Jinyan heard the Big Shark talking to himself behind him. He only paused for a moment, but he did not look back. He walked into the military port with his long and powerful legs. If he let the Big Shark worry about Yi Qian alone, would there be no male soldiers pursuing him? Who would dare to go after him when he had Xia Jinyuan by his side? Xia Jinyuan had no feelings for Yi Qian? That was still a question mark. Li Jinyan did not remind his vice captain. He knew him too well. He would not give up until he reached the Yellow River, and would not turn back until he hit the wall. He would let him do as he pleased for a while, and when he realized that something was wrong, he would naturally stop. Li Jinyan really did not have any feelings for Yi Qian. He was purely appreciating him, and there were no romantic feelings. An outstanding female soldier was eye-catching, but how could he fall in love with her just because she was outstanding? The big shark did not think too much. He just wanted to solve his comrade's marriage. As the saying goes, too much concern leads to confusion. The gate of the military port slowly closed behind him. Li Jinyan, who was dressed in a Navy training uniform, walked under a tall coconut tree. He seemed to have thought of something and turned around. His gaze fell on the big shark's injured mouth. How did the wound on your mouth come about? Li Jinyan vaguely felt that this wound might have something to do with Xia Jinyuan. When you return to the port, spar with Major Xia for a while. He will beat you up in 15 minutes. The wound on the corner of his mouth turned green and red. The big shark touched it gently and gasped. I have to get a hot egg from the cookhouse. I didn't feel much pain just now, but now that you mention it, it hurts a little. Sure enough, it had something to do with Xia Jinyuan. As for the reason, Li Jinyan did not want to ask. Yi Jian was brought here by Xia Jinyuan. If the Great Mermaid wanted to matchmake Yi Jian, she would definitely ask Xia Jinyuan about Yi Jian's situation first. But the consequence of asking about Yi Jian's situation was to be beaten up. They had not fought for a few years, but Xia Jinyuan was still the same as before. He was ruthless, but he could not find fault with him. Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips and finally patted his comrade's shoulder. Be careful during the competition in mid-October. You guys? I don't understand. The Great Mermaid seemed to have understood something. She shook her head and walked towards the canteen step by step. She wanted to fight for Demon King Li, but the other party didn't need it. Since that was the case, it would depend on fate. But he could also tell that Major Xia definitely treated Yi Qian differently. As for why it was different, he didn't get any answers even after asking for a long time. Pressing the corner of his mouth, the big merman sighed. What am I worrying about? The Demon King was right. They had to be careful during the competition. Major Xia's soldiers would only be more ruthless, but not the most ruthless. When it was close to noon, the navy that had just returned from their training had already gathered. The sound of the chant drifted out of the military port with the sea breeze. Sitting in the car, Yi Qian looked up at the distant sea. More than 50 days of frogman training had ended just like that. Are you a little reluctant to part with it? Xia Jinyuan, who had been holding her hand the moment they got into the car, had been restraining himself. He resisted the urge to pull his little fox into his arms. Looking at the sunburn on the back of her neck, he didn't dare to hold her hand too tightly. He was afraid that he would lose control and hurt her. The car turned a corner, and a mountain blocked Yi Qian's view of the sea. Retracting his gaze, Yi Qian smiled faintly and gently held his hand. I've lived here for more than 50 days. I'm a little reluctant to part with it. Chapter 13:19. They took good care of me. Knowing that I was late, they specially took time out to train with me so that I could catch up with my comrades. Captain Xia, it was my fortune to have met them. They jumped into the sea together to feel the stillness of the water. They ran along the beach with weights on their backs. They swam together, and when they were almost drowned, their comrades pulled them up in time. They ran against the rising sun together, and then they lay on the beach together, exhausted, and let the water wash their bodies. They lived together for more than 50 days, leaving behind memories that were unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Yi Qian was used to being alone in his previous life. In this life, it was as if he was trying to make up for the regrets of his previous life. No matter where he was, he would always meet many people and experience many things. It would always add another precious scenery to his memories. He watched her talk about the training in detail. When she mentioned the water ghosts, her eyebrows were bright and beautiful. Her smile was as gentle as the sunlight falling on the leaves, full of vitality. Xia Jinyuan listened quietly. Watching her talk in high spirits, his elegant and handsome face had a warm smile. His little fox had grown up and changed a lot. In the past, her eyebrows were cold and unapproachable, like an injured little beast that no longer trusted anyone. When he talked to her, there was no other color in her dark eyes other than vigilance. When he first met her, she was so small but so bold. She was also full of thorns, and did not trust anyone. She used a gaze that did not belong to her age to look around. She was very calm and cold. He was worried that she would be too cold and would not fit in with the group. He had also talked about this with Uncle Chin. Until now, he completely believed that as long as his little fox was willing, she would be able to gain kindness, friendship, and the love and respect of her comrades wherever she went. His little fox had grown up. He no longer had to worry about whether she was used to being in the army or whether she could get along with the soldiers. The grown-up little fox finally had a bright smile in her eyes. She was no longer cold and no longer rejected people. She had things that made her happy, comrades that made her think about, and goals that made her persevere. I'm very grateful for their help. If it weren't for them, I would have been constantly criticized by Demon King Li. With such a group of comrades by my side, no matter how hard or tiring it is, I will still be filled with joy. Although Yi Qian's eyes shone brightly as he spoke, his voice was like a musical note under the sun, full of vitality. His girl knew how to be grateful and valued friendship. She was a great girl, wasn't she? The smile at the corner of his mouth became deeper and warmer, and even his eyes were as gentle as water. We won't be apart for too long. If your school agrees, you can come and participate in the competition in mid-October. At that time, you will fight as a Navy frogman. We will test the results of your training and send your results to the military. Little fox, the sky belongs to you, and the life that belongs to you has just begun. He did not ask if Yi Qian's sunburn was painful. It was painful. How could it not be painful? He had sunburn before, and it hurt so much that he could not sleep at night. This was something that every soldier would experience. She was not the only one. His little fox was not that weak. A little fox that would not be defeated so easily had her own pride. Her pride told him that he did not need to worry about this little injury. Chapter 13:20. Xia Jinyuan forced himself to shift his gaze away from the back of her neck. He maintained a smile and said, "If the school doesn't agree, you can come back during the winter break." Her palms had become much rougher, and there was even a thin layer of calluses on her palms. Xia Jinyuan used his fingers to gently stroke the calluses that represented her hard work. His gaze was gentle as he gazed at her delicate face, which had become more and more tenacious after being exposed to the elements. His low voice was like the sound of a zither. "There will be a day when we meet again. It's just a matter of how long it will take." His comforting words made Yi Jian's heart sweeter than honey. She rolled her eyes and pursed her lips into a smile. "Why do you always treat me like a child? Meeting and parting are the most normal things. I'm not so weak that my mood will be affected by a separation. Also, after seeing the interaction between the Army and Navy, I think that we will have to work together and train together in the future. There will be a day when we meet again. We just have to wait for that day to come." In her previous life, she only stayed in each place for a few months. Meeting and parting were very normal for her, and she had already calmly faced separation. However, in this life, she had only met comrades who had selflessly helped her. Every separation had a reluctance that she did not have in her previous life, so she was more or less a little disappointed. Xia Jinyuan squeezed her palm. Sitting in the back seat, he glanced slightly at the Navy soldier who was focused on driving. He smiled faintly and changed the topic. "There will be a chance to meet again. We will arrive at Hongkou Airport at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you plan to go home overnight? Or do you want to rest tonight and go home early tomorrow?" It took nearly 8 hours to drive from Hongkou City to Shuka Village. The main reason was that it took 6 hours to drive from Shuka Village to the city, and it took another 2 hours to drive from Hongkou City to the city, so it would take 8 hours. Yi Qian answered without thinking. "We can go back to the city from Hongkou City first, rest for the night, and go home around 4 o'clock in the morning." In summer, the sun rose early, and there was a faint light around 4 o'clock in the morning. "Okay, we'll go with your arrangements." Xia Jinyuan agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing that there was still more than an hour before they would arrive at the airport, his gentle gaze swept across the dark circles under her eyes. He said softly, "Take a rest. I'll call you when we arrive." Although the road from the military port to the helicopter airport was winding and bumpy, it was all asphalt. Driving steadily with a little bit of shaking would indeed make one feel sleepy. Yi Qian woke up at 4 in the morning and finished his last morning training. He rested his head on the headrest in the back of the car. Within 5 minutes of Xia Jinyuan's warm breath, he fell asleep with a smile on his face. She fell asleep in 4 minutes and 8 seconds. Xia Jinyuan narrowed her eyes and looked at the sunburn under her ear again. If it weren't for the serious sunburn on the back of her neck, it wouldn't be a problem for her to drive back to Shuka village tonight. Also, why was this little fox sleeping so obediently? She rested her head on the headrest and didn't move. Why didn't he see her body sway to his side and rest her head on his shoulder? With the Navy soldier in the car, Major Xia wouldn't take advantage of the female soldier so blatantly. He could only wait for Yi Qian to sway and rest on his shoulder. In the end, Yi Qian's sleeping posture was too obedient, and the Navy soldier drove steadily. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xia Jinyuan decided not to come over. He went over. Chapter 1321. The car made a 180-degree turn. Taking advantage of the fact that the Navy soldier was focused on driving and didn't look at the back seat, Major Xia pulled Yi Qian's hand to his side and finally allowed Yi Qian's head to rest on his shoulder. However, the two of them were separated by the luggage that was used to cover their hand in the beginning. Major Xia glanced at the luggage that he had helped them with just a moment ago, and in the next second, he directly opened it so that Yi Jian could completely lean on his shoulder. "Major, there are still a few more turns ahead. Please hurry." The Navy soldier thought that he was in too much of a hurry and took the next turn even slower. Xia Jinyuan raised his wrist to look at the time and said calmly, "There's no need to slow down. We're in a hurry." If he slowed down, how could he find an opportunity to pull Little Fox closer to him? Right now, the distance between the two of them was only the distance between their luggage bags. The elegant major always found a good way to make his wishes come true. The military port was getting further and further away from Yi Jian. Gradually, she couldn't even see the sea anymore. After more than 50 days of frogman training, Yi Jian, who had just returned, embarked on a new journey. She walked towards her goal with determination. They arrived at the heliport at 1:37. Xia Jinyuan was reluctant to wake up Yi Qian, who was sleeping soundly. He paused for a moment before lowering his head and saying softly, "Little Fox, we're here. Sleep after we get on the helicopter." After calling out to Yi Qian, she opened her eyes. There was no trace of confusion or drowsiness in her eyes. She was shocked to find that she had fallen asleep leaning on Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. She immediately sat up straight and looked at the driver's seat. "Silly girl, what are you panicking for?" Xia Jinyuan saw her frightened expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm too tired. What's wrong with sleeping on a comrade's shoulder? Are you afraid of what others will say?" Yi Qian glared at him and said in a low voice, "Captain Xia, I always sleep in the same position. Don't think that you can hide your little movements from me. You're a major after all. If the soldiers see you, it'll look bad." Soldiers also valued their reputation. For example, Xia Jinyuan and his men had to pay attention to military prestige. Would I be that careless? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. There was a hint of naughtiness in his elegance. Not only did it not ruin his temperament, but it also added a kind of wanton flirtatiousness that could make a woman's heart flutter. You have to be fast and natural when doing this kind of thing. Yi Qian was speechless at his behavior. Just as she was about to open the car door and get out, she heard him say with a smile, "I've already restrained myself. Otherwise, I would have hugged you in my arms." She pushed the door open and got out of the car. Then she closed the door. She needed some fresh air. She was shy so quickly? Xia Jinyuan got out of the car elegantly with his luggage in hand. His thin lips were still curled upwards. When they boarded the military helicopter, Yi Qian held onto the cabin door with both hands. She looked back one last time. Her brows revealed the coldness of a soldier. She pursed her lips a little and left the area guarded by the Huaxia Navy with the sound of the propeller. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Jian and Xia Jinyuan, who had changed into casual clothes, arrived at the downtown area of Hongkou City. Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed casually, carried their shared luggage and took Yi Jian directly to the parking lot of a shopping mall. The car that Ho Zi had prepared had been waiting for them for a long time. Xia Jinyuan took the car key and opened the door for Yi Qian. He smiled at Ho Zi's subordinate and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and tell Brother Z that I'll look for him when I come back." Chapter 1322. Okay, young Master Xia. The person who delivered the car to Xia Jinyuan was Ho Zi's trusted assistant. He knew both Xia Yiwei and Xia Jinyuan, so he was very clear about Ho Zi's attitude towards the two siblings. He only turned and walked out of the parking lot after Xia Jinyuan drove away. They didn't stay in Hongkou City and even had dinner in the car. They drove all the way to Anyang City. When the car passed by number 1 middle school, Yi Qian looked at the bright red neon sign that read Anyang City First Key High School in the night and couldn't help but laugh. That year, I came to enroll alone. In the end, the vice principal of number 1 middle school told me that I could only attend number 1 middle school as an accompanying student. If I didn't agree, I wouldn't be able to attend high school. Thinking back to what happened 3 years ago, it seemed like yesterday. Thanks to her good memory, she could still remember everything that had happened that day. She even remembered the conversation with the vice principal. At that time, I was quite angry. I knew that Yi Jifan might have done something behind my back. At that time, I thought that it was fine if I didn't attend this school. Even if I did, I was afraid that the college entrance examination would be difficult. I was angry, but I thought that since I still had a way out, I tore up the notice in front of the vice principal, took my luggage, and left the registration place. I felt so good that I wanted to laugh all the way and leave in a cool and unrestrained manner. Unfortunately, she wasn't arrogant. After tearing up the notice, she left under the shocked gazes of the parents and students. Xia Jinyuan, who was driving, didn't turn to look at her. He smiled faintly and said, "I came here to look for you, but the security guard said that you weren't there. I called to check and found that you were suspended from school." "You came to number 1 middle school to look for me? Why didn't I know about it? You didn't mention it to me. It's all in the past. What's there to talk about?" Xia Jinyuan sneered. Seeing that she was looking at him with great interest, he continued, "When I rushed over, it happened to be the first snow in Anyang City. When the school guard heard that I was looking for you, he secretively told me that you weren't studying in number 1 middle school. For more details, you can ask around at the canteen in front." When he found out that you tore up the notice, the vice principal was so angry that he chased you for several miles. At that time, I was wondering why the girl was suddenly so arrogant. You said that you didn't want to study. You're too presumptuous. Yi Qian laughed. And Jen's grandfather arranged for me to train. I didn't think too much about it. But since Yi Jifan was the one, and I didn't want to waste a year, I didn't. That year was the year I gained the most. I went to the highlands, the snow mountains, the plains, and almost got stuck in a swamp. Finally, I came to the desert. At the mention of the desert, Yi Qian's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. Do you know what desert I went to? The Taklamakan Desert. I saw the most beautiful scenery in the desert poplar trees. At a red light, Xia Jinyuan stopped the car and looked at the girl he admired with gentle eyes. When he heard her mention the Taklamakan Desert, his thin lips curved into a deeper and gentler smile. I know. I also know that you were training near the Hetian River. If I told you that I was there when you were training, would you believe me? Yi Qian widened her eyes. You were there too? But he wouldn't lie to himself. If he said he was there, then he must have been there. In the sky. I was in the sky. He said softly, in the same place at the same time. I was flying a fighter jet in the sky, and you were either training or sleeping. Chapter 1323. All the way to the hotel room, Yi Qian was still in shock. What else had he done behind her back? What else had he done for her? After entering the hotel, Xia Jinyuan took out the clothes from the luggage one by one. They were all summer clothes. Each of them had an army training uniform, 2 sets of fitness shorts, and the summer clothes that they usually wore. Yi Qian didn't have many summer clothes. She was wearing a pair of thin jeans and a t-shirt. There were 2 t-shirts with the same design and 2 pairs of slim jeans in the luggage. Xia Jinyuan took out the clothes with his back facing her. He first took out a pair of black casual pants and a white short-sleeved shirt and put them aside. There are still a few days left. I didn't bring enough clothes. Come with me to buy some summer clothes later. Yi Qian nodded no matter what he said. She quietly walked over to the young major, who was bending over to adjust his clothes. When he straightened his back, Yi Qian reached out and gently and quietly hugged his muscular waist from behind. She leaned closer to him and pressed the side of her face against his back. Xia Jinyuan, what else have you done for me? What else do you do for me that I don't know about? Is it because I don't know, or because I didn't ask? Are you planning to keep it from me forever? His body temperature was transmitted to her face through the thin material of his clothes, and it seemed to turn into a warm current that flowed into her heart bit by bit. It was warm, safe, and also dangerous. Even though she knew it was dangerous, she still fell without hesitation. Yi Qian gently rubbed her cheek against the soft material of his shirt. She closed her eyes and said, "Why didn't you tell me about all the things you did for me?" Such a proud man was willing to do so many things for her, but he never thought of telling her. Even a cold-hearted person would be touched. Even if he was in danger, she was still willing to throw herself into it. Xia Jinyuan, can you stop doing things for me in secret? If you do, please tell me, okay? The more I know, the more touched I will be and the more I will fall in love with you. You want me to fall in love with you more and more, don't you? Silly girl. Xia Jinyuan held her hand around his waist and slowly turned her around to bury her head in his embrace. He lowered his head and smiled gently as he planted a kiss on the top of her head. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something to make you love me more and more? How could this be? How could he? How could Xia Jinyuan, who was as calm as a breeze, do something that he disdained to do? Yi Qian raised her head slightly to look at him. Her dark eyes were so clear that Xia Jinyuan could clearly see his own face reflected in her eyes, as if it had been branded into her heart. He couldn't help but tighten his long arms around her. His heart softened to the point that he wished he could embed her directly into his body and become one with her. Yi Qian, who was being held tightly by him, had already curled her lips into a smile. She replied firmly, "No, the Xia Jinyuan I know is an indomitable soldier. He is an upright man. He would never do something that a hypocrite would do." This was a form of trust, a trust without any impurities. She trusted him so much that she believed everything he said. Xia Jinyuan's heart softened even more. He planted a few light kisses between her brows and said, "Good girl, with your words, I feel that my life has been worth it." The lights in the hotel were warm and orange. The floral wallpaper on the wall reflected the 2 figures, one tall and one short, embracing each other. They looked so harmonious and affectionate. Chapter 13:24. I didn't do much. Sometimes it's just a piece of cake. Silly girl, why do you always like it when I flatter you? Major Xia sighed. Although Little Fox was cunning, she was a complete blank piece of paper when it came to handling relationships between men and women. Just listen to what she said. Fortunately, the man she met was him, Xia Jinyuan. If he had been a playful bastard, wouldn't this little rascal be so stubborn that she would never dare to go against him? Fortunately, the man you found was me. Fortunately, I made my move in advance. Otherwise, Uncle Jen and Uncle Chen would have to worry about whether you would be cheated by a bad man. Little Fox, remember what I said. It's natural for a man to be good to his woman. You can only be good to me if I'm good to you. Only then will you be good to our family in the future. I solved some problems for you because I didn't want you to be distracted. I wanted you to wholeheartedly follow in my footsteps and stand by my side as soon as possible. His voice was low and mellow. Together with the warm light, it was like a glass of mixed wine, full of temptation and mellow. I didn't want to tell you because it's something I want to do. Liking someone and loving someone isn't just a matter of words. You need to take action. Your childhood experience made you mature prematurely. You built a hard shell in your heart that sealed away all your emotions and made you distrust everyone around you. As for me, I want to pursue you. Of course, I have to find a way to enter your heart and enter your world. After he spoke, Xia Jinyuan had no intention of stopping. He knew Qian too well. If he didn't make it clear, she would continue to ask and remember it in her heart. He only hoped that she would happily complete her training every day and wholeheartedly walk the path of the military without any distractions or burdens. Yi Qian could already hear his words. Tears welled up in her eyes. She buried her entire face in his chest and felt this man's love for her. Xia Jinyuan, you've been so nice to me. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? His voice was a little muffled, but the corners of his mouth were raised high. Yi Qian knew that he was so happy that he felt like he was soaking in a jar of honey. Even his voice was full of sweetness. Xia Jinyuan, who was hugging her tightly, suddenly laughed and said calmly, I will do something that moves you every day, and you will love me more and more. You should be worried that I will turn against you one day. The girl was about to cry. She could bleed and sweat during training, but when she returned to normal life, he couldn't bear to see her cry at all. The girl I love, I only wish for your sky to be free and carefree, to enjoy the sweetness of love. How can you cry? My good girl, you should be smiling like a blooming flower. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and gently rested his chin on Yi Qian's head. With a gentle gaze, he deliberately raised his voice and teased, Sigh, I didn't think what I did was amazing, but after hearing what you said, I feel like my image has improved. Also, I can tell that my little fox wants me to love her a little more and dote on her a little more. Don't worry, I'll use my actions to tell you that I will love you a lot more and dote on you a lot more. Major Xia had the elegance and nobility that Yi Qian liked, but at the same time, he also had Yi Qian's helplessness and a heart that would tease her from time to time. Chapter 1325. Originally, she was so touched that her eyes were sore and she wanted to cry. At this moment, she only wanted to pinch the muscles on his waist. Her hands happened to be around his waist, so Yi Jian did not hesitate to pinch the muscles on his waist. If you go back on your words one day, I'll carry a gun and carry a cannon on my back. I'll go to heaven and earth to find you. That's scary? The young major laughed out loud. Then I'll have to be more careful. With my little fox's instincts, I'm afraid a sniper bullet would be enough to kill me. That's too scary. I'd better be honest and stay by your side. I'll stay by your side. How about that? He was still laughing at the beginning, but when he lowered his voice at the end, Yi Qian was caught off guard and blushed. Can't we talk properly? I'm going to take a shower. Hurry up and go back to your room. Even though Yi Qian had a strong heart, he couldn't help but sniff at those sweet words. Xia Jinyuan laughed even louder. He quickly lowered his head and kissed her lightly on the lips. I'll leave my luggage with you. Let's go out to the night market in 5 minutes, okay? After training for so long, it's time for you to relax. We have to strike a balance between work and rest to win the next battle. The atmosphere was good, and the lights were warm. However, Xia Jinyuan didn't make any further moves. Even his arms were gently wrapped around Yi Qian's waist. He was avoiding the sunburn on Yi Qian's back. He let go of his hands and placed a pair of shorts in her hands. Wear this. It's comfortable. When we get to the pharmacy later, we'll buy a cooling ointment. Your sunburn still needs to be treated. The injury on my shoulder isn't serious. You don't have to be so nervous. Yi Qian obviously knew that Xia Jinyuan was avoiding his back. She pursed her lips and smiled. I only have sunburn from my shoulder to the back of my neck. As long as I don't rub it, I won't feel much other than a little pain. Every soldier will experience countless sunburns. Although my heart aches for you, I don't think you can rest just like that. As a soldier, you have to bear everything the military uniform gives you. Hard work and glory coexist. Xia Jinyuan, who had even restrained his smile, quietly looked at the girl who had always been strong. He said in a low and gentle voice, training hard is just for the sake of fighting in the future. Little fox, I'm sorry that you're injured. However, as a soldier, my principles and your pride tell me that you're not a fragile porcelain doll. You don't need to be too concerned about the most common sunburn. He was the one who knew him best. Yi Qian smiled brightly. I like the considerate Captain Xia. Wrong, you should say that I love the considerate Captain Xia. My intuition tells me that if I keep you here, I'll have to listen to something that makes me blush again. Xia Jinyuan, turn around. Let's go. Yi Qian's sixth sense was telling him to hurry up and chase this elegant yet dangerous major out of the room. Otherwise, he'd have to listen to sweet nothings again. After taking the clothes, Xia Jinyuan turned around and left with a smile on his face. His little fox was shy again. The door closed. Although Xia Jinyuan had left, his warm scent still lingered in the air. Yi Qian stood there for a while with a cotton short-sleeved shirt in her hand. Then, with a slight smile, she went into the shower. 5 minutes later, the two of them came out wearing the same fitness shirt and shorts. In Xia Jinyuan's words, they were wearing matching outfits. Yi Qian, who didn't understand the situation, replied bluntly, "Then I'll wear matching outfits with my comrades in the army every day." Chapter 1326. In that second, Major Xia's expression froze. After a while, he rubbed his forehead and sighed. "We have to stop talking about this topic. We can't talk about it anymore." If he had known, he would have worn his own clothes. When Yi Qian took the initiative to hold his arm, Major Xia took his girlfriend to the busiest night market in Anyang City. The city in summer was even busier at night than during the day. The night market in the center of Anyang City had just begun. Wearing the army's uniform, the two held hands and went shopping for the first time since they started dating. The two of them weren't very interested in eating. They wore the army's uniform all year round and used the uniform issued by the army. Therefore, the two of them only needed to hold hands and walk among the crowd. They listened to all kinds of sounds and enjoyed the rare time they had together. "I used to dream of holding your hand, going out for a walk with you, going out for a look." From holding hands to interlocking fingers, Xia Jinyuan, who had a lazy look on his handsome face, turned to look at Yi Jian, who also had a relaxed look on her face. "The time we can go shopping together will be very, very little. Little fox, you have to be mentally prepared." Passing through the crowd, even if it was noisy and lively, to be able to be led and protected by him like this gave her a sense of peace. Yi Qian held his hand gently. With a smile in her eyes, she said softly, "I remember everything you wrote in the letter. You said that in winter, we can be neighbors with snowy mountains. In summer, we can be companions with the sea. In autumn, we can dance with the yellow sand. And in spring, we can spend time together in the jungle. We can challenge our limits day and night, and we can pass through the smoke of war. Is this kind of interaction more unforgettable than those romantic interactions?" "Captain Xia, I can answer you now. I have no regrets in this life. Love in the smoke of war, you and I can be together in life and death. We don't need romantic stories. What we need is to be comrades who can rely on each other for the rest of our lives. Choosing this kind of love, I have no regrets in this life." Her eyes were extremely bright as she answered him. Her expression was serious, and her words were serious. His little fox definitely did not know how beautiful she was at this moment. She was so beautiful that she was like the brightest aurora, with a stunning beauty that could attract everyone's attention. Xia Jinyuan's heart was in love with him. She told him that she had no regrets in this life as they stood in the middle of the crowd. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he could no longer hold himself back. He pulled her into his arms and said, "I have no regrets in this life." He answered as such. What was the love between two Special Forces soldiers? They were seizing the time to enjoy the rare time together because they didn't know if they would be separated in the next second. It was giving without any complaints or regrets, only for the sake of making the other party happy. He or she was using his or her life as the price to exchange for his or her safety. The love between Special Forces soldiers was not something that could not be seen in the light, and they would not endure the bone-deep yearning in a dark and damp corner. The love between Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian was as bright as the sun, as tall and straight as the pine tree, and as pure as the white snow, untainted by the dust of the world. No one paid attention to the two lovers who couldn't help but embrace each other. Some people walked past and some people walked over. Yi Qian couldn't hear those voices, and all he could hear was the sound of his strong and powerful heartbeat. The buzzing sound of his cell phone broke their embrace. Xia Jinyuan released his right hand from her slender waist, took out his cell phone, and glanced at the caller ID. He suddenly glanced at Yi Qian, and then picked up the call. It was 9 o'clock. Why would Uncle Chen call him? Chapter 1327. Uncle Jen's condition isn't very good. Yi Qian, we need to go back now. It was such a hot season, but the cold suddenly came out of nowhere and rushed into her body, making her shiver violently. It was too cold, too cold. It was so cold that her mind was still blank and her teeth were chattering. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. The moment Yi Qian's vision blurred, Xia Jinyuan held her hand tightly with his warm and strong hand. Seeing the color on her face fade, the major felt a stab in his heart. He held her trembling hand tightly and said calmly, "Let's go back to the hotel now, pack up, and go back to town." His warm and strong hand supported her like a pillar. Yi Qian pursed her pale lips and said, "Go back to the hotel, go back to the hotel immediately." Her voice was very stiff, and she didn't even feel like she was talking. She grabbed his warm hand and took a deep breath. "I'm afraid Uncle Jen's condition isn't very good. Uncle Chen and the others never contacted me about family matters. This time, they contacted me through you. It seems that Uncle Chen has already asked around in the military. Captain Xia, I want to go home. I want to go home immediately." After all, Yi Qian was a special forces soldier who had undergone special training. Although her voice was still a little stiff, her mind was clear. "I'm afraid the problem is very serious. Captain Xia, thank you for your hard work tonight." Xia Jinyuan was relieved that she could calm down immediately. He held her hand and strode towards the hotel. His low voice was calm and steady, which made Yi Qian feel at ease. "Uncle Chen's voice is not bad. Don't let your imagination run wild before you see him." How could she not let her imagination run wild? After her rebirth, the person who supported her and gave her confidence was the old man with gray hair and wise eyes. When she cried, the old man told her that the road ahead was long and crying was also a way to walk. When she felt helpless, the old man told her that the road ahead was long and she needed to know how to pick it up. When she was filled with hatred, the old man told her that she still had a long way to go. She shouldn't let people who weren't worth it affect her. When she was harvesting, the old man told her that there was still a long way to go. She had to walk firmly toward her goal. When she felt wronged, the old man told her that there was still a long way to go and that she had to learn to protect herself. When she was angry, the old man told her that there was still a long way to go. She had to learn to endure and wait for the right time. It was because of this tolerant, magnanimous, and wise old man that she did not let her rebirth be buried by hatred. Instead, she walked a path that was more exciting than hatred. If it wasn't for Uncle Jen, Yi Qian could imagine that even if she was reborn, she wouldn't be able to join the military. She would probably only have one goal, which was to take down Yi Zhifan. She would grow up in hatred and become someone who only knew revenge and no longer cared about herself. Tears flowed down her cheeks unknowingly, drop by drop. In the end, her eyes became blurry. Xia Jinyuan didn't say too many comforting words. He just put a tissue in her hand and said softly, "It takes 6 hours to get to town from Anyang. I'll drive for 3 hours and you'll drive for 3 hours. After you're done crying, take a nap." He started the car and adjusted the rearview mirror to make sure that when he looked up, he could see Yi Qian's personal situation clearly. His little fox was an introverted and calm person. Words of comfort would not have much effect on her because she knew in her heart that this was not the case. Chapter 1328. She wouldn't cry even if she was hurt, so she decided to cry for a while. Once she did, she would feel better. Yi Qian understood that because she understood everything, she felt even sadder and sadder. In her previous life, when she returned to Shuka village at the age of 19, Uncle Jen was no longer there. Yi Qian didn't even make a sound as she cried. 2 streams of tears flowed from her eyes, down her cheeks, and down her beautiful chin. She held a white tissue in her hand and cried silently without moving. Xia Jinyuan, who was driving, felt his heart clench in pain. The car drove out of Anyang City and entered the entrance of the provincial highway. Without the neon lights, the car was plunged into darkness. Xia Jinyuan instinctively wanted to turn on the interior lights, but just as he raised his hand, he heard Yi Qian say hoarsely, Don't turn on the lights. I'm fine. I'll be fine after crying. Yi Qian wiped her tears with a tissue. Her nose was red and she lowered her head. Her thin shoulders were so sad that they seemed to have collapsed. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips and said softly, "Birth, old age, sickness, and death are natural laws. No one can avoid them. Besides, the situation isn't very good right now. There's no other bad news. Get some sleep. We still need you to drive in 3 hours." This was the only way to let her sleep for a while. Only by sleeping could she have the energy to face everything. Yi Qian's nose was a little blocked from crying. She sniffed softly and showed a hint of weakness that she didn't usually have. She didn't want to talk, so she nodded gently. She leaned against the car door and closed her eyes. She didn't say a word. Even her sadness was silent. Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to see her like this. He turned the steering wheel to the left, turned on the car's emergency lights, and parked by the side of the road. His handsome face tensed up as he pushed open the door and got out of the car. Yi Qian heard the noise and opened her eyes. She saw Xia Jinyuan walk around the front of the car. The glaring headlights shone on his figure, and she could clearly see that his handsome side profile was tense. Yi Qian couldn't help but sit up straight. She watched him walk to her side and open the car door. "What's wrong? Does it?" Before she could finish, he grabbed her hand and said in a low voice, "Get off, Yi Qian." Yi Qian, whose eyes were swollen from crying, got out of the car. Before she could steady herself, he grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. "I want to kiss you right now. You can open your eyes and look at me, or you can close your eyes and feel me." "What?" Yi Qian, who was a little dizzy from crying, couldn't keep up with his rhythm. While he was distracted, the man's refreshing scent came crashing down on him. He didn't have time to think or guess why he suddenly did this. His lips were kissed. The night breeze was not as hot as it was during the day. It was cool and refreshing. Yi Qian, who was kissed by him until she could not breathe, clutched his t-shirt tightly. She stood on her tiptoes and endured his fierce kisses. His nimble tongue swept across her mouth, and he sucked hard on her lips. Occasionally, he would curl his tongue around hers and steal her breath. Yi Qian, who had never been kissed like this before, leaned into his embrace. Her hands gripped his t-shirt tightly so that she wouldn't collapse from the kiss. She didn't know how long they kissed, but when he let go, Yi Qian's eyes were misty. She looked up at him with her misty eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" He kissed her so fiercely that her lips started to hurt. Chapter 1329. Don't suppress your sadness. You still have me. I'm standing right in front of you. Xia Jinyuan was not good at kissing, but he knew that their lips must have turned red this time. He pursed his lips, which were still a little sore from the kiss, and said slowly, "Don't cry alone. My shoulders, my arms, and my body are all for you to rely on. I'm right here. You only need to look up to find me. You only need to call me, and I'll respond immediately." She curled up in the corner and cried quietly, as if she had been abandoned by everyone. She was so pitiful that it made his heart ache. "I can understand your hardships, and I can understand your joy. Similarly, I want to understand your sadness. With me here, you don't have to suppress your tears. Don't be afraid that I'll see your sadness. Who am I? I'm your boyfriend. I'll be your pillar of support for the rest of your life. I'm also your comrade who will fight side by side with you. Little fox, remember, I'll always be your pillar of support." "Boys." Yi Qian, who had been looking up at him, blinked gently, and tears fell from her eyes. It turned out that he was feeling sorry for her again. "Xia Jinyuan." She murmured softly, and slowly wrapped her arms around his waist. She buried her head in his warm embrace, and the tears that she had tried so hard to hold back gushed out again, wetting his clothes drop by drop. The last time she went back to Shuka village, she saw Uncle Jen's increasingly hunched back, and his hands were so thin that the veins on his hands were bulging. She listened to his suppressed coughs, and at that time, she was already slightly worried, but she still held on to the hope that nothing would happen. There was no such thing as luck. Once something happened, her self-righteousness would become a joke. "I thought that nothing would happen. I thought that there was still a lot of time. I thought that Grandpa Jen could continue to accompany me, and I could continue to accompany him. I didn't go home during the holidays, and I didn't stay to accompany the old man. Now I want to accompany the old man. Captain Xia, I want to accompany the old man. She spoke intermittently, and each word seemed to contain beads of blood. Her sobs were so sorrowful that the surrounding air was dyed with sorrow. Xia Jinyuan only dared to hug her waist and quietly listen to her sobs. Occasionally he would raise his hand and gently stroke her back to calm her rapid breathing, or lower his head to kiss her hair to give himself silent support. Listening to her crying, he looked at the girl in his arms with the warmest and most gentle gaze. Let's go back to accompany Uncle Jen now. There's no need to rush. We'll go back now. Uncle Jen won't blame you. He will only feel happy that the child he raised has finally grown up and become a soldier who protects the country. His biggest wish was to see you walk into the military camp and carry a steel gun. You did it. Look, you've become a military school student, and in a few days, you'll have your own military uniform. You've done what Uncle Jen hoped for. Yes, Uncle Jen, who had dedicated his life to the military, was only happy that the cowardly child who once made him feel hopeless had become sensible and stood up. He had even become a special forces soldier who could protect the country and fight on the front line. He was very happy, very happy. Uncle Jen, whose nostrils were plugged with a breathing tube, had a slight smile on his face. He closed his wise eyes and quietly lay on the bed. His face was already pale, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest and the wave-like heartbeat monitoring device beside him, one would almost think that the old man had passed away. Chapter 1330. This was the hospital in town. According to Uncle Jen's request, he was transferred from the city's armed police hospital to the town's hospital. There were 2 military doctors and 2 nurses accompanying him. Principal Chen sat quietly beside the bed. He hadn't slept for 2 days and his eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the old man lying motionlessly on the bed, this world-class sniper even shed tears. He couldn't take it anymore. He had endured until now just to wait for Yi Girl to come back. Someone gently pushed the door open and walked to Principal Chen's side. He patted his shoulder and said, "Old Shen, go and rest. Old Yen and I will keep watch tonight." Then, Commander Lu put the bottle of mineral water he bought into Principal Chen's hand and said, "You don't eat or drink. Do you think you are made of iron? Yi Girl should be back in the second half of the night. You have to be alert and talk to her. Also, if you are like this, what will happen to her? She is already sad enough. If you do it again, she will cry until she faints." Political Commissar Yen, who came in with an aluminum box, immediately said, "Old Lu is right. If you don't take care of yourself, Yi Girl won't even have a backbone when she comes back." They didn't want to wake up Uncle Jen, so they all lowered their voices and tried to persuade Headmaster Chen to take a rest. "I don't feel sleepy. I am afraid that once I close my eyes, Uncle Jen will leave. You heard what the military doctor said. Uncle Jen will be back in a few days." Principal Chen rubbed his face. His body was tired, but his brain was tense all the time. He was so awake that he didn't feel sleepy at all. The 4-drip was dripping down the tube, replenishing Uncle Jen who couldn't eat for a week and maintaining his life. Headmaster Chen's gaze landed on the 4-tube. His voice was so hoarse that it sounded like gravel rubbing against stone. He said bitterly, "And the people from the military academy haven't come over yet. If we don't settle everything, we can't sleep. Since the military academy has already agreed, it should be tomorrow." Political Commissar Yen opened the aluminum lunchbox and even prepared a spoon for Principal Chen. "Eat something. You won't sleep or eat. Do you want little Yi to come back and take care of you?" Principal Chen put the lunchbox into his hands and sighed deeply. "I don't feel hungry, and I don't feel tired either. But you're right. When little Yi comes back and sees me like this, she'll be worried about me. I'll go back and change my clothes later. I don't want her to worry." Regiment Commander Lu nodded. "Go back after you're done eating. If you're tired, you can take a nap at home. Old uncle left it to us. The old man has served the country his whole life and dedicated his life to the team. Now that he's sick, it's our duty to guard him and take care of him. The old man had never married in his entire life. He educated the young soldiers in the army like his own children and treated the army as his home. His family should be present at the last moment. Knowing that the old man's life was coming to an end, the army started to prepare. According to the instructions of the military headquarters, the old revolutionary Li Changzhen, who had dedicated his whole life to the country, was going to have a state funeral. All the flags in the army were to be lowered to half, and all the soldiers took off their hats to mourn. Old Uncle Zhen's consciousness had always been in a blurry state. Now that he was in a deep sleep, even the military doctors didn't go to rest. 2 military doctors and 2 nurses took turns to be on duty just in case. Dr. Zhou from the town hospital, who was Jiasen's mother, stopped her daughter who wanted to go to the ward. She warned her in a low voice, "Don't go and cause trouble. If Yiqian comes back, I'll tell you. Go to bed and lie on your stomach. It's already 12 o'clock. Do you want to sleep?" Chapter 1331. And Jiasen, who was chewing gum to refresh herself, retracted her leg and said to her mother with a serious expression, "Mom, the old man lying inside is Yi Qian's grandfather. He's her most important relative. I want to accompany Yi Qian, even if I have to stay up all night. I'm her friend. Regardless of whether she needs me when I see her later, Mom, I want to stand where I can see her. If you're tired, go and rest. Don't worry about me." At this moment, Dr. Zhou truly felt that his daughter had grown up. He patted his daughter's shoulder and looked at her lovingly. "You've grown up. You know how to give, how to treat others well, and how to be grateful. Your friendship with Yi Qian, Mom hopes that you'll maintain a pure heart at all times and cherish this precious friendship. Mom, I won't persuade you anymore. I won't persuade you anymore." When children grew up, they had different thoughts from adults. They had their own sense of propriety and their own attitude towards life. As adults, they did not need to control their children all the time. When it was appropriate and right, they should let go if they could. And Jiasen's lips curled up into a smile. She held Dr. Zhou's hand and said softly, "Thank you, Mom. Go and rest. I won't cause trouble in the ward. It's the same for me to stay here." The doctor on duty's office was at the entrance of the ward. She would be able to see Yi Qian when she returned. Dr. Zhou stroked his daughter's black hair and reminded her, "Yi Qian's grandfather is not a simple person. You can tell that he's usually an officer in the army. When you see Yi Qian later, don't force your way through to avoid causing trouble for others. Do you understand?" Besides, Yi Qian was able to guide all the girls in the dormitory to get into one of the top universities in the country. It was obvious that he was a very self-disciplined and opinionated child. A child like this would have his own plans and did not need too many people to make decisions for him. His daughter just needed to accompany him quietly and not interrupt. I know. I've known Yi Qian for 5 years. Mom, I know him better than you do. Go and rest. Go and rest." As she spoke, Jiasen pushed Dr. Zhou's shoulder and walked toward the waiting room. Although it was called a lounge, it was just a partition separated by a screen. Behind it was a single bed that was just big enough for one person to lie on. As soon as the mother and daughter walked to the cubicle, they heard footsteps coming from outside. Jiasen, who seemed to have sensed something, turned her head and saw a familiar figure walking through the narrow office door. Beside her was the soldier who she didn't dare to look directly at. With her boyfriend accompanying her, she felt much more at ease. That was Yi Qian, wasn't it? At some point, Dr. Zhou had also turned around. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with uncertainty, "It should be Yi Qian, right?" Jiasen's face flashed with surprise as she nodded. "It's her. Mom, go to sleep. I'll go to the door and take a look." While there were not many people in the middle of the night, she stood at the door and watched. When there were more people in the day, she would come back. It was really Yi Qian, who was not afraid at all when facing the criminals that night. He was even calmer than an adult. After not seeing him for 4 years, this child's aura was so strong that it was frightening. Even if they did not see each other face to face and only saw her passing by, the calmness in her movements was not like that of a 19-year-old girl. She was like the army officers who came in and out of the town hospital over the past few days. Chapter 1332. Military school is indeed the best choice for her. Dr. Zhou sighed. Who would have thought that an orphaned and weak child would reach this stage today? She became a celebrity in Fujian town, the first child in the town to be admitted to military school. Now, who did not know Yi Qian's name? When Yi Qian was mentioned, the first thing people said was, "Wow, amazing, the top scholar in Shuka village, the first student in our town to be admitted to military school. Amazing, amazing." Birds of a feather flock together. Yi Qian's achievements today were probably due to the influence of that old woman. And her daughter also had her help. Otherwise, with her daughter's grades, it would have been difficult for her to get into a second-tier university, let alone Pu University. "Mom, I'll go take a look. I won't accompany you." What Jiasun saw was not Yi Qian's fierce military aura. She saw Yi Qian's sadness that she had never seen before. She said sadly, "She's not feeling well. I'll go accompany her." What was a true friend? A true friend might not appear when you were glorious, but they would definitely appear when you were sad, or helpless. They would give you selfless help that you did not need in return. They would not disturb you when you were happy, but when you were worried, they could not help but worry for you. You only needed to look up and you would see a true friend silently by your side. And Jiasun was such a friend. She did not walk into the ward. She only saw Yi Qian standing by the bed, seemingly unwilling to take a step forward. Her tears fell like rain. She knew it. Yi Qian would be very sad, very sad. Fortunately, her boyfriend was by her side, comforting her and giving Yi Qian a stronger emotional support. She would not have to face it alone and be sad alone. Regimental Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen, who were keeping watch at night, did not notice Jiasun standing at the door of the ward. They were all looking at Yi Jian worriedly, who refused to walk to the bedside after she walked in. They were afraid that she would not be able to accept it in a short time and something would happen to her. "Little Yi, come over here." Political Commissar Yen, who was standing by the bed, waved his hand and said kindly, "Uncle Jen woke up an hour ago. Sit here and accompany him. When he wakes up, talk to him." Yi Jian wanted to walk over as well, but her legs felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She couldn't take a single step. She stared blankly at Uncle Jen, who even had to rely on machines to maintain his breathing. She looked at the old man lying on the white bed. Uncle Jen. Grandpa's face. Grandpa's eyes. Grandpa's like he would never wake. She wanted to walk over, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move her feet. Looking at Grandpa Jen, who was already at the end of his life, she couldn't move her feet. Taking a step forward not only required courage, but also the reality of the old man's weakness and the fact that he did not have much time left. Regiment Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen did not notice Xia Jinyuan's actions, nor did they notice the intimacy between them. Instead, when they saw Yi Qian take a step forward, they both stepped forward at the same time, wanting to help Yi Qian. The two of them doted on Yi Qian as if she was their own daughter. They could not bear to see her in such pain. Chapter 1333. Little Girl Yi. When Yi Qian finally walked to the bedside, Commissar Yen gently stroked her hair and said earnestly, "Don't forget what I taught you. Being strong and brave is the first lesson I taught you. You must always remember it in your heart. No matter what you face, you must be strong and brave. Do you understand?" Yi Qian's lips trembled slightly at the elder's sincere teachings and meticulous care. Tears reached the corners of her eyes, but she held them back. When she nodded heavily, the tears finally came out. "I understand. Don't worry." She was already in this state, but she still knew to tell the people who cared about her that she was fine. His little fox's pure heart also made his heart palpitate. Yi Qian sat down and held Uncle Jen's skinny right hand. She lowered her head and let the tears flow down drop by drop. It was very quiet in the ward. Everyone's breathing was so soft that it was almost inaudible. After speaking softly, they stood aside and quietly watched Uncle Jen sleep. His chest was only moving up and down slightly. They were afraid that if they made too much noise, they would wake up the old man from his light sleep. In fact, everyone knew that he was not in a light sleep. He was in a coma. Colonel Lu gestured to make a phone call and quietly left the ward. He wanted to call Principal Chen, who had gone back to wash up. It took 6 hours to drive from Anyang to town by car at 60 kilometers per hour, but they only took 3 hours. The two of them drove from the provincial highway to the highway, and little girl Yi arrived at 12:30. "Let's go together," Commissar Yen said softly and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Major, let's stand outside for a while. Leave some space for little girl Yi. This child is too restrained." Xia Jinyuan had the same idea. He nodded slightly and followed Colonel Liu and Commissar Yen out. Commissar Yen sighed and said softly, "We'll leave little girl Yi in your care. Uncle Jen's funeral will be handed over to the army. Please help us take care of little girl Yi." Why didn't they transfer him to the provincial hospital? Don't the doctors have any way to save him? Xia Jinyuan, who was handsome and cold, had to turn around to take a look before he spoke, as if he was afraid that Yi Qian would hear him. He lowered his voice and said, "How can you stay in the town hospital? Uncle Jen has been in poor health for the past 6 months. During the new year, we even stayed in the provincial hospital for more than 20 days without telling little Yi. At the end of May, we stayed in Anyang for more than 10 days. Every time, Uncle Jen told us not to tell little Yi. This time, he suddenly fainted. We used a helicopter to send him to the city. There's no other way. The old man's life has entered the countdown. Before this, old uncle strictly ordered us not to disturb little Yi's training. When he woke up at around 9:15 last night, he told us that little Yi had finished her training and came back on a big ship. Old uncle said that he wanted to see little girl Yi and talk to her. He also said that he wanted to see little girl Yi wear her own military uniform and salute him." As Commissar Yen spoke, the corners of his eyes turned red. Old Shin immediately contacted Major General Yang of the army. At 9:30, we knew that little girl Ye's training had really finished. You even went to pick her up. I didn't expect that old uncle's dream was actually real. Little girl Yi was really training with the Navy and came back on a ship. He missed her too much, so he had dreams. Chapter 1334. Xia Jinyuan's Adam's apple moved slightly and he pursed his thin lips. Did the military academy send anyone over? Yes, Major General Yang personally contacted the University of Science and Technology of China and the school was very cooperative. They brought Yi Qian's student ID and military uniform and rushed over by train. They will arrive tomorrow morning at 8. They will arrive in town in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. The bus from the city to town will take 7 hours. I'm afraid they won't make it in time. Arrange for a helicopter. I will arrange for a private helicopter. Political Commissar, call the air traffic control and approve the flight route. Okay, this is not difficult. Political Commissar Yen sighed countless times that night. He was also afraid that they would not make it in time. He even considered whether to mobilize the military helicopter again. Principal Chen, who had received the call at the entrance of the town hospital, ran all the way over. He ran up the stairs in a few steps and saw Xia Jinyuan standing under the dim yellow light. Before he could speak, Xia Jinyuan heard the noise and looked up. Uncle Chen. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Principal Chen walked over in a few steps. His eyes were bloodshot. He condensed all his words into one sentence and repeated, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Yi Qian can send Uncle Chen off, and Uncle Chen can rest in peace. Xia Jinyuan was not unfamiliar with the experience of life and death. As a Special Forces soldier on the frontline battlefield, he had experienced several farewells in the past few years. However, at this moment, his heart was still in pain. Yi Qian is accompanying Uncle Jen in the ward. She hasn't stopped crying since she received your call. She only slept for 2 hours after I told her that we needed to take turns driving. Xia Jinyuan explained Yi Qian's condition in detail to prevent Principal Chen from worrying. She's fine now. She's not too emotional. It's just that when she entered the ward just now, she couldn't take a step out. She's still afraid that the moment will come. She understood everything, but if the moment really came, the calm Yi Qian would be so sad that she would lose control of her emotions. Xia Jinyuan was afraid that she would hurt herself if she was too sad. With Uncle Jen around, little Yi will listen to Uncle General, she will listen to Uncle Jen, Principal Chen, who had suddenly aged a few years, said in a low and hoarse voice. His usually resolute eyebrows were filled with grief. My uncle always said that his life was worth it. Even if he were to die one day, he would die peacefully. The only thing I'm worried about is little Yi. If I ask you to go over later, say something to make me feel at ease and let me leave without any worries. His words made both Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan's eyes turn red. This first-rank sergeant major, who had dedicated his whole life to the army, raised an orphan with selfless love, let her receive the best education, and led her to a bright future. Now that she was going to leave, who would be willing to part with her? Xia Jinyuan nodded solemnly. Uncle Chen, don't worry. I will swear on my life that I will take care of Yi Qian for the rest of my life. We will advance and retreat together, and I will never leave her. When Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan heard this, they finally realized the relationship between the two of them. However, there was not much joy on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of worry. Would Lieutenant General Xia agree to this? My dad already told me that he recognizes Yi Qian as his daughter-in-law. I already called my dad on the way here. I will arrive in town around 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Uncle is worried about Yi Qian. I will let him leave with a smile on his face. Chapter 1335. Principal Chen patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder heavily. Good. You're a man of your word. Uncle Jen believes in you. I believe that you'll take good care of little Yi. Lieutenant General Xia knew and admitted it himself. Only then did Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yan, who had been worried, feel relieved. They all believed in Xia Jinyuan and believed that he would really take care of little Yi for the rest of her life. And Jiasin, who had run back to the doctor's office when she saw them coming out, gritted her teeth, stood on her tiptoes, and moved gently with her back against the wall. She wanted to go directly to the ward to talk to Yi Qian. Thinking that she hadn't been discovered, she moved into the ward, patted her chest, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Turning around, and Jiasin saw Yi Jian holding Uncle Jen's skinny hand tightly. Yi Jian's back was filled with sadness. She quietly looked at the old man who was breathing weakly. And Jiasin's heart ached terribly. She walked over and called out softly, "Little Jenna." Outside, Xia Jinyuan looked away from the ward and explained, "In Jiasin, Yi Qian's best friend. Her mother is Dr. Zhou from the town hospital. It's already so late. I'm afraid she's waiting for Yi Qian to come back." That child is not bad. Principal Chen recognized in Jiasin. He saw her bend over and put her arms around Yi Qian's shoulders. His gaze was gentle as he said, "She's a sincere person. She can play with little Yi." It should be said that the girls in little Ye's dormitory were not bad. They often called during the summer vacation. A girl named Li Qian saw that she couldn't find Yi Qian and was afraid that something had happened to Yi Qian. She actually asked her parents to drive to Shuku village. It was little Ye's fortune to have friends like them. At around 1:30 a.m., and Jiasin walked out of the ward with red eyes. If it weren't for Yi Qian's persuasion, she would have stayed with him until dawn. Jane Eyre said that she wanted to stay with Grandpa until dawn. She walked out and said in a sobbing voice, dragging her feet as she left. She also couldn't bear to see these matters of life and death. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Chen, I'll stay here to accompany Yi Qian. You, Tuan Lu, and Political Commissar should rest. I'm afraid I'll be busy tomorrow, so I'll have to trouble you." Principal Chen still wanted to say something but was stopped by Political Commissar Yan. "Old Chen, you should rest. You can talk to little Yi tomorrow morning." With Xia Jinyuan's persuasion, Principal Chen did not insist on staying. Before he left, he reminded Xia Jinyuan, "Let me know immediately if anything happens. We'll rest next door." Without alerting Yi Qian, the three of them went next door to rest. At around 4 o'clock, Uncle Jen opened his eyes unconsciously. The old man's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, so much so that he couldn't even see clearly. He called out "Little" in a daze, then slowly closed his eyes. Yi Qian held the old man's hand tightly and replied in a trembling voice, "I'm back. I'm back to see you. Grandpa, I'm back to see you." Yi Qian looked at Uncle Jen nervously, then suddenly realized something and looked at the heart machine. Seeing that the wavy lines that represented the heartbeat were still rising and falling, Yiqian suddenly raised his hand and bit his wrist with his teeth. He began to sob softly. Xia Jinyuan called the military doctor over and asked him to examine Uncle Jen carefully. 2 minutes later, the military doctor sighed and said, "Be prepared. The old man has already fallen into a coma. He might wake up or he might die in his sleep." After the military doctor finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at Yiqian. His expression changed drastically. "You've bitten your hand so hard that it's bleeding. Let go." Chapter 1336. In her previous life, Yiqian had developed a habit of suppressing her emotions. Although she had changed a lot in this life, she was still somewhat affected by her previous life. When she was devastated, she would suppress her emotions again. Xia Jinyuan's expression changed drastically when he heard the military doctor's low voice. His elegant, dark eyes flashed with an extremely cold light. He took 3 steps from the other side of the bed to Yiqian and grabbed her wrist tightly. "Do you know what you're doing? Do you need me to tell you?" He spoke in a low voice to suppress the anger in his heart and the anger in his eyes. Looking at the circle of teeth marks on her skin, Xia Jinyuan felt as if a ferocious beast was rampaging in his chest. "Self-harm, you're harming yourself. Uncle Jen used his lifetime of wisdom to teach you. He taught you how to face reality and how to be strong. Yiqian, are you repaying him for his teachings in such a way that Uncle Jen doesn't want to see?" He was just short of saying that she was a huge disappointment to Uncle General. The military doctor glanced at the two of them. One was suppressing his anger, while the other was suppressing her grief. He hurriedly comforted Xia Jinyuan, who was suppressing his anger. Okay, it's understandable. Come out and disinfect the wound first." He was afraid that Xia Jinyuan would injure Yiqian again, so he took Yiqian's wrist from his hand and took a closer look. He couldn't help but gasp. "Isn't this a little too cruel?" She bit herself so deeply. "Disinfect and debride the wound first, then give her a tetanus shot," the military doctor said in a low voice and motioned for Yiqian to follow him out. "Girl, no matter how sad you are, you can't hurt yourself, understand? You look like a sensible child, but why are you doing things that make others worry?" He then looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was even more furious. "She's going to clean the wound. You stay here." Xia Jinyuan's jaw tightened. Hearing this, he said politely to the military doctor, "Thank you for your hard work." He then looked at Yiqian, who had her head lowered and her shoulders slumped. He saw the sadness and fragility in her body, and the suppressed anger in him finally turned into heartache. "Go and treat your wounds with the military doctor. I'll look after Uncle." Uncle Jen was Little Fox's only family. He was her pillar of support. She regretted not spending more time with him. She blamed herself for not spending more time with him. His little fox would rather use self-harm to vent the self-blame in her heart than to let everyone see the pain in her heart. No matter how sad she was, she still knew how to take care of their emotions. How could he bear to be angry with her? Yiqian's eyes were still a little confused. She didn't know that she had bitten herself so hard. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's tense expression, Yiqian bit her lower lip. She originally wanted to explain, but in the end she only said, "I'll be back soon." After the military doctor took her out of the ward, Xia Jinyuan sat gently on the chair. He held Uncle Jen's skinny hand and said softly, "Uncle, Yiqian listens to you the most. When you wake up, you must talk to her properly. You have to take care of your body and teach her more. This girl listens to you the most. She will listen to whatever you say. You haven't seen her walk into the military camp yet. We are all waiting for you to personally send her to the military camp to become a soldier. Also, let me tell you a piece of good news. The military has decided to send her to my team. My team is a special forces unit. You probably didn't know, right? When you wake up, I'll pick some things that I can talk to you about. I'll let you know what unit Yiqian will be joining in the future." Chapter 1337. Xia Jinyuan chatted softly with Uncle General the military doctor, who was in his 40s, cleaned Yiqian's wound and advised her earnestly, "The old man is already so old, but he can still joke with us when he's awake. This shows that he has a big heart. Since you're his only family, How can you harm yourself and make him worry about you? Treating yourself well is the greatest filial piety to the old man. Do you understand? Young lady. Actually, Yi Qian didn't even know how she bit herself. If the military doctor hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have felt any pain. Yi Qian nodded shyly and wiped away the tears on her face. She secretly adjusted her emotions. She had to control her emotions. Everyone knew that Grandpa Zhen was worried about her the most. How could she disappoint him? The military doctor saw that her eyes were gradually clearing up. Even the sadness between her brows was gradually hiding. Only her bright eyes had a touch of determination. The military doctor couldn't help but smile. 10 minutes later, Yi Qian, who had bandages wrapped around her wrist, thanked the military doctor. She got up and went back to the ward to continue accompanying Uncle General. Xia Jinyuan was still talking softly to Uncle General. Even though he knew that the old man couldn't hear him, he still said softly, "With you around, Yi Qian will know that there's a family waiting for her wherever she goes. There's a home waiting for her to return to. Uncle, when you're done sleeping, please open your eyes. We're all waiting to hear your voice. I'm still waiting to go fishing with you. Also, when I hold my wedding with Yi Qian, I want to offer you another cup of tea. Thank you for teaching her and nurturing her into a talent. Thank you for letting me take advantage of her." Yi Qian, who was standing at the door, listened to them and laughed for a while. Grandpa Zhen was her family. Uncle Chen was also her family. In the future, Captain Xia would also be her family. For their sake, she had to pull herself together. She couldn't let them worry about her. Yi Jian wiped away her tears and patted her cheeks gently. She took a deep breath and walked into the ward with her head held high and her chest puffed out. When Xia Jinyuan heard the commotion, he turned around and saw that Yi Qian, who had just walked in, no longer looked dispirited. His eyes were filled with determination, just like the Yi Qian who did not show any signs of fear in the face of training and war. She had already adjusted her emotions and mentality. "I'll keep watch. You lean against the bed and sleep for an hour each." Xia Jinyuan held her hand and pulled her to sit on the bench with him. "Someone from the army will come to visit Uncle during the day. As Uncle's relative and his only granddaughter, you have to keep your spirits up. Do you understand?" Yi Qian did not refuse again. "Okay, wake me up in an hour." She had to keep her spirits up and let Grandpa Zhen see her in her best state when he woke up. She couldn't let him worry, and she definitely couldn't let him worry. After adjusting her mentality, Yi Qian didn't sleep very well. However, she still slept until 6:30 in the morning. In a daze, she heard Xia Jinyuan talking. "Dad, come over with the leaders from the military academy. How many guards did you bring?" They arranged for a private helicopter. The captain can only carry 5 people. 2 leaders from the military academy are coming, so you can only bring 1 guard. Yes, everything has been arranged. The air route has been approved. The 2 leaders from the military academy will only arrive at Anyang train station at 8 o'clock. Dad, go to the train station and wait for the 2 leaders from the military academy. Only Xia Jinyuan could directly arrange for Lieutenant General Xia to wait for someone at a certain place. Chapter 1338. Yi Qian knew that Xia Zhong would be coming, but she did not know that the military academy leaders would be coming as well. She suddenly stood up from her sleeping position and heard a familiar voice. "Little Yi, you're awake." It was Principal Chen's voice. "Uncle Chen." Yi Qian turned around and saw Principal Chen pouring water into a kettle. When she saw another relative of hers, her eyes reddened. "You've worked hard these past few days. I came back too late." "Silly child, don't be so polite." Principal Chen, who had slept for a few hours last night, felt much better. His eyes were no longer bloodshot. "Come, take a cotton swab and put some water on the corner of Uncle Chen's mouth to moisten his throat." Yi Qian immediately took the cup and cotton swab. She looked very serious as she gently took care of Uncle General Xia Jinyuan, who was making a call outside the door, turned around and saw that Yi Qian had woken up. He said a few words and then hung up. The 2 military doctors who were patrolling the room in the morning came together with 2 nurses. They were going to do a daily checkup on Uncle Zhen. The old man has been unconscious for a longer period of time than 2 days ago. Everyone, please be mentally prepared. After the two military doctors finished the checkup, they put down the phone and sighed together. The old man's physical strength was completely destroyed. He had been holding on for so long because he was holding on to one last breath. Once he stopped breathing, it would be the end of him. Yi Qian pulled the thin blanket around her and listened attentively to every word the military doctor said. Then she asked softly, "I want to know, is there any possibility of my grandfather waking up?" "I can't be sure, but there is a possibility. It's the so-called final radiance of the setting sun." The military doctor's words made Yi Qian shudder involuntarily. Xia Jinyuan, who came in, immediately put his hand on her shoulder and asked the military doctor calmly, "If he stays unconscious, how long can he last on the 4-drip alone?" "The old man's organs are failing, so he can't take in too much 4-drip. How long he can last depends on his willpower." In other words, it was impossible for Uncle Jen to recover. The only reason he was still breathing was because of Uncle Jen's willpower. Yi Qian, who had better grades than the other students in the medical school, suddenly had a glimmer of hope. "You mean that my grandfather's brain is still conscious, and there's a high possibility that he'll wake up, right?" "You can think of it that way." The military doctor nodded. "As long as the brain hasn't stopped working and there are still senses, the old man will still have a chance to wake up." "That's good, that's good." Yi Jian's eyes lit up. As long as Grandpa Jen still had a chance to wake up, she would try to awaken more of his will to live. She hoped that he could survive this. She hoped that he could survive this. She hoped that he could survive this. The military doctor seemed to know what she was thinking. He shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more. The patient's family would always hope for a miracle to happen. Unfortunately, miracles wouldn't happen just because you thought they would. Especially in the case of the old man, his organs were already at the end of their life. Even if he woke up, he would just wake up. It wasn't appropriate for too many people to stay in the ward. Under Principal Chen's instructions, Xia Jinyuan accompanied Yi Qian to wash up and tidy herself up before coming back. Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yen went to the bun shop in town to buy vegetable buns and deep-fried dough sticks. They were waiting for Yi Qian to wash up and eat together. "Uncle wants to see you in your uniform." Uncle Chen called the military, and Major General Yang from the army called the military school. They hope that the school can cooperate and fulfill the old man's wish.